Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Momo's bodyguard and fell for her? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku, El Guardaespaldas by Uchiha Izuku 69. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Time passed. After the sports festival and Melissa Shield's new addition to the hero class, they had to decide which class she would be in. The UA board decided that, based on her performance and abilities, she should be in 1A. Therefore, with the help of the hero cement, they expanded the classroom and added a desk. It was the blonde's first day of classes in the hero class. She was currently standing in front of all her classmates, introducing herself. Aizawa. Go ahead, Shield-san, introduce yourself quickly, we don't have all day. Melissa. Nice to meet you. I'm Melissa Shield, a pleasure. You can call me Melissa with complete confidence, and I hope we get along. The class began to greet her and say their respective names, until Aizawa called for order and everyone fell silent. The hero told Melissa that her desk was at the very back, right behind Yaoyorozu Momo. Melissa. Good morning, Momo. Good morning, Melissa. The green-haired man sat next to the brunette, so when they met, the blonde waved to him, which the protagonist reciprocated. After all, they were living in the same house for now. The professor started talking about hero agencies and that they were going to do a week-long internship, so he showed a table showing the applications each one collected at the festival. 1. Midoriya. 4,123 2. Melissa. 4,056 3. Bakugo. 3,143. 4. Todoroki. 2,535. Type. 2,376. Iida. 272 7. Kaminari. 108. 8. Kirishima. 68 9. Tokiyami. 4710. Uraraka. 20. Aizawa. In previous years, all the offers are almost the same for everyone, but this year they have their eyes on these 5. Tokiyami doesn't have that many votes since he wasn't in the final tournament, and Todoroki has a lot of votes due to his father's influence, just like Momo. Several people started talking about the difference between the first 5 votes, but Aizawa once again imposed silence on the room like a tyrant. Silence reigned again in the classroom, and the sensei proceeded to inform them that they would have to choose a hero name. The heroine Midnight then entered. Midnight. Choose your names carefully, your life can be hell. Normally the names you choose in your first year become your professional names. I will be in charge of checking if they are correct or not. The black-haired girl began handing out mini blackboards to all the students. The green-haired boy had never thought of a hero's name since he gave up on that dream a long time ago, so he remained thoughtful for a moment until he saw the black-haired girl. An idea crossed his mind and he was ready to execute it, so he began to write the name on the board. The green-haired boy raised his hand. Midnight. Midoriya-san, have you chosen a name yet? The green-haired man nodded and stood up from his desk to address everyone. He showed his whiteboard and saw everyone looking at him with strange faces. Izuku. This is my hero name, God of the Sea, Poseidon. Silence filled the classroom. Midnight. Izuku. It seems this place is lacking in comedy. Erasing the name he put on the board and writing the real one to then show it. Izuku. My hero name shall be this, Guard Dog. Midnight, Bodyguard. Thoughtfully, I like it, approved? The green-haired boy sits in his seat and sees how his friends gave him a thumbs up in approval. Time passed and the black-haired girl had chosen the name, Creata, while the blonde had never thought of a hero name, so she wasn't sure which one to choose, so in the meantime she chose to use her last name, temporarily calling herself Shield. After finishing choosing their names, they quickly choose the agency they will go to. Momo wanted to go to Uwabami's agency, so Izuku as her bodyguard chose it, while Melissa decides to go to Gran Torino to train again, although for some strange reason she was shaking while choosing her agency. Time flew by, and the day of the agencies had arrived. The entire class was at the train station, where they would part ways. Izuku found out what happened to Iida's brother, so as vice president, he was going to talk to him about it. He approached his classmate. Izuku. Hola Iida. Holy Midoriya Izuku. Are you okay? I just found out what happened to your brother. Iida. Yes, I'm fine. The expression he had changed and had become more serious. Izuku. I'm sure he'll get better. Last year I had the chance to meet him, and let me tell you, your brother is one of the few heroes who are from the heart. Iida. Thank you for your words, Midoriya. Izuku. If you want to talk about it, I'm all ears. Iida. No thanks. I don't like to talk about this with just anyone. Izuku. Okay, I understand. The green-haired man had noticed the face the blue-haired man had on his face a while ago. This guy wanted to seek revenge in any way. Iida. Thanks for understanding. Midoriya, his companion, began to withdraw to catch his train. Izuku. But let me tell you something first. His partner stops dead. Revenge is not good. It kills the soul and poisons it. I suppose you know what I mean, right? His classmate said nothing more and left the place. Uraraka. How tense. Izuku. And where did you come from? Uraraka. I was always here. You just ignored me. Izuku. I'm so sorry, it wasn't my intention. Uraraka. No, I don't forgive you. You hurt me. I'll never recover from this pain. Exaggerating. Izuku. What if I buy you ice cream? Uraraka. With 2 little balls. Izuku. 2 balls? Surprised. If you want, order 3 balls while we're at it. Uraraka. How kind of you, Midoriya. Thank you. Izuku. The green-haired boy just smiled and laughed lightly, grabbed the brunette's hand and bought her ice cream. In the end, the girl bought a small scoop, although the boy told her that if she wanted to add more, she could do it with pleasure, but she didn't want to. After that, he said goodbye and headed over to the brunettes since their train was about to leave. Both teenagers arrived on time and sat together. It was a 2-hour trip, so 15 minutes after the train left, the brunette fell asleep and rested her head on the green-haired boy's shoulder. On the way to their destination, the green-haired boy realized that the president of the other class was on the same train. Time passed and both teenagers arrived at their destination, both with Kendo Itsuka, the president of the other class. Upon arriving at the agency, they saw that it wasn't what they expected and it seemed like they were working with models. The task Uwabami gave them was basically to be her secretaries, but in Izuku's case, she had something else in mind. Upon seeing the green-haired boy in detail, the heroine wanted to use him as the cover of her new teen magazine. The protagonist didn't want to, but upon hearing the amount they were going to pay him, he gladly accepted. Meanwhile, Momo and Kendo will be their secretaries, but not before first making a commercial for a hair product that makes curls. The week flew by. The green-haired boy spent it all at photo shoots. The only time the green-haired boy had fun was at night and during his break, when they would chat about trivial things with Momo and Kendo, who was very friendly. But that wasn't all. Every now and then, Uwabami would take them on patrol. On the last day of the agency, it was already nighttime, and the green-haired boy was ready to sit with his friends and start gossiping, but he received a call from Melissa, so he answered. The girl told him that Todoroki, Iida, and she had fought against Stain, the hero killer, and luckily they had won. Izuku. How amazing, Melissa-chan, you've been making a lot of progress. Smiling. Melissa. Thanks, Izuku. In fact, I wouldn't have done any of this without you. If you hadn't come looking for me from my island, I would never have experienced what happened this month. Izuku. Don't say that, Melissa-chan. You're doing all this on your own, and I'm glad you're having a good time. Melissa. But it's true, Izuku. I feel so happy to be able to do what I once assumed I'd never experience. I never would have imagined defeating a villain like this. Izuku. But you were already doing what you liked, Melissa. Yeah, but you helped me experience it firsthand. You know something, Izuku? Izuku. What thing, Melissa-chan? Melissa. Every time I talk to you and we greet each other in the morning, it makes me happy. Remembering the times they greet each other in the morning at the green-haired man's house. Melissa. I guess it's a little weird. Ever since we met I've been nothing but happy. It makes me feel like I want to be with you forever. The blonde hadn't been mincing her words. The moment she realized what she was saying, she went ballistic. She began to stutter and try to change the subject, but she couldn't stand it out of embarrassment and ended up cutting him off. Without realizing it, the blonde had somewhat confessed her feelings to the protagonist. The internships were over and everyone returned to their routine. Upon arriving at class, everyone knew what happened to the hero killer and was excited to know what had happened, so most of the class was bombarding Melissa, Todoroki, and Iida with questions. The three answered the questions, omitting what they couldn't tell. The green-haired man was sitting in his chair waiting for them to calm down, and when he turned to where the blonde was, he exchanged glances with her. Melissa instantly turned red and turned away. The truth is, ever since that call, the blonde has been distant from the green-haired man. Every time she runs into him at the Midoriya house, she blushes and locks herself in her room. The protagonist didn't understand why. The last time they spoke was the call 2 days ago. After his classmates satisfied their curiosity, they began to get ready for their practical hero training, but the green-haired boy had to clear things up with the blonde, so when she was about to leave the classroom, he took her hand and stopped her, asking her to stay and talk. The blonde blushed and wanted to avoid him, but seeing the protagonist's worried expression, she accepted. Minutes passed, and now both teenagers were alone in the room. The blonde was nervous about what the protagonist wanted to talk about. Izuku. Why are you avoiding me? Melissa. I'm not avoiding you, looking away.
Izuku. You're doing it right now. Melissa. It's not true, nervously fiddling with her hands.
Izuku. I know something's bothering you. Can you tell me? Insisted the green-haired man, staring into her eyes. The blonde inhaled deeply and began to gather the courage to speak. Melissa. It's just that. The last time we talked I said something I shouldn't have said and I feel so embarrassed about it. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The green-haired boy frowned, trying to remember whatever was causing Melissa's distress. He started thinking until he hit the nail on the head and felt like an idiot. Since the sports festival, he'd started reading romance manga. He'd even stayed up talking on the phone with Najire until the wee hours of the morning, and he couldn't even begin to realize that his friend had confessed to him the last time. He felt like a bucket of cold water had fallen on him. Now everything was falling into place. The kiss they shared on Island, the way she behaved towards him compared to her other classmates, and her reaction during the fight at the sports festival. Midoriya Izuku realized that his friend Melissa liked him. The protagonist was about to speak, but before he could, his friend spoke up. Melissa. You see, nervously fiddling with her hands, I accidentally confessed something to you. I didn't mean for it to be that way. The truth is that you.
The blonde was extremely nervous. The word didn't want to come out of her mouth, but before she could continue trying she received a strong and warm hug from the green-haired man. Melissa was surprised by this action.
Izuku. Forgive me for being so stupid and not realizing what you felt. You don't need to say it. Warm words entered the girl's ears. There was hope that it was mutual. Melissa. No, I have to tell you. I can't hide it anymore. I can't hide my feelings anymore. The girl began to breathe deeply to calm down and gather courage. Melissa. I like you, Izuku. I like you, and I'd love to go on a date with you.
The green-haired man with a radiant smile extended his hand towards her.
Izuku. I would love to go on a date with you, Melissa-chan, taking the girl's hand tenderly. Let's have one after the final exams.
The blonde couldn't hide her happy face and threw herself into the green-haired boy's arms to hug him again. Time had passed, and Aizawa announced that the final exams would be in a week, and those who failed would not be able to attend the camp organized by UA. Upon hearing this, some became nervous about failing the written exams. After saying this, the teacher proceeded to leave.
Kaminari. I didn't study at all. I didn't have time. I'm going to fail. Izuku. Don't say that, Kaminari. I believe in you, raising his thumb. Todoroki. It's hard to fail if you pay attention in class.
Kaminari. Watch your words. It's easy to say when you're at the top of the class. Momo. If you want, I can help you study. As she said this, several classmates who were struggling with the subject began asking for her help, so she decided to help them study alongside Izuku, who was dragged into this for obvious reasons. While Momo was talking to those who wanted help, the blonde approached the green-haired boy and lightly tugged on his shirt to get his attention. Izuku. What's wrong? Melissa. Is it okay if we reschedule for after camp? The girl began to play with her hands while she waited for the boy's response. Izuku. Of course. The blonde became excited and began to talk about trivial things with the green-haired boy, completely happy. She was more animated than usual. Both teenagers were happy, while the brunette was organizing her studies with her classmates, but she could hear what the blonde had said at the beginning. She was absolutely sure she had heard the word date with her dear friend, and a pang in her heart appeared. Some time later, at the Yaoyorozu mansion, on the same day, but in the afternoon. Momo, Mina, Kaminari, Jiro, Shiro, Ojiro, Melissa and Izuku were studying. The black-haired girl and the green-haired boy were helping everyone study except for Melissa, who had only gone to spend time with the protagonist. Although the black-haired girl was a little distracted and the green-haired boy could notice that, so she was doing her best to help her classmates. The blonde got up from the table and asked permission to go to the bathroom. When she left, she could see that the black-haired girl was waiting outside the door. Melissa. Mom. Momo. Melissa. There was tension in the air. Melissa. If you're going to use the bathroom, it's all yours. Stepping aside. Momo. I didn't come for that. Head down. The blonde had a slight idea of what was happening. She wasn't stupid enough to not realize why her partner came. Since she saw her outside the door, she knew why she was there. Melissa. Shall I tell you? The black-haired woman remained silent for a few seconds. Momo. No, I heard it in class. Melissa. I see. There was silence in the room, but what could you do? That was life. Melissa. With your permission, I'm going back to the others. The blonde started to walk back to the others, but the brunette grabbed her arm to stop her. The brunette looked up and her eyes were crystal clear. Momo. I liked him first. Melissa. And what does he have? Is that why I should give him to you? Remember, Izuku is a person, not something you can have on a spoiled brat's whim. Momo. You don't know what you're talking about. Tears started running down her face. I know for a fact that Izuku is a person and that he can go with whoever he likes. But even so, I like him. I like him too, and I'll fight for it. Melissa. Momo, you better not do what I think I'm thinking. The brunette wipes her tears and maintains the same expression as before, one full of determination. Momo. What I mean is, I'm not going to give up easily. I accept that you beat me to it, but remember this. People's feelings change, so, whether you like it or not, I'm going to make Izuku fall in love with you. Melissa. Just so you know, I've got the advantage. Momo. I don't care. I don't care. The black-haired girl began to think about what to say. Momo. Or did he confess to you? Those words surprised the blonde, an expression that the brunette did not ignore. Momo. Did he confess to you? Did he propose to you? If not, then don't celebrate victory. Melissa. That. The blonde, looking back, realized that the green-haired man hadn't declared his love for her, but had merely agreed to the date. Realizing this, she bit her lower lip and glared at the brunette in annoyance. Yaoyorozu still had hope. Momo. I'm a Yaoyorozu and I know how to take care of my own very well. Melissa. He's not yours. Izuku doesn't belong to anyone. Momo. Whatever you say. The blonde's heart was racing as she watched Momo walk off, heading for the bathroom. Melissa turned around and walked back to the others. Momo returned a moment later, wiping away her tears and feeling a different mood. The brunette sat next to the green-haired boy, who was teaching his classmates about physics. She noticed that the green-haired boy hadn't explained an important part, so she approached him, resting her chest on his arm. The green-haired boy noticed his friend's breasts and blushed slightly. Momo. You forgot to explain that when we are constant, there is no heat. Izuku. Well yeah. The boy is a little nervous. The blonde realized the black-haired girl's intentions and gets up from the chair and stands behind the green-haired boy, then leans on his back and lovingly wraps her arms around the boy's neck. Melissa. Come on, I'll help you explain that. Izuku. Momo. No need, I'll help him explain that. I taught him what he knows, in our quality time alone. The girl hugs her friend's arm while subtly glancing at the blonde. The protagonist was nervous because he was now increasingly sensing the bust of his boss's daughter, and just the thought of her finding out about this made him nervous. Kaminari. No need for everyone to explain, that won't be included in the test anyway. I think. Melissa. Of course it matters, it's the beginning to understand the cycle, so come on Izuku, I'll help you explain it. The blonde lightly rubbed her cheek against the protagonist. They both blushed at the act, but she wasn't going to stop when the brunette declared war on her. Izuku. No need. I can do it alone. The boy was embarrassed by the situation he was going through. He still hadn't gotten to that part in the love manga he was reading. Momo. Don't worry Melissa, Izuku wants me to help him, right Izuku? Izuku. Yo, Melissa. No, Izuku wants me to help him. All her classmates were watching the scene that was being set up and how Melissa and Momo started arguing about who would help him, but for some strange reason, a classmate in pink tea noticed something that was happening here. Mina. It smells like gossip here and that smell is my favorite smiling. Days passed and the final exams had passed. Everyone had passed except for a few who failed the practical exam, but they were still allowed to go to camp. These days, Melissa and Momo would argue, and Momo would try to win over the green-haired boy, who would blush at her friend's actions. There were times during lunchtime when they would argue while the green-haired boy was in the middle, but Nejire would appear and pull Izuku out of that situation to talk to him about trivial things that had happened to him on a daily basis. Time passed, the camp had arrived, the entire class along with their teacher were on a bus on the way to the camp. On the bus, Izuku had sat next to Momo, who was resting her head on his shoulder while they talked to Melissa, who was sitting in front of them both. The blonde was jealous of the situation. Ever since that conversation she had with the brunette, there wasn't a moment when Yaoyorozu had left the green-haired boy's side. The good thing about all this is that the two girls stopped arguing a week ago. The reason for this, it's because if they continued like this, they would scare the protagonist away, since whenever they fought, he would disappear, since Nejire would steal him. After a while, the bus stopped in a ravine. Izuku. Where are we? Stretching his arms. Don't tell me we'll have to set up camp ourselves. Kirishima. It looks like a rest area. Momo. I don't think so, there aren't even chairs to sit on. Jiro. Huh, where's Class B? Aizawa. There's no point in standing around for no reason. All. Huh, Mineta. Where's the bathroom? Holding back the urge to pee. Suddenly, a car pulled up, and 3 people got out. They were none other than the Pussycats hero group. Mandalay. This entire stretch of land belongs to us, you will stay at the foot of that mountain pointing at the area. Everyone. Izuku. So far away. The green-haired boy began to put the puzzle together and realized the professional's intentions, so with one arm he grabbed Momo by the waist. Izuku. Stay close to me. Momo. Huh, blushes at the protagonist's sudden action. The blonde was also surprised and looked at the boy with some annoyance. Izuku. Do you want it too? Offering his other arm. If you're going to accept, it has to be quick. The blonde blushed at the green-haired boy's proposal. She got nervous and started to stutter. The green-haired boy was about to close his arm when he felt a person come in and wrap himself around it. Melissa. Silly. Izuku. Silly. Izuku. Sometimes I think that's my name because they tell me it's so much mumbling. The 3 teenagers were doing a little act, meanwhile their companions were doing the following. Uraraka. Then why do we stop here? Suyu. Could that mean? Sato. No way, nervous. Siro. Why don't we go back to the bus? Huh, nervous. Kaminari. Yes, let's do it. Most nod. Mandalay. It's 9:30 a.m. right now. If you hurry, maybe noon. Kirishima. No way, guys, let's go back. Abort the mission. Mineta. Backing. Mina. Let's get back on the bus. Mandalay. Kittens who do not arrive by 12:30 will not be allowed to eat lunch. Aizawa. Sorry guys, but the training camp has already started. Most of the class starts to go back to the bus, but Pixie Bob gets in front of them and makes the ground rise to get them out of the ravine. Mineta. I curse you, Aizawa-sensei, wetting himself. They were all falling sharply to the ground. The green-haired boy began to gather water with the humidity of the nearby vegetation, but the black-haired girl created an improvised parachute and softened the fall. Momo. You should have warned that this was going to happen. Izuku. Time was short. Melissa. You should have made it clearer before, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Izuku. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Melissa. No, nothing's wrong. The blonde was ashamed of herself for misinterpreting things. The entire course of heroes was together when suddenly a rock golem had appeared behind Mineta, was about to attack him when Melissa appears with her OFA, full cowl, and easily destroys the beast. Melissa. Are you okay, little one? Kaminari. Hey, Mineta messed himself. Mineta. It's not true. What I'm telling you isn't true. Embarrassed, this happened because of Midoriya's quirk. Right, Midoriya. The green-haired man looked into his partner's eyes, and just by looking at his gaze, it was clear that he was asking for help. Izuku. It's true, forgive me Mineta, I accidentally splashed water on you. The purple-haired man was surprised. He didn't think the green-haired man was going to help him, so he thanked the one above. Mineta. It's okay, friend, sometimes these things happen. More monsters began to emerge, another rock golem appearing, only this time behind the blonde. She was about to defeat it, but a cannonball appeared from the side, shattering the monster into pieces. The two teenagers looked into each other's eyes and instinctively transmitted a message, a competition to defeat the most golems. So they both quickly moved and began destroying the monsters left and right, while the green-haired man stayed out of the way, ensuring the brunette's safety. Hours passed, and Class 1A had arrived. The students had just arrived at the camp where they would be staying. Upon arrival, they found the pussycats and their teacher quite surprised. Aizawa. These brats smiling. Mandalay. Seeing is believing. I told them to arrive at noon, but I was just joking. The class had arrived just at noon, and most of them were tired and dirty from the confrontation with the monsters, especially the brunette and blonde, who had lost count of how many they destroyed and didn't know who won. The only one who looked okay was the green-haired boy, who only intervened when necessary. At camp, there was a boy who was grumpy with the presence of the students, and the pussycats revealed that he hates heroes. The class was surprised by this, but their mood quickly changed when lunch was served at a table. Before eating, everyone was sent to wash up because they were disgusting. At lunch, Melissa became interested in the little boy, whose name is Kota, and she talks to Mandalay about the reason for his hatred. The next day, the entire Class 1A was training hard from very early on, all of them pushing their gifts to the limit. Momo's training was similar to the one in the anime, except that she produced increasingly complex things, while Melissa trained her way of fighting without her support items. Izuku's training focused on the technique he used in his fight against Melissa, that of controlling people through their blood, so he tried to control squirrels. He called this technique bloodbending. After several hours, the students had finally finished their training. During this time, they were joined by the parallel class. Everyone was exhausted after their training, but the heroines informed them that they would have to prepare their own dinner today. This is how we got to this point. Izuku. Todoroki, don't cut vegetables like that, annoyed. Bakugo. Take care of something else, you're really bad with a knife. Todoroki. Let me cook. Let me cook. Izuku. Drop that knife. You're going to kill someone. Tried to take the knife away. Todoroki. No, over my dead body, moving the knife dangerously to prevent the protagonist from taking it away. Bakugo. Drop the damn knife. Holding the two-colored man so the green-haired man can take the knife from him. Izuku. Give me the knife. Holding Todoroki's knife, but he wouldn't let go. You better go help with the fire. Todoroki. No, I'm not going to use my left side. Bakugo. I don't care what you do with your life, but put that knife down. Just watching you cut makes me sick. Todoroki. Your face makes me sick and I'm not saying anything. Bakugo. Shine. Todoroki. Shinin this, raising his middle finger. Kirishima. Hey, leave him, let him cook. Bakugo. On my dead. Kirishima. I say let him cook. Izuku. Shut your mouth, Kirishima, if you had seen him cut you wouldn't say that. While the green-haired and blonde boys were trying to take away the walking danger of Todoroki, the rest of the class was cooking that day's dinner. Time passed and finally, after an intense fight over a knife, the class finished cooking and were now eating. Izuku and Momo were serving the food as the class representatives, while Melissa was keeping them company, but the blonde, after seeing how Kota goes alone into the forest, decides to follow him to give him his share of the dinner. The green-haired boy tried to stop her but she didn't listen. The next day they trained all morning again. The heroines and their teacher decided that they would have a test of courage that evening. Time flew by, and it was already dark. Those who had failed the final exams couldn't enjoy the test of courage and had to do reinforcements. Pixie Bob explains the game and explains that Class B would be the first to scare, while Class A would go out in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with their names written on them in the middle of the route, so bring them back. 1. Tokiyami and Shoji. 2. Bakugo and Todoroki. 3. Jiro and Hagakure. 4. Aoyama and Yaoyorozu. 5. Uraraka and Tsuyu. 6. Ojiro and Mineta. 7. Iida and Koda. 8. Izuku and Melissa. Melissa. Great, excited. Izuku. I'm counting on you, Melissa-chan. The blonde and the green-haired man were excited that they had been together, while on the other hand, Momo. Why, depressed of all because he touched her, whispering to herself while making drawings on the floor. Melissa. Finally, it's my chance. I can't waste it, smiling. Little by little the couples began to enter. There were fewer and fewer left until it was the green-haired man's and Melissa's turn, but something began to happen. Pixie Bob. And this smell, sniffing. Mineta. Sorry, embarrassed. Pixie Bob. Not that, it smells like burning. Mandalay. Oh my. A large blue fire was burning in the camp's forest. Everyone was watching the fire in the forest, and without warning, Pixie Bob began to float and was pulled towards 2 people. Everyone present looked at the heroine to see how she was on the ground with a pillar standing on her head. Mineta. Why, scared, I thought they were secured. Why are there villains here? Mandalay. Shit. Melissa. And Koda. Where's Koda? Question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. How are you tonight, UA? Hi, we are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. Ojiro. The League of Villains. Melissa. Mandalay, where's Koda? Mandalay. He must be in hiding. Melissa without hesitation starts to run but is stopped by a grab on her wrist. Izuku. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Worried. Melissa. Koda is alone, I have to go after him. Izuku. Don't go, it's dangerous. Melissa. I can't leave a child alone in the woods. The blonde breaks the green-haired man's grip and starts running to where Koda's hiding place was. Izuku. Melissa. Mandalay. Where are you going? Melissa. I know where his hiding place is, keeps running. The green-haired boy was about to follow her, but he remembered someone, Yaoyorozu Momo. Izuku's heart raced wildly as he assessed the situation, but anxiety took over. A wave of panic clouded his mind and made his hands shake. The pressure of having to choose who to help paralyzed him, leaving him breathless. Having to choose between Yaoyorozu Momo, the person he's known for years and who helped him in his worst moments, or helping Melissa Shield, the person who makes him happy just by being near her, the person who shared his first kiss with him and changed his life in less than 2 months. Seconds turned into an eternity as Izuku fought with his own mind. Unable to make a decision, he crouched on the ground and curled into a ball. The voices of his classmates mingled in his head, a whirlwind of sounds that increased his desperation. He tried to concentrate, trying to find a solution, but anxiety wrapped around him like a heavy blanket, stifling any clear thought. Tears began to blur his vision as he struggled to control his labored breathing. The green-haired boy was suffering from an anxiety attack, but before he could continue, a hand lifted him up and a sharp slap brought him back to his senses. The one who helped him back was none other than his classmate Mineta. Mineta. Midoriya, calm down, everything will be okay. At first glance, the purple-haired man seemed confident in his words, but his hands were shaking. He was also afraid of the situation, fear permeated his entire body. But seeing how his partner was feeling, he knew he needed someone, and that someone would have to be him. Mineta. Everything will be okay, Midoriya. The heroes are looking after us, pointing at the pussycats. The green-haired boy looked at the situation and stood up to slap himself hard in the face. His purple-haired classmate was shocked. Izuku knew what he had to do. He knew who he had to choose between Yaoyorozu Momo or Melissa Shield. The answer was obvious. The green-haired boy didn't say anything and started running into the forest. Mandalay. What are you doing? Izuku. My job, with a lost face. The green-haired boy gathers a mass of water and creates a wave to ride it and advance at great speed within the enormous forest. Midoriya Izuku continued having a mental debate in his head, but of one thing he was sure: he is a bodyguard and he will be a bodyguard until the day he dies. Nothing else mattered. His feelings didn't matter, his doubts didn't matter, not even his life mattered. All that mattered at this moment was one thing: keeping Yaoyorozu Momo safe no matter the cost. The green-haired man had a blank expression. With the wave he'd created, he began to follow the route of the test of courage until he found Momo. Feelings that Melissa might be in danger were overwhelming him, but he simply ignored them and buried them deep inside. Along the way, the green-haired man saw Uraraka and Tsuyu being attacked by a blonde-haired villain. Both women had seen their classmate. Uraraka. Midoriya over here. Help us out. Tsuyu. Midoriya, I see. The green-haired man noticed the brunette had a cut on her arm. He immediately felt concerned, but he just turned his head and continued on. The brunette watched as her friend walked on, ignoring them. Uraraka. Am I? Midoriya. In shock. The protagonist tried to maintain his sanity, but every time he advanced, he found more companions. He could see how Tokiyami and Shoji were fighting each other, desperately asking for his help, but he ignored them. The heartbreaking screams that Tokiyami was making echoed in his mind. The deeper he went into the forest, the more people he found. He saw companions from 1B fainted, but he simply ignored them. The green-haired man was ignoring anyone other than Momo. He could hear their screams and how they were asking for help, but he completely ignored them. In his mind, he could hear Mandalay saying that the villain's target was Bakugo, but he didn't care. All that mattered to him was saving Yaoyorozu Momo, but the feelings of guilt he was having were too much. Izuku. Shit. The protagonist was being consumed by guilt. That feeling managed to distract him, causing him to get distracted for a moment and crash into a tree. When he got up, he heard a scream of pain again. He tried to ignore it, but this time he recognized that scream. The scream was Momo's. The protagonist begins to run as fast as he could and could see his friend who was fighting against Inomu. The black-haired girl was injured. She had a cut on her left arm. When Izuku saw the black-haired girl, his face went blank. The green-haired boy couldn't stand it anymore. He felt like he was going to go crazy, but a scream made him come back. Momo. Izuku. The green-haired boy, in a desperate attempt to protect himself from the overwhelming onslaught of emotions, forced himself to shut down his feelings. He convinced himself that there was no room for weakness in a situation like this, and that he needed to maintain his composure at all costs. Izuku began to run against the Nomu, and a pillar of ice with a very sharp point emerged from the grass that completely pierced the Nomu. The protagonist, looking around, saw that the black-haired girl was breathing heavily, while on the other side there was a classmate from Class 1B. The green-haired boy wanted to say something, but the Nomu got up and the hole in his stomach regenerated. Izuku. Let it end soon, muttering to himself. The green-haired boy took a stance and water began to float from the grass. Where the Nomu was standing, water came out of the grass and covered his legs, which immediately froze, paralyzing him right there. The floating water took the form of mini ice spears and quickly headed towards the Nomu, but it had no effect. The Nomu quickly broke the ice that had his legs and directed a strong blow at the closest one, who in this case was the boy from Class B. The green-haired boy was about to form a wall of ice to stop the Nomu, but an idea crossed his mind. If this fight were to drag on, he would need all the energy he could get, so he needed to save it and not use it. The green-haired boy watched in slow motion as the Nomu's blow was about to hit his partner, but he stopped dead in his tracks. Everyone was surprised. The Nomu stopped attacking and began to walk away from them. Momo. Did you do your job? So Bakugo. The black-haired girl creates a tracker and passes it to her classmate in Class B. Momo. Awase, use your gift and stick to that. The guy saw the object and quickly ran to the monster to weld it onto its back. The brunette watched the Nomu leave, and when she turned to her friend, she saw his face filled with terror. Momo. Are you okay? The green-haired boy reacted to the black-haired girl's words and turned to look at her. She changed her expression and tried to respond naturally. Izuku. Yes, I'm fine. Momo. Are you sure? The green-haired boy nodded. The truth is, the thought that he could protect Awase, but Awase preferred to save his energy, was eating away at his head. He was feeling fear Fear of himself and of what he was becoming. The villains had won. They had achieved their goal. That night, Bakugo Katsuki had been kidnapped, and several UA students were injured. Among those students was Melissa Shield, who had both arms shattered and was unconscious. In the following hours, everything was in chaos. The accident at the camp had become public, and the news was lynching UA for its incompetence. All the seriously injured were taken by ambulance to a nearby hospital, while those with minor injuries were being treated there. Melissa had already been taken by the paramedics, so now they were taking Yaoyorozu Momo to have her wounds checked. The green-haired man was clearly going to accompany her, but as he was getting into the ambulance, he could feel the stares of his colleagues. He kept his head down as he climbed into the vehicle, but he felt the pressure of those stares. Time passed. The brunette was resting on a stretcher, while Melissa was unconscious in the room next door. Izuku was talking on the phone in the hallway outside the brunette's room. He was talking to Momo's father, who had been informed of the situation. Mr. Yaoyorozu was at a business meeting abroad and would be returning to Japan in 3 days, which is why he didn't go to the hospital in person. Yaoyorozu. Well, why is my daughter hurt and you're completely unharmed? The man had a tone of annoyance in his voice. Izuku. We had separated for a UA activity, sir. Yaoyorozu. And it didn't occur to you to follow her. I'm paying you to be her bodyguard for a reason, aren't I? Izuku. Yes sir, but I was also part of the game. Yaoyorozu. I don't care, you're her bodyguard, I pay you to keep my daughter safe. I don't care in the slightest if you lose the opportunity to participate in a silly game. Annoyed. Izuku. Yes sir. Yaoyorozu. This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you fail again, you'll have to face the consequences. Izuku. Of course sir. Hearing that last comment from his boss, his skin prickled for a moment. For a moment, he'd remembered something that had happened a few weeks after he'd joined the Yaoyorozu, and fear had set in. Mr. Yaoyorozu had already hung up the call. The green-haired man turned to look at Melissa's room, but something was happening there. The medical staff was running toward the room, their faces tense and worried. The protagonist didn't want to look in that room, didn't want to see his friend in that situation. He didn't think he could bear the weight of that guilt, but he knew he had to. He started walking to the room to look in, and what he saw caused his blood pressure to drop. Melissa was convulsing violently, while the doctors and nurses frantically struggled to stabilize her. Izuku froze in the doorway, a feeling of anguish and despair washing over him, as the weight of guilt stalked him. The green-haired boy returned to reality when a nurse closed the door to the room. The protagonist walked slowly down the hallway to reach Yaoyorozu, but fell to the floor after a doctor bumped into him while entering Melissa's room. The protagonist didn't want to get up. He just wanted to cry on the floor, feeling like he would go mad at any moment. Izuku. I'm a bodyguard. I'm a bodyguard. I'm a bodyguard. Holding back tears. I'm just a failure. Treacherous tears escaped and ran down the green-haired boy's face. He tried to hold back his tears, but they just kept coming. Izuku's heart raced uncontrollably, anxiety trying to take hold of him again, his hands trembling. The protagonist was about to have another anxiety attack, but just when the green-haired boy thought he couldn't stand it anymore, he saw all the doctors start leaving the blonde's room. He only felt like a current ran through his body, and in a moment he started running to Melissa and peeked through the door, pushing a doctor out. The green-haired boy saw his friend and saw that she had stabilized and breathed a huge sigh of relief. The doctors looked at him angrily and kicked him out of the room, telling them not to interfere with their work. The green-haired boy sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, and breathed a sigh of relief. Izuku. I'm sorry, Mr. David. 2 days passed, and the entire Class 1A was gathered in Melissa's room, after she had just woken up. Although everyone was happy about it, the atmosphere in the room was a little tense due to the presence of one person, Midoriya Izuku. It was the first time they had seen the boy since the accident. Melissa. Did everyone in the class come? No one wanted to answer, but Iida stepped forward. Iida. No, Jiro and Hagakure are still unconscious from the villains, yes. Except for those two, everyone. Todoroki. Bakugo is not here. Mina. Todoroki. Melissa. I see, so we lost. A treacherous tear escapes the blonde. Melissa. My gift is to save people. I did my best to save Kota, but I couldn't help a classmate. Kirishima. Then let's save him this time. All his classmates were surprised. Kirishima. Actually, Todoroki and I came yesterday and heard that Yaoyorozu implanted a tracker into Inomu. Iida. Do you want Yaoyorozu to make another receiver? Todoroki. What's up? His blue-haired companion was going to respond angrily, but the green-haired one interferes and joins the conversation. Izuku. Did you at least ask Momo if she wants to do the other receiver, seriously? Todoroki. No. But there won't be any problems with that, right, Yaoyorozu? Momo. I'm not sure, I have to think about it. The black-haired girl wasn't sure about doing it, she would be putting her companions in danger. Kirishima. Yao Momo, please insisting. The green-haired man interferes. Izuku. Don't insist, Kirishima, he told you that he has to think about it. Calm down. During these last 2 days, the green-haired boy convinced himself daily that he did the right thing. After all, he is Yaoyorozu Momo's bodyguard, the others shouldn't matter to him. Kirishima. Don't get involved, Midoriya. Angry, how can you be so calm after what you did at camp? Melissa and Momo were surprised to see what Izuku had done at camp to upset their friend. The blonde didn't know why he was unconscious, and Momo didn't know either because the green-haired man hadn't told her anything. Momo. Kirishima, calm. Shoji. That's true. How can you be calm after you left us to our fate? The green-haired man just took a deep breath and let it out. Mineta. Please guys, let's calm down, trying to relax the atmosphere. Todoroki. Midoriya, you abandoned your comrades to their fate. You have no right to comment on your comrades. Rescue. Buddy Bakugo. Tokiyami. Todoroki is right, it's better not to talk. Midoriya sad about the situation. Momo. Hey guys, please stop, what's happening to you?
Kirishima. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with Midoriya, that he's abandoning his teammates? Izuku. Kirishima, watch your tone, don't talk to him like that. Shoji. Now you care about someone, but what about the others? You just ignore them while they're in danger. I saw you turn to look at me and then ignore me and leave. Midoriya. Angry. Mina. Please don't shout. Shoji. You only care about Yaoyorozu. And what about us? We're your comrades too. Melissa. Hey, stop it, we're in a hospital. The green-haired boy couldn't deny those words. He understood his classmates' anger and didn't blame them for it. The only one he blamed was himself. Izuku. You're right. I only care about her. The whole class remains silent, but a certain person breaks the silence and approaches the green-haired boy with his head bowed. Uraraka. Weren't we friends? Depressed, please tell me that everything that happened at camp was a lie. Please tell me that when you walked by me you didn't see me. The brunette's tears appeared, streaming down her face. Everyone was silent, waiting for the boy's response, but his reaction surprised everyone. A cold expression that didn't react even a millimeter. Izuku. Uraraka, please tell me it's all a lie. That I'm just hallucinating and seeing wrong, please. Izuku. Uraraka, if it were necessary, I'd sacrifice everyone in this room to save Momo. I don't care what you think or what you do as long as it doesn't affect Yaoyorozu Momo. I didn't join to be a hero, I didn't join to make friends, I joined because my job and only goal is to keep her safe, because I'm her bodyguard. The silence remained in the room. Several of his classmates looked down, others were upset, others sad, but one was downright angry, and that was Kirishima. Although he wasn't present as he was in reinforcement, he heard everything the protagonist had done and it was unforgivable. For him, his companions were everything. He wanted to be a hero just like that man. In the end, everything is like the saying in an anime. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. It's true, but those who abandon a friend are worse than scum. At this point, for the redhead, Izuku was worse than scum. He couldn't trust him, much less consider him a companion. Out of anger, Kirishima approaches the protagonist and punches him in the face. Kirishima. What are you saying? Are we nothing to you? How can you say that to us? Everyone was shocked, and some tried to stop Kirishima, who was completely enraged by Midoriya.
The green-haired man simply cleaned himself up, seeming to not care at all about the situation.
Izuku. You're right, Kirishima, you guys are nothing to me.
An overwhelming silence fell. No one wanted to say anything, something the green-haired man noticed, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces. He could also see the worried and confused expressions on his friends' faces.
Izuku. I'm ruining the mood, I'd better go. Get well, Melissa. The green-haired boy turns around and leaves the room. As he leaves, he lets out a sigh and walks over to a vending machine to lean against its side. The remorse of leaving his classmates was consuming him. Sometimes he wondered what would have happened if he had never taken this job, what would have happened if they had never had a financial problem and he had become the hero he wanted to be. The weight of guilt was slowly killing the green-haired boy until he slapped his face hard with both hands. Izuku regains his composure and begins to inhale and exhale deeply, then says to himself. Izuku. I'm a bodyguard. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo's bodyguard and nothing more. Minutes passed, the green-haired man waiting patiently outside the room. A few minutes later, the black-haired woman emerged.
Type. Izuku. The brunette already knew everything. Her companions had told her what had happened at the camp, but she still needed to hear her friend's version of events. So the brunette shook the green-haired man's hand and they left the hospital to head to the nearest cafe. The girl quickly ordered 2 coffees and a couple of cookies and stared her bodyguard in the eye.
Momo. Are you okay? Worried Izuku. Of course, why wouldn't I be?
The brunette didn't like that answer. She knew the green-haired man very well and noticed that he'd been acting very strange these past 2 days. She assumed it could be because of the villain's attack, but if what they said was true, perhaps his behavior was due to something else.
Momo. Are you sure? Izuku. Yes, more than sure, forcing his smile. Momo. Don't you want to talk about what happened at camp? The green-haired man remained silent for a few seconds and thought about what he was going to say. Izuku. What do you want to know? Momo. Anything you want to tell me.
The green-haired boy tells the black-haired girl everything relevant, only recounting the deeds he did to save her. Upon hearing everything, the black-haired girl realizes that what she'd been told was true. Midoriya Izuku had ignored his classmates. The black-haired girl knew that everything he did was for her. She couldn't blame him, but she knew he'd never do this. Doing this must have been too much for him.
Momo. Are you sure you're okay? You know you can tell me anything you want. We're friends. Izuku. Of course, Momo, I'm fine. If I feel sick, I wouldn't be able to take care of you. Forcing a small laugh, which didn't quite convince the brunette, she knew something was up. Besides, her response wasn't as if she were talking to a friend. She knew he wouldn't tell her anything else, so she decided to change the subject. Momo. What do you think about going to save Bakugo? Izuku. That would be tremendously irresponsible, we should leave it to the professionals. Momo. But Kirishima and Todoroki are going to save him, and it seems that Melissa will go too. Izuku. As I said, it's tremendously irresponsible, they are putting themselves in danger and possibly hindering the hero's work. Momo. But aren't you worried about Bakugo? They're childhood friends. You should be worried about something.
Izuku. What worries me most is you. Katsuki and I broke up since he started acting like a jerk. I hope they save him, but he's not my concern.
Type. The brunette didn't understand what was happening to her friend. He had changed drastically. It was as if he were a programmed robot whose sole purpose was to protect. Izuku. You should drink your tea, it's getting cold. The brunette grabs the cup and starts taking sips, wondering what's happening. Momo. You know something. I'll also go save Bakugo. The protagonist frowns. Izuku. I can't allow that. You can't just go and risk yourself for someone like you're doing. Momo. Izuku, you and I are the class representatives. I have to go to keep Todoroki, Kirishima, and Melissa from getting into danger. Izuku. But just by going, you're already putting yourselves in danger. It's foolish. Think about it carefully, Momo. Your job as president has limits, and this is one of them. Momo. You may be right, but as a future heroine it is my duty. The green-haired man was losing his patience. Izuku. But you're not going to be a hero, you just need the license to. Trying to control himself. The green-haired boy was getting more and more agitated. The black-haired girl had realized a while ago that this bothered the green-haired boy, but she had to get him to this if she wanted to know what was going on. Momo. Izuku, I'll go whether you like it or not. They're our classmates. Izuku. Well, those companions are worthless. You'll risk your life.
Momo. Is Melissa worthless? Izuku. Momo. Is your Melissa-chan worthless? Izuku. The protagonist didn't know how to respond. He knew he had to respond, but he knew that what he would say was not what he truly felt. Momo. Izuku answers, by chance. The girl couldn't continue speaking when she felt her friend instantly stand up from the table and cover her mouth with his hand. The girl looked at her friend in surprise. She had never seen him so serious. Izuku. Your tea is getting cold. The boy takes his hand away and sits back down. A silence had formed between them. For the first time, Momo felt that gaze from his friend. The boy was in a mess, but all he could do was cling to the role he'd been assigned. The feeling of not wanting to leave Melissa alone after seeing her in the hospital was eating away at him. Izuku. Okay, let's save Katsuki. Yaoyorozu was surprised. She didn't think he was going to give in after refusing and not changing his position. Izuku. But I want you to know that I'm only going to protect you, not to look after the others. We'll go to Katsuki and get him out without any conflict. Is that clear? The brunette nods as she tries to figure out what had happened for her friend to end up like this. Izuku. And your tea got cold, do you want me to order you another one? Momo. No. Time passed and it had already gotten dark. Everyone who was going to go was at the hospital door except for the green-haired man and the black-haired woman, but within minutes they had both arrived. Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, thanks for coming. Momo. I think I'll go with them so I can stop them if something happens. The two-colored and the redhead stared at the protagonist. The two-colored just looked at him indifferently, but his other companion was irritated that he had come, but he knew his help was needed. Besides, Kirishima trusts Yaoyorozu, so he'll do his best to cooperate together. The green-haired boy, noticing the silence, decided to speak up so his companions would stop staring at him. Izuku. I just came to protect Momo. Kirishima. We already know, you made it clear before, he answered irritably. The whole group started walking, but after a few steps they found Iida who had gotten in their way. Iida. Why are the same people who tried to stop me doing this? Looking at the two-colored man and the blonde who has been silent all day, you guys who stopped me when I got carried away. Why do you want to make the same mistake as me? Kirishima. What are you talking about? Iida. UA is already in a bad position, why do you want to do this? Looking at the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl, you are the class representatives, why are you allowing this to continue? Momo. We can't force them not to do this, that's why we accompany them. As class president I have the obligation to take care of my classmates. Todoroki. Besides, we're not going to fight, we just want to rescue Bakugo without anyone noticing. Iida. But, the blonde, who had been silent since that argument at the hospital, as if she were mulling something over, decided to speak up. Melissa. Iida, we aspire to be heroes. If we see someone in danger, we decide to go and rescue them. I haven't been with you guys for long, and I don't know you well, but I do know one thing. We all aspire to the same thing, saving people. Bakugo is our partner, and we have a chance to rescue him. Why not take it? After saying that, the blonde turns her gaze and looks at Izuku. They both locked eyes for a second, and the protagonist quickly turns his head, avoiding her gaze. The blonde continued speaking. Melissa. Also, we have a responsibility to help those who don't ask for our help, to help those who are suffering in silence. The green-haired boy felt a current running through his body and swallowed, an intuition telling him that the blonde had noticed something. Iida. Then I'll go with you. Everyone was surprised by their partner's decision, they hadn't expected it. Iida. But before, Midoriya, I didn't trust you, but I do. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Melissa and Kirishima. The green-haired boy just nodded, and everyone continued on their way. The teenagers took the train to another city. On the train, the green-haired boy sat next to the brunette. and in front of them were the two-toned boy and the redhead, while on the other side were the blonde and the blue-haired boy. Everyone was talking about what they would do, but the blonde stood up from her seat and approached the green-haired boy. "Melissa, can we talk privately?" The green-haired man remained silent for a few seconds, thinking he was going to reject her, but before he could speak, his friend spoke for him. "Momo. Yes, I'm sure you can talk in private." The protagonist turned to look at Yaoyorozu. Momo really didn't like Midoriya talking to the blonde, but she knew that maybe this could help her friend. After all, the change in his attitude at the cafeteria was just from mentioning her. "Izuku. Kuro. Momo. Calm down, our friends are here, nothing will happen." The green-haired man didn't want to talk to Melissa. He didn't have the courage to look her in the face. He had a bad feeling that if he spoke to her, his mask would fall off at any moment. But he couldn't refuse this anymore. He had to face it. So he just stood up from his seat and followed her. They both walked further ahead and sat in other seats. The green-haired man remained completely silent, avoiding her gaze. "Melissa, since I arrived in Japan, I think this is the first time I've stopped to look at the sky, and it's beautiful, don't you think?" The blonde stared out the train window, her eyes fixed on the vast canvas of the starry sky. That night was absolutely beautiful. The green-haired man took a deep breath, trying to relax, and spoke. "Izuku. Yes, the truth is that the night is beautiful today. Melissa. I wish I could see a night like this every day." The blonde turned to look at the green-haired man and they both exchanged glances again, but the green-haired man instantly turned his head and avoided looking into her eyes. "Izuku. Yes, I wish it could be like that." The blonde approached the green-haired man and grabbed his chin so he would look at her face. "Melissa. Why are you avoiding me now?" The green-haired man was surprised by the blonde's action, but he still couldn't look her in the eyes. "Izuku. Yo, Melissa. I just woke up today and just found out what happened at camp. To be honest, I know something must have happened at camp for you to be acting this way, because when I woke up you seemed like a different person than you usually are." The girl tried to read the boy's gestures, but he simply avoided looking her in the eyes. "Melissa. I'm not going to force you to tell me that, I'll listen to it when you want to tell me, but even so. I don't understand why you avoid looking at me." "Izuku. The protagonist didn't know what to answer, but the blonde kept insisting. "Melissa. Izuku, why are you avoiding me?" The protagonist remained silent thinking, but again his friend insisted. "Melissa. Please tell me, Izuku. Tell me why from one day to the next you can't see my face. Did I do something wrong?" "Izuku. No. The truth is that." He breathes deeply and looks into her eyes. The boy takes a deep breath. He had to get rid of the emotions that were interfering with him, and to do that, he had to nip one of his many current problems in the bud. "Izuku. You're right. Something happened at camp to change my attitude, and I realized my mistake. I'm Momo's bodyguard, and I'd sacrifice anyone, to keep her safe, including you, Melissa." The blonde was a little shocked by the answer but knew that what he was saying wasn't true. "Melissa. You're lying. I know you're lying, Izuku, and I told you not to call me Melissa, that for you my name is Melissa-chan." "Izuku. You're wrong, Melissa. I'm not lying to you. At camp, I felt like you were in danger. My whole body was screaming at me that you were in danger and that I had to go help you, but I still chose Momo over you. You're nothing to me, you're just the girl I needed to give a gift to." The green-haired boy expected the blonde to react badly and slap him, but that never happened. Instead she was totally serious. "Melissa. Stop calling me that and start being honest, Izuku. I know you're lying, head down." "Izuku. I'm not lying, I really," interrupted. "Melissa. Stop lying. I can totally see you crying while you say that." The green-haired man is surprised and touches his face to realize that it was true. He hadn't realized when his eyes started to water. "Melissa. I know you're Momo's bodyguard. That's precisely why I met you, and I know better than anyone that you're her bodyguard. Maybe the camp thing is true, but let me make something clear to you. I decided to become a hero, and I know the dangers that come with it. And I told you, my name is Melissa-chan." The green-haired boy quickly began to wipe his tears, but the blonde took his hands and looked at his face. They both exchanged glances. Melissa changed her expression to one full of determination, while Izuku tried to stop his tears. The green-haired boy didn't want the blonde to look at him like that and tried to look away, but Melissa wouldn't let him do that again. She leaned forward, joining her lips with Izuku's. Within a second, they separated, and Izuku's eyes were filled with different emotions that he couldn't understand. Melissa, I know something has you in this state and I promise that I will do everything possible to help you. Izuku. Melissa, yo. Melissa. That's not my name. Izuku. Melissa-chan. The blonde's face couldn't help but smile, she had just made a breakthrough. Izuku. He stared at his friend who just smiled sincerely. Thank you. The green-haired boy starts wiping away his tears, and the blonde helps him. After a while, they both return to where the others were. After a while, they reached their destination and decided to use disguises, so they went to a nearby store, each dressed in a different costume. They all walked and came to a narrow alley right next to the sign. They walked down the alley until they stood under a small window with metal bars. Todoroki. We can go in there, but we won't be able to see because of the darkness. Momo. I can create vision lenses. Kirishima. No need Yaoyorozu, I brought this with me, taking out a pair of night vision binoculars. Todoroki. Bien, Kirishima. And the bicolor was going to mention the green-haired one, but to avoid drama he decides that someone else will look inside the structure. Todoroki. Melissa, you guys watch. Midoriya and I will carry you. Following the two-colored man's orders, both teenagers climbed on top of the protagonist and the two-colored man. The redhead used his binoculars, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Todoroki. What's wrong? What do you see, Kirishima? The completely terrified redhead passes the binoculars to the blonde. Kirishima. Back left. Melissa. Look. The blonde listened and looked where her partner indicated, surprised. Melissa. What are those things? Surprised. Izuku. What do you mean? Kirishima. Nomus. All the students were surprised. It wasn't just one or two Nomus, there were dozens of Nomus. They hadn't spent even a few seconds thinking about the situation when they noticed that outside the alley was the pro-hero Mount Lady, charging a kick against the structure. The heroine's attack made a huge hole. Several other heroes were with them and neutralized all the Nomus there. Apparently, that place was the hangar where the Nomus were kept. The teenagers were watching the scene and heard that All Might was aware of the situation. Iida. The heroes were already acting before we arrived, relieved. Izuku. Then let's get out of here, we'll only hinder their work. Kirishima. Wait, Izuku. Kirishima, I know you're upset with me, but don't let that cloud your judgment. You heard, just like everyone else, that you're on an operation with All Might. We won't do anything but get in the way. Besides, it seems Katsuki isn't around here, so we can't do anything else. The redhead knew he was right, but hearing the protagonist give orders bothered him too much. The teenager just clenched his fists tightly. Kirishima. Okay. All the students started to leave, but they only took a few steps to hear a deep voice and the entire hangar shatter. All the heroes there had been defeated in a matter of seconds, and half of the hangar was missing. Tamura was finally starting to think and decide for himself. I wish they hadn't interfered. There was no time to think. It was a matter of an instant in everything that had happened. The presence of that man was terrifying. All the students at UA were terrified and couldn't move. For Izuku, that presence reminded him of when Mr. Yaoyorozu was totally angry. He knew firsthand that such a presence meant danger and that they should leave immediately. Suddenly, the green-haired man felt someone grabbing his clothes on his arm and realized it was Yaoyorozu, who was holding her breath to make as little noise as possible. Izuku. Vamonos to Leve. No one could move because of the fear they felt. The protagonist was about to carry the brunette out of there, but a familiar voice brought everyone back to their senses. Bakugo. Damn, what the hell? The ash-haired boy was coughing while around him some portals appeared where the League of Villains began to emerge. Shigaraki. Sensei. You failed again, Tamura, but don't be discouraged. Try again. I brought your partners, even this kid you thought was an important piece. Do it as much as you need to. That's why I'm here. Extending a hand to the villain. It's all for you. The students were still scared,
But they knew they had to get out of there as quickly as possible. One false move could alert the villains. You are here. The teenagers had broken into a cold sweat, but the villain wasn't referring to them, but to All Might, who came from the sky to clash fists against him. All Might. I'll make you give it all back, all for one. AFO. Will you kill me again, All Might? The two began to fight frantically. The pale-haired boy tried to escape but was surrounded by the villains, who began to attack him. The green-haired boy made his decision and grabbed the black-haired girl's hand to get out of there, but was stopped by his partner Ida. Izuku. Release me, Ida. What are you doing, Midoriya? Izuku. Retreat, we'll only get in the way. Everyone agreed with him, but seeing that Bakugo was fighting for his freedom prevented them from just leaving. Melissa. There must be a way to save Bakugo without fighting. Izuku. There isn't one, Melissa. One must know when to retreat, and this is one of those cases. Todoroki. But we haven't even tried. Izuku. Because if we try we could die in the process. Momo. Wait, Izuku. There must be a way, Izuku. You too, Momo? Momo. We can't just abandon him, we have to do something. The green-haired boy began to scratch his head to vent his frustration, but to no avail. He looked for a second at the situation his former childhood best friend was in and gave a small sigh. Izuku. Do you really want to risk that much for Katsuki? Kirishima. Izuku. Okay, maybe there is a way, but only on one condition. Todoroki. Which one? Izuku. It's only for Momo, the condition. The green-haired man looks the black-haired woman in the eyes. Izuku. Momo, if we do this, I want you to do everything I tell you from this moment until it's over, and from today on I will no longer accept your whims of putting yourself at risk. The black-haired girl accepts without hesitation, so the green-haired boy looks at the others. Izuku. The plan depends entirely on Katsuki, and to make it work perfectly, Kirishima is the key. Todoroki. Okay, give us more details. The protagonist tells them that Bakugo knows what situation he and All Might are in, so he tells them that the little redhead knows that he must flee as soon as possible to stop hindering the symbol of peace. The protagonist tells them the plan in detail and they put it into action. Kirishima used his hardening, while Melissa and Iida are his propellants. The three of them went through the wall, and as soon as it opens, Todoroki used his quirk to create an ice ramp that will be the path for them. They crossed the battlefield at a height that the villains could not reach. The villains tried to knock them down, but All Might prevented it. The redhead extends his hand to the little redhead and he uses his quirk to rise to the height and take him by the hand. All the villains were watching to make sure Bakugo did not escape, so the others took advantage of this and quickly left the scene. The green-haired boy was walking away from there with Yaoyorozu, who was holding his hand while his bicolored companion followed them. The three arrived where more people were being evacuated by heroes, so they joined them. The green-haired boy takes out his phone and calls Melissa to ask if they are safe. The woman answers yes, which makes the protagonist happy and hangs up. As they walked, they see that they have reached a safe zone, but on a large screen nearby, they see that All Might was fighting with AFO, but the symbol of peace looked like a bag of skeletons. Everyone was surprised by the hero's appearance but still continued to support him to defeat the villain. The fight between the two was intense, but in the end, the winner was All Might. Everyone was euphorically celebrating the hero's victory. The fight had just ended at dawn, just the day Yaoyorozu's father returned to Japan. Hours passed. The green-haired man had just brought the brunette home after returning to the city. He was about to leave the mansion to go to sleep, but someone stopped him. Servant. Mr. Yaoyorozu is waiting for you in his office. Izuku. Am I returning to Japan? Servant. Yes, and he seems very upset. The green-haired man broke into a cold sweat at his last comment. He knew he was in deep trouble for him to be upset. The protagonist climbed the stairs and reached the office door. The door was being guarded by Joe, who opened it and let him in. Upon entering, the green-haired man saw that they were the only ones in the room, and his boss's expression wasn't very pleasant, to say the least. Izuku. Mr. Yaoyorozu, I hope you had a pleasant flight. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Izuku, stop the trivialities and let's get to the point. Annoyed. Izuku. Yes, Mr. Yaoyorozu. I heard somewhere that you took my daughter to where All Might was fighting that villain, is that true?
The green-haired man gulped. This was not a good sign for him. Izuku. Yes, that's right. Mr. Yaoyorozu. I see. The head of the Yaoyorozu grabs a bottle of whiskey that he had on the desk and throws it with force at the door, grazing the protagonist's head. Mr. Yaoyorozu. What the hell was going through your head, taking my daughter to that place? Your job is to keep her safe, not put her in danger. Mr. Ayato was furious with the green-haired man. He tried to stay calm, but he couldn't. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Answer me. What the hell happened to put my daughter in danger like that? Izuku. We went to rescue a friend. A wine bottle grazed the protagonist's face and crashed into the door. Mr. Yaoyorozu. A classmate. You risked my daughter for a damn classmate. What's wrong with you? This is the third time my daughter's in danger, Izuku. 3 times in 1 damn year. I forgave you the first time. But what about these last 2? You let my daughter get hurt, and then you led her straight to where the danger is. And all this in less than a damn week. All this in less than a fucking week. Mr. Yaoyorozu violently throws all the things off his desk. He begins to breathe to regain his composure and sits back in his chair, looking into the green-haired man's eyes. Mr. Yaoyorozu. What am I going to do with you, Izuku? Do you want to go back to your old life and be poor again? Because I can. If you want, I can fire you and your mom and make sure you can't get jobs for the rest of your lives. Do you want me to do that, Izuku? Answer me. Izuku. No, Senior Yaoyorozu. The boy didn't want Momo's father to get angrier than he already was. The black-haired man was taking deep breaths to calm himself down, and he succeeded. He looked at Izuku seriously and told him there was a way for him to keep his job. Mr. Yaoyorozu. There is a way that I won't fire you and your mother. Do you want to know which one? Izuku. Yes, Mr. Yaoyorozu, I'll do anything. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Cut the problem at its root. It's the only way to fix this. Eliminate every single member of the League of Villains. Mr. Yaoyorozu's words were a cold shower for Midoriya. In all his years with him, this was the first time he'd asked him to kill a human being. The protagonist was quiet and lost in his own thoughts, but was pulled out by his boss's voice. Mr. Yaoyorozu. What's wrong? Do you want me to fire you? Irritated. Izuku. No, I'll do it. Let me fix my mistakes, bowing his head in forgiveness. Mr. Yaoyorozu. This is the last time I'm giving you a chance like this. I've invested so much in you that you'll end up being a failure. Izuku. Yes, Sir Yaoyorozu, swallowing deeply. Mr. Yaoyorozu. In a few days, I'll personally send you the location of the League of Villains. I want all those villains dead. Izuku. Of course, Mr. Yaoyorozu. Mr. Yaoyorozu. And one more thing, Izuku. The protagonist looks at the black-haired man. Mr. Yaoyorozu. I'm your boss, my daughter isn't yet. My orders are your priority, so if my daughter asks you to go rescue a friend and put herself in danger, you'll avoid it no matter what. You're just keeping her safe. Do I make myself clear? Izuku. Senior Yaoyorozu. Mr. Yaoyorozu. You are mine, your life belongs to me, and I can discard it if it's no longer of use to me. Remember that before you make a mistake and harm yourself. Izuku. Senior Yaoyorozu host. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Now go back and take these days off until the UA opens again. The green-haired boy heads for the door and walks out. As he closes it, he pauses for a few seconds and gulps at what he'll have to do. He still remembers watching his favorite All Might video with his mother when he was 4, dreaming of being a hero who would save everyone with a smile, but he was increasingly moving away from that reality. Joe. Hey kid. The green-haired man directs his gaze to his superior. Joe. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Remember, the League of Villains aren't innocent people, they're criminals who have committed crimes classified as terrorism. For Izuku, the head of security is someone who has always cared for his well-being and taught him many things. He's the closest thing to a father figure he's ever had. Izuku. But they are people just like us, we have no right to take their lives. Joe. Please Izuku, a year ago you caught some Yakuza and we tortured and killed them. This isn't that different from that time, the only difference is that this time you won't turn a blind eye and you'll see the dirty work behind it. Izuku. Yes, but His superior was right, it wasn't the first time they'd killed someone who had attacked the Yaoyorozu, but he never expected him to be the one to take their lives. Joe approached the teenager and placed his hand on his head. Joe, relax, you're not doing anything wrong, you're just doing your job. Remember who you're doing it for and move on. The first person he thought of was his mother. Remembering his mother's former situation annoyed him. She worked so hard, and they could barely make ends meet. He didn't want them to go back to that situation. For that reason, he kept most of the money he'd earned in investments so that those funds would be larger in case of an emergency in the future. Joe, is that okay? Izuku. Yes. The green-haired man continues on his way and begins to leave the Yaoyorozu mansion, but a voice stops him before he can leave. Momo. Izuku. The green-haired boy looks at the brunette. Are you okay? Did something happen with my father? Worried. Izuku. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Smiling. We just talked for a while about some unimportant things, don't worry about it. The black-haired girl already knew that something had happened. Screams and things breaking had been heard from her father's office, plus the green-haired boy had been acting strange since the camp, and now that this normal one wasn't giving her a good signal. Momo. You know you can count on me for anything, right? At the end of the day, we're friends. Izuku. Of course I know, Momo, I'm your friend and also your bodyguard. Smiling. Don't worry, nothing bad happened. The brunette felt increasingly uneasy about the situation. Izuku. I have to leave you, you have to rest, and so do I, we'll talk from there. Saying goodbye. Momo. Yes, of course, take care. The black-haired girl just watched as her friend left. She knew something had happened and she was going to find out what it was, so she quickly went to confront her father to get the answers. She entered her father's office and saw that he wasn't in a good mood. Mr. Yaoyorozu. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Grumpily. Momo. What did you say to Izuku? Sr. Yaoyorozu. I'm sorry. Momo. Of course it concerns me, he is my bodyguard after all. Mr. Yaoyorozu. He's your bodyguard because I ordered him to be. I'm his boss, you're not yet, so don't get involved in this. Momo. But it will be one day, so I want to know what you told him. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Why so much concern for a damn bodyguard? Annoyed. He's just another pawn who will be useful in the future. A pawn who would give his life for you, a pawn who will protect you with his teeth, but right now, he belongs to me. Midoriya Izuku belongs to me and he will obey all the orders I give him. So now that we're talking about this, don't ever give him those orders to go rescue a comrade or any that put you in danger. Momo. But father. Mr. Yaoyorozu. No, father, nothing. The only reason you're going to a hero academy is so the Yaoyorozu can compete in the hero market by starting a hero agency. And stop worrying about a damn bodyguard. We're the Yaoyorozu, they should bow to us. Not you. Do you want to know what I said to your damn bodyguard? Momo. Yes, Mr. Yaoyorozu. The next time you don't do your damn job right, you're fired. Back with the protagonist, he has just arrived home and sees his mother and Melissa talking in the kitchen. Inko. Izuku. His mother started running to her son and hugged him. Inko. You had me so worried. Aren't you hurt? Checking her son. Izuku. I'm fine, Mom, you don't have to worry, you know I'm strong. Inko. But I still care about you, I'm your mother. Hugging him. The green-haired boy hugs his mother back and looks at the blonde. Izuku. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Melissa. I was waiting for you. Izuku. I see, well I'll go rest. Inko. Aren't you going to eat first? I made katsudon, your favorite. One thing his mother knew very well about her son was that the green-haired boy was a fan of katsudon. If it were up to him, he'd devour a whole pot of it. The blonde, who had been living with them for a few weeks, also realized that the protagonist had some kind of addiction to that dish, but the green-haired boy's answer baffled them. Izuku. No thanks, I'm not hungry. Inko. What, are you sure you're okay? Izuku. Yes Mom, I'm just tired. Melissa. But you slept a little on the train back. Izuku. It's just, I slept badly, I really want to go to sleep. That answer didn't convince either of them, but they let him go to his room. Upon entering his room, he threw himself onto the bed and began to remember what happened at camp. the hospital, rescuing Bakugo, and now having to kill the League of Villains. It was all too much for him, but he knew he had to do it, he had to move on. He began to remember his life when everything was so easy and he dreamed of being like All Might, but if that 4-year-old boy looked at him now, he'd be scared. A treacherous tear escaped from his eye. He began to wipe it but felt a knock on the door, so he hid his face in his pillow. Inko. Son, I forgot to tell you that a little while ago, I got a call from work and tomorrow I have to go on a business trip for about 2 weeks. Izuku. My mother. Inko. Are you sure you're okay? Worried. Izuku. You're a mom. Inko. I see, rest Izuku. I love you. The mother leaves the room and closes the room. Izuku. I love you too, Mom. The green-haired man sighed and tried to fall asleep. After a while, he managed to do so. The next day, the green-haired man said goodbye to his mother and wished her luck on her work trip. The green-haired man and the blonde were completely alone. Melissa. Hey Izuku, can we walk for a while? Izuku. No thanks Melissa-chan, I'm still tired so I'm going to bed. The blonde wasn't convinced by the answer. How could anyone be tired after sleeping all day yesterday? Melissa. A scientific study says walking relaxes the mind. Izuku. The protagonist reconsidered the offer. Izuku. Well, okay, let's go for a walk. Melissa. Great. The two young men left the house and began walking toward a nearby park. Along the way, the green-haired man remained silent. Melissa. With everything that's happened lately, it feels good to be able to relax a little, don't you think? Izuku. Yeah, I guess so. Melissa. Although I feel a little guilty relaxing now after Uncle Might has retired, scratching the back of his neck. Izuku. Yes, All Might retired, thoughtful. The green-haired man remained silent after saying that. The blonde noticed it and took him out of his thoughts. Melissa. Izuku. Izuku. Oh, sorry, but look on the bright side, your uncle defeated All for one so you don't have to worry so much about beating him anymore. Melissa. Well yes, but that still doesn't mean I have to stop training hard like I am. Everyone else has had their gifts for over a decade and I received it this year, so I have to work hard if I want to be on par. Izuku. Well, tell that to those you beat in the sports tournament laughing. Melissa. But I only won because I had my support items. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't had them. Izuku. Yes, but that doesn't take away the fact that you won, it's not like someone gave you first place. Melissa. You're right, but even if I have to give everything for those who trust me. Izuku. Yes, give everything for those who trust you. He became thoughtful again. The blonde couldn't stay calm. The changes she'd been going through with the green-haired man, his strange behavior after the camp, but since they arrived, he'd changed dramatically. And now that he was thoughtful during the conversation, she was making it clear that the problem was still there. Melissa. Hey, Izuku. Oh yes, tell me. Melissa. You know, Izuku, the words I said to you on the train weren't empty. Do you want to talk about what's been bothering you? If you don't want to talk about it, I'm not going to force you. The green-haired man thought about it for a bit and decided to speak. Izuku. Melissa-chan, did I ever tell you how I became a bodyguard for the Yaoyorozu? Melissa. No, you always change the subject when we talked on the phone. Izuku. Before I worked with them, I lived with my mother alone. My father worked abroad so I didn't see him much. We were happy. Back then I dreamed of being a hero like All Might. They were good times with a nostalgic smile, but one day my father passed away and my mother had to get several jobs to bring bread to the table. I helped my mother in whatever I could, but I never felt like I was doing enough, plus at school they bullied me, so to defend myself I taught myself to fight. One day I went to the public library to read books on how to make money. Laughing now, that sounds very silly to me, it's not like reading a book was going to make me rich overnight. The green-haired man stopped talking and took a deep breath. He felt a hand on his back, calming him. Melissa placed her hand on his back, and they both sat down on a nearby bench. As soon as they sat down, the green-haired man continued his story. Izuku. Looking for a book, I found Momo, who had escaped to read a book, and her bodyguards were looking for her everywhere. I helped her get out of there, but they caught us anyway. They wanted to take me to where her father was and I didn't want to. I thought they were drug dealers, so as soon as I felt them touch my shoulder I put him in a key and knocked him to the ground. It didn't help much either, because they outnumbered me, so I stopped resisting laughing. Momo's father had seen everything and offered me a job, and as you can imagine, yes, it is a bodyguard, but that's for now. Her father wants me as Momo's personal assistant. Momo's father gave me a job, a better education, a good friend, and got my mother a job that makes her super happy. I owe too much to her father. The green-haired boy began to lower his voice and ducked his head to avoid looking at the blonde, but he felt her hand begin to caress his back to calm him down. Izuku, if a person who has given me everything asked me to do something, let's say something bad, very bad, what should I do? Melissa, is Momo's dad forcing you to do something? Izuku, no, it's not Momo's father. It's someone random, a hypothetical case. For the blonde it was obvious that she was referring to Momo's father, there was no point in trying to hide it. Melissa, well, it's difficult, but I would say that as long as it doesn't go against your own values and principles, you could do it. Izuku, what if what he's asking of me goes against my principles and values? Melissa, I wouldn't know what to tell you. Izuku, I see. The blonde gently grabs his head and makes him lean on her shoulder. Melissa, you'd have to give me some time to think about the answer. I don't think that can be decided in a while. Izuku, yes, you're right. And where did you read that walking relaxes the mind? Melissa, I made that up. I just wanted you to get out of the house so you'd feel better. Izuku, via, Melissa, and did it help you? Izuku, yes, it did help me, thanks Melissa-chan. Days passed. The green-haired man trained daily to stay calm and think clearly. On the fourth day, Mr. Yaoyorozu's message arrived, sending him the location of an abandoned aquarium. A black car had picked him up, so he climbed in silently. After a few hours, he reached his destination and infiltrated the place. He infiltrated through the roof and entered through the ventilation duct. He advanced further and further until he began to hear voices. He began to get closer to them and arrived where the League of Villains was. He still couldn't attack. Not everyone was there, so it wasn't time yet. Looking below, he saw that the aquarium still had water in its fish tanks, although they were in very poor condition. Twice. I love this place. This place sucks. Toga. Everything is so abandoned and ugly. I like it. Is this going to be the new base? Shigaraki. No, this is just a temporary shelter. Irritated. Mr. Compress. And it looks so good, perfect for a magic trick, taking out a deck of cards. Toga. I want to see. Do that thing again. Twice. Yes, I love it. Boring. Like. Callants. Magna. Come on Dobby, let's have some fun. The scarred black-haired man just clicks his tongue and starts exploring the place. Twice, Toga, Magna, and Mr. Compress put on a magic show, while Shigaraki stands on the sidelines. Shigaraki. Kurogiri Dam, where the hell did you go? Spinner. I think I heard him say he was going to look for someone. Shigaraki. This isn't the time for that. We have to. A portal appears in the center of everything and a guy in a suit with a black mass on his head comes out of it along with another person with white hair. Kurogiri. Sorry for the delay. Shigaraki. Let it not happen again. Before they could continue their conversation, the green-haired man burst out of the vent and landed on top of Kurogiri, digging in with the ice claws he'd made from his sweat. The green-haired man had dug his claws into Kurogiri's head, killing the villain instantly. Shigaraki. Kurogiri. In shock. The green-haired man had fallen on top of the villain's body. When he got up from the ground, he saw that his hands were covered in blood. Everyone was in shock at the death of their companion and the sudden appearance of the protagonist. Shigaraki. Kurogiri. The first to react from the League of Villains was the blonde who had thrown herself with her knife at the green-haired man who was on his back. Toga. Die you damn idiot. The protagonist was in shock, seeing the villain's blood on his hands caught him off guard. The boy's mind was blank, trying to process what he had done, but there was no time for that. The protagonist felt like he was going to be attacked from behind, and in a moment the water in the entire aquarium began to shake. In a swift movement, a huge blade of water came out, breaking the glass and cutting the girl. Being a sudden attack, the attack had not entirely hit the target and ended up cutting both of her legs. The teenager's screams were not long in coming, and her cries of pain were heard throughout the aquarium. Twice got angry at what they did to his friend and used his gift, appearing dozens of his clones that went against the green-haired boy. The clones were inches from the protagonist, but several sharp pillars of ice appeared underneath the clones, piercing them. The ice pillars headed towards the villain, who could only watch as the pillars quickly destroyed his clones to get to him, until finally it was his turn and 5 pillars pierced him completely. Shigaraki. Damn it, don't attack like crazy. Coordinate. Magna used his gift and the green-haired boy began to float and was quickly dragged to where the blonde was, who was being protected by Mr. Compress and Magna. The green-haired boy used his bloodbending on both villains and they were completely paralyzed. A huge pillar of ice came out of a glass panel, piercing both villains. The green-haired boy stopped floating and fell into a pool of blood next to Toga, who was screaming in pain. The girl's screams clouded the boy's mind. He wasn't thinking clearly about what he was doing, so he had to nip the problem in the bud. The green-haired boy got up and was about to finish off the blonde to put her out of her suffering, but a blue fire appeared on his side, causing him to back away. The black-haired man who had returned began to attack the green-haired man, while the latter threw pillars of ice at him, but the villain's fire evaporated them instantly. The villain began to make the protagonist retreat, and without realizing it, he was being directed to where the villain's companions were. The protagonist had Shigaraki and Spinner behind him, who were ready to attack him. Izuku had been surrounded. In front of him was Dabi attacking with his quirk, and behind him were the light-haired man and the lizard man. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired man turns around and grabs the league leader by the arm and with all his strength throws him against the black-haired man. Instantly the green-haired man creates claws with his sweat and buries them in the throat of the lizard shoulder, who kneels drowning in his own blood. Dabi. Move. The black-haired man tried to get his boss off him, but it was too late. Several pillars of ice pierced both villains. The green-haired man took a deep breath and headed towards the white-haired man accompanying Kurogiri, but a powerful blue flame headed towards him. The ground began to disintegrate, throwing the boy off balance and causing him to lose control of his quirk, causing him to burn. The green-haired man quickly created a sheet of water and finished off both villains who were on their last legs. The boy got up from the ground and started walking towards the white-haired man again. Jiren. Hey, wait. I'm not part of this. Don't kill me. Izuku. What are you talking about? You're the informant, aren't you? The green-haired man's gaze was downcast, his hair completely obscuring his expression. He was getting closer and closer to the man. The man pulled a gun out of his pocket and pointed it at the teenager. Jiren. If you come any closer, I'll shoot you. I swear to God I will. The green-haired man simply ignored it and continued advancing, attempting to kill the villain. The villain was completely terrified, and in an act of fear, he pulled the trigger, and a flame of fire shot out of the tip of the gun. Jiren. I'm really going to shoot. Get away. The green-haired man ends this by burying an ice stake through her heart. The protagonist raises his gaze and stares at the ceiling, thinking it was all over, but a cry brought him back to reality. Someone was still missing. The green-haired man started to address the blonde who was leaning against the wall. The girl's legs were missing and one arm was completely burned. The girl was crying. The protagonist had reached her and crouched down to be at her level so he could finish her off. Toga. This is all your fault. Crying, you're supposed to be a student at UA. How could you do this? Izuku. Toga. Answer me. Why did you do that? Izuku. Toga. Damn it, say something. Even if it's just one word. Make fun of it if you want. If you want to do it, do it. In the end, you won. Crying. The boy was prepared a water knife. Izuku. Toga. Please say something. Say something. Damn it. Izuku. I'm sorry. For a moment the tears stopped and there was a huge silence in the room, but the silence didn't last long. Toga. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you apologizing? How disgusting to see you like this. How can you apologize after doing this? How is that even possible? The blonde was totally angry at the green-haired man's words, but the tears returned and a lump formed in her throat that she didn't want to say the last thing, but she was finally able to let it out. Toga. I don't want to die. The villain's tears grew more intense. She tried to wipe her tears, but she was crying buckets. Toga. I don't want to die. The green-haired man couldn't stand it anymore, and his eyes began to water. He leaned closer to the villain and hugged her, breaking up the attack. Toga. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm here. Toga. It's your fault I'm like this. You're nothing to me. If only you hadn't come. If only you, please don't leave me alone. The blonde's crying could be heard throughout the aquarium. Toga. I don't want to die alone. I don't want to die alone. The blonde clung more and more to the green-haired boy's embrace and cried uncontrollably in him. Izuku. Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. The green-haired man creates an ice stake in his hand and drives it into the blonde's head so she can be free from her suffering. The green-haired man separates from the blonde and stands up. He was soaked in blood, soaked from crying, and covered in dirt, and had part of his face burned. Izuku begins to leave the aquarium with a lost look. As he leaves the building, a black car was waiting for him and he gets in. Inside the car was Joe, who was impressed by the protagonist's appearance. There was a silence in the car, but this was broken by the Yaoyorozu's head of security. Joe. We already took care of Gigantomachia and the villains they captured at camp. Izuku. Joe. We also killed All for One and the doctor who helped him make the Nomus. Izuku. The security chief remained silent and said nothing more. He understood that this was shocking to the green-haired man, so he would respect his request to remain silent. The boy was staring out the window with blank eyes, but unexpectedly for the man, the boy spoke. Izuku. Entendido. A 12-year-old Izuku Midoriya was in the forest with two other children, a 15-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy. Izuku. It looks like last year's forest. Child. If you're referring to the first test, you're wrong. That forest was different because of the kind of tree that surrounded them. Girl. Don't pay attention to Toya, he doesn't know anything about trees. Toya. What are you talking about? My grandfather taught me. Just so you know, my grandfather was a world-renowned explorer for his forest explorations. Izuku. Seriously, Toya. No. The girl and the boy laughed lightly at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Yeah, I'm not a Berlinda am I, Toya, Hanako. Hanako. I'm sorry, but sometimes you're so naive. With that mentality, we can't all be Yaoyorozu bodyguards together. Izuku. Maybe, Toya. Oh come on, don't be like that. The three of us will be bodyguards, I assure you. The green-haired man smiled at the boy's statement. He had met both of them during bodyguard training. The three were the youngest and most promising. Now they were in one of the many surprise tests given to bodyguards. Toya. Now we have to think about how to get out of here. The teenager began to look around but all he saw were trees and more trees. Toya. I think it's over there. Hanako. Is it a random address? Toya. No. Of course not, who do you take me for? Hanako. To the boy who just pointed at a mountain hundreds of meters high. Toya. I wanted to see if you were paying attention. Of course, it's not that way, but, this way, it's this way. Follow me. The teenager began to take the lead, while the girl and the protagonist followed. They walked for hours, chatting and trying to find their way out of the forest. Hanako. Are you sure it's this way? We've been walking for hours. Toya. Of course, I've never let you down and it won't be the first time, right, Izuku? Izuku. Yes, of course Toya. Crack. Everyone fell silent as they heard a branch snap. They hadn't realized it, but they weren't alone in the forest. The two teenagers activated their quirks while Izuku took a defensive stance. Armed men began to appear from the bushes and began firing. The boy had the ability to create a barrier, so he covered himself and his friends as much as he could. Man 2. Remember, each child is $1,000. There were 6 men who fired with everything at the boy's barrier. There were some bullets that crossed the barrier and hit him, but if the barrier fell, they would all die. When he turned to see his friends, he noticed that Izuku was scared as was Hanako, so he couldn't give in to turn off his quirk. The green-haired man was scared and couldn't move. It was the first time he saw someone get shot. He didn't know what to do. When he turned to see his friend, he noticed that she was scared too, but when she saw that they were both in that state, she decided to act. The girl crossed the barrier and with her quirk began to throw large rocks at the guys. Pillars of earth came out and attacked the men. The girl was against the sword and wall, so she didn't hesitate to attack the guys lethally, until she finally defeated them. The green-haired man was still in shock, but when he saw the lifeless bodies, he began to vomit, as did the girl who began to vomit. Toya deactivates his quirk and falls to his knees on the ground, which worries both boys. Izuku. Yo. The green-haired man didn't know what to do, so he quickly ripped his shirt and put pressure on the area where he was shot. Hanako. You're doing it wrong. The girl takes the boy's hands and helps him apply pressure to the right spot. Hanako. Now, Izuku. The boy raises his gaze, which showed some terror at the girl for the situation they were in. Hanako. Everything will be fine. Don't worry about it, you're just a kid yet. Izuku. Huro. Both boys heard something moving and quickly turned to where the noise was. They realized that one was still alive. Man 4. Die. The green-haired boy was surprised, but suddenly felt himself being pushed. Turning around, he saw that Hanako had pushed him and Toya to protect them from the attack. The green-haired man woke up suddenly and realized he was still in the car. He'd just arrived home. He was sweating and a little shaken from his dream. Joe. We're here, are you okay? Izuku. Yes. The protagonist silently gets out of the car and sees that it had already gotten dark, so he quickly enters his house. Upon entering, he looks around and luckily there was no one in the living room, only the television was on, so he takes advantage of this and heads to the bathroom, but Melissa just comes out of her room when she hears the noise of the front door and finds a completely destroyed Midoriya Izuku. The protagonist was covered in dried blood, dirt, and stank in a way that made no sense. The blonde's heart sank in her chest when she saw the state of her friend. Melissa. Izuku, my god. What happened to you? The blonde was running, completely worried, toward the green-haired boy. Hearing his friend's voice, the protagonist stopped in his tracks. Of all the people who could have seen him like that, the one he least wanted to see him like that was Melissa. The protagonist just ducks his head so he doesn't have to look at her. Izuku. Yes, I'm fine, speaking in a low voice. The blonde was going to hug him, but the green-haired man quickly moved away. Izuku. Don't touch me. I'm dirty. Melissa. I don't care if you're dirty. The blonde tries again to hug the green-haired man and succeeds. Melissa wrapped her arms around the protagonist, feeling his body tremble at her touch. In an instant, the green-haired man breaks away from the hug. Izuku. I have to take a bath. The green-haired man quickens his pace and opens the bathroom door, but the blonde grabs his wrist and stops him. Izuku. I have to shower without looking at her. Melissa. Okay, but I want us to talk later. Izuku. Melissa. Please Izuku, I just want to support you. Izuku. Okay. The girl lets go and lets the boy enter the bathroom. The green-haired man lets out a heavy sigh and steps into the shower. The warm water began to cleanse every trace of blood, dirt, and sweat from his entire body. His face burned a little from the burn, but it was bearable. As he felt the pain, the memories he had made at the aquarium haunted him. The villain's last words continued to echo in his head. Time seemed to stand still, and the memories of everything he had done that week began to torment him. The memories of leaving his colleagues to their fate, the memories of Melissa convulsing in the hospital, the memories of Uraraka crying, the conversation with his boss, and what he had done at the aquarium. His entire mind was being consumed by actions he himself had instigated. The green-haired boy turns off the shower and leaves the bathroom to enter his room. The first thing he sees is all the hero decorations he had. The boy let out a heavy sigh and changes his clothes. When he finished, he was about to leave to talk to Melissa, but he stopped dead in his tracks at the door and started cleaning. He begins to clean up all the hero things they had, putting away the posters, the figurines, everything related to heroes, leaving only his life-size figurine of his hero. For a moment, He stands in front of her and stares at her, remembering the little boy wanting to be like him. That memory drove him crazy, and he grabs the figurine and throws it hard against the floor. The figurine scatters around the area. The green-haired boy gives a heavy sigh and gathers the pieces of the peace symbol figurine and puts it in his closet along with the rest of the other things he once wanted to be. The boy leaves his room and heads to the dining room to talk to the blonde. Upon arriving, he sees the girl watching television, so he approaches. The blonde noticed his presence and looked at him sadly. The green-haired boy didn't understand until he turned his gaze to the television. The news was confirming the death of the League of Villains, who had been hanged in the place where the symbol of peace had his last fight. It had been confirmed that the villains had ice stakes and holes that pierced them. The memories of that time returned to his mind as he stared at the television, but he stopped when he felt arms surrounding him. He blinked a couple of times, as if struggling to focus his mind on the present, and saw Melissa hugging him. The protagonist was surprised. He knew the girl found out about the situation. She wasn't stupid, she just didn't understand why she was hugging him. Melissa. Izuku, I'm so sorry, if only I had answered you that day. The green-haired man reciprocated the hug while staring at the television and the censored images they were showing. Izuku. Even if you had answered me, I would have done it anyway. I would have done it anyway. Melissa. Was it Momo's father who ordered you to do this? Izuku. Melissa. Izuku. The blonde waited for her friend's response. When she didn't hear anything, she separated from the hug to look at the green-haired man's face, but she saw that he turned his face away so as not to see her. Izuku. It doesn't matter, Melissa-chan. I just did my job. Her friend wasn't going to insist. She couldn't imagine what was going on, so she just took his hand and with the other, held his cheek so he could see it. The green-haired boy looked at the blonde and felt the hand on his cheek begin to caress it. The girl noticed the burn on the boy's face, but decided not to say anything. Melissa. I'm here for you, Izuku. I always will be, you know that, right? Izuku. The green-haired man had looked away, but the blonde turned his face again with her hand. Melissa. You know that, right? Izuku. Yes. Melissa opened her friend's arms, but the green-haired man still couldn't get what he did to the villains out of his mind. When the blonde hugged him and his head looked at the television, he saw again the disaster he caused. The lives he took and the way he did it, the latter while focusing on the blonde-haired villain. The blonde broke away from the hug and looked him in the eyes. Melissa. Do you want to rest? If you want, we can have a sleepover. The green-haired man didn't take his eyes off the television and answered her. Izuku. No need, I want to be alone. Melissa. Okay. Anything you need, just let me know, I'm here for you, remember that. The boy nods and heads to his room. He enters and closes the door. Tears began to run down his cheeks. He still couldn't process what he had done. He tried to stay calm, but memories and regrets began to eat away at his head. He tried to breathe calmly, but he became more and more agitated. In an act of desperation, he took out all the hero stuff he had stored and looked at it to calm down, but the opposite happened. Just seeing his dream frustrated, seeing that he was getting further and further away from what he dreamed of was poisoning him. Without thinking twice, and in an act of desperation, he began to tear up the posters he had one by one. From the signed ones to the ones that weren't there, but when he saw the poster autographed by All Might, he completely lost control and began to smash everything. He began to angrily throw the figures against the walls. Seeing that there was nothing left in the closet and nothing else to break, he became desperate. His gaze crossed with a nearby piece of furniture, so he forcefully kicked it. The piece of furniture broke, and several things began to fall out of the drawers, but especially several photos. As they fell, Izuku looked up and saw one of himself with his parents. He stood still and wiped his tears away as he moved toward the place where the photos had fallen. He bent down carefully and carefully picked up all the photos and began to look through them in silence. Photos of his family together when he was 3 years old, photos of him and his mother, photos he had taken with Momo in his free time, photos of him and All Might on their trip to Island, and photos he took with Melissa. The green-haired boy sorts them and puts them on his desk, looks around and sees the mess he made, so he begins to organize what he could. Everything he had broken from heroes he forced into the closet, although there were still broken pieces of the figures on the floor. He picked up the piece of furniture he broke and put it where it was, not even caring that it was broken, anyway he would fix it later. When he finished cleaning what he could, he changed into his training clothes and left his room, but at the door he found the blonde. Melissa. Is everything okay? Izuku. Yes. The girl was going to say something to him, but the boy walked ahead of him quickly. Izuku. I'm going to train. The protagonist, not wanting to talk any further, goes out to the patio. The blonde stares for a few seconds at the back of the green-haired boy walking outside. She had heard quite a noise coming from her friend's room, so she goes in and looks at his room. The blonde is surprised. All the hero stuff has disappeared. She starts to pay more attention to his room and notices the broken furniture and pieces of toys on the floor. The blonde sadly looks at his room and approaches her window to see her friend who has started training. Melissa goes to her room and grabs a jacket to put it on and go out to the patio to join him. She sits on a nearby chair and watches the boy train. Melissa. It's getting cold. Should I get you a sweatshirt? Izuku. No. The blonde stopped insisting and remained silent while her friend trained. Melissa didn't know what to do. All she knew was that she had to support him and not leave him alone, so she just watched him while he trained. The whole time, the green-haired man's expression never changed, and besides, something was missing from his eyes, a sparkle. Hours passed, the sun had risen. The blonde had fallen asleep in the chair, but a bell that rang for a few minutes woke her up. She blinked a few times and realized her friend was still training. Melissa. Izuku, you have to stop now. You have to rest. Worried. Izuku. Melissa. Take at least a break. Izuku. Melissa. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, take a break. The protagonist had a blank stare. His clothes were covered in sweat, just like him. It was clear he was tired, but he just trained and trained. The doorbell kept ringing, so the girl rushed to the door to stop the noise and stop her friend. Melissa quickly opened the door. Momo. Hello. Momo had arrived and was being escorted by Joe. The brunette seemed anxious, something the blonde noticed. Momo. Is Izuku home? He hasn't answered my calls or texts. Melissa. I'm running. The blonde let them both into the house. The brunette was about to ask again while anxiously playing with her hands, but the blonde got in first. Melissa. She's training outside. The brunette didn't say anything else and looked out the window overlooking the patio. It was the first time she'd seen him, so she got worried and tried to go out to where he was, but the blonde grabbed her wrist to stop her. Momo. What are you doing? Agitated, she lets go of the grip. Melissa. First of all, you have to calm down. Momo. I'm calm. Melissa. No, you're not, pointing her arm. The brunette was scratching her forearm very vigorously, and when she realized it, she stopped and quickly started playing with her hands. The blonde put both hands on the brunette's shoulders. Melissa. Momo, you need to calm down, take a deep breath. Momo. The blonde gently shakes the brunette. Melissa. Momo, take a deep breath. Momo. This is my fault. The black-haired girl begins to sob and falls to her knees on the floor. Momo. I didn't have to pressure him to come with us to rescue Bakugo. The blonde crouches down and wraps her arms around the brunette who was crying uncontrollably. Melissa. It's not your fault, Momo. Momo. Of course it is. I pressured Izuku to go even though he refused. I had to listen to him. What was I thinking? Melissa. Momo, crying won't fix anything. If you care about Izuku, you should support him right now. Momo. I tried, but you stopped me. Melissa. But to do that you must first calm down, Momo, you can't go like that. The brunette slowly began wiping away her tears. The blonde helped her stand. Melissa. Better, Momo. Yes, Melissa. So let's go. Both women, along with the bodyguard, walked out into the courtyard. The protagonist continued training with that lost look in his eyes. Upon seeing him more closely, the brunette became concerned and stood next to him. Momo. Izuku, are you okay? The green-haired boy stops in his tracks and looks into Yaoyorozu's eyes. Izuku. Of course, why wouldn't I be? The blonde was surprised by the boy's reaction. It was the first time he'd stopped training to talk. The girl was shocked and stared at the boy's face. He was drenched in sweat and tired, but he was still smiling, albeit a fake smile, which the brunette noticed. Momo. Don't you want to take a break? Izuku. Not yet, I must be in my best shape to protect you. Type. Izuku. Izuku. I have to keep training. There must be cookies on top of the refrigerator. If you want you can eat them. The boy went back to training and the blonde grabbed the black-haired girl and took her away from that place to sit on some chairs that were there next to a table. Momo. Melissa, Izuku is not well at all. The brunette starts to play with her hands while lowering her head, holding back her desire to cry, but the blonde stops and holds her by both shoulders so she looks at her. Melissa. That's true, but then we'll have to do everything we can to help him recover. We have to do it together. Momo. And what can we do? The blonde began to think for a moment. Melissa. Izuku's been training all night. He hasn't rested even once, you can tell just by looking at him. So the first thing we can do is get him to rest. Momo. All night. Melissa. Yes. The black-haired girl clenches her fists tightly. She would never forgive him for what her father had done to her friend. It wasn't Izuku's fault that he had gone to rescue Bakugo, but rather hers. Yaoyorozu's expression changed to one of sadness as she remembered that it was all her fault and she looked sadly at the protagonist. Momo. Let's help him. The black-haired girl stood up from her seat, but before she could go, the blonde stopped her. Momo. What's happening now? Melissa. You. The blonde was searching for the words she was going to say and blurted it out. Melissa. What do you feel for Izuku? The black-haired girl was surprised by the blonde's sudden question, but before she could answer, she asked Joe to step back a bit and observe Izuku. Momo. I told you before. Melissa. But you still feel the same way. Momo. Of course. Melissa. I see. Momo. And you, do you still feel the same? Melissa. Of course. Momo. And why are you asking this so suddenly? Melissa. I have a proposition for you. Momo. What thing? Melissa. For the next few days, until Izuku recovers, let's call a truce between us. Let's support Izuku in any way we can, and tell each other everything he does. What do you think? The black-haired girl thought for a bit. The proposal was very sudden, but when she turned to where her friend was and saw the state he was in, she decided. Momo. Okay, let's do it. Melissa. Okay, now let's go stop Izuku. Try giving him orders to stop or something. Momo. Okay, although I don't like that idea very much. Melissa. I understand that you don't like giving him orders, but it's for his own good. Momo. Yes. They both stood up and headed over to their friend, but were surprised when he stopped training. They were happy. He was finally going to get a break, but their happiness was short-lived when they saw the boy they both liked collapse to the floor. They both ran out to help him. Joe, who was closest, arrived first and checked his pulse. Momo. Are you okay? Joe. Yeah, he just fainted. The man begins to carry the protagonist to his room. Momo and Melissa quickly enter the house and begin searching and preparing things to care for the green-haired boy. Joe enters the room and leaves the boy on his bed. Noticing the state of his room, he clicks his tongue in frustration. A few seconds later, the blonde and the brunette ran in. Both carried a towel, water, and a first aid kit. Momo notices the huge change in his room and the state it was in. It was impossible not to notice it since before it was completely decorated with heroes. She begins to curse her father for what he had done, clenching her fists in anger and promising that one day her father would pay for this. Melissa. Momo, you need to calm down. Momo. But. Momo. This is not the time for that, Momo. Momo. You're right. Joe. She probably passed out from dehydration. I'm going to get something and come back. The bodyguard quickly leaves the house and goes to buy some serum. Meanwhile, Momo and Melissa go to dry Izuku's sweat so he doesn't catch a cold. Melissa began drying and wiping the sweat on his face, as well as treating the burn on his face, while Momo wiped the sweat off the green-haired boy's arms. Momo. Ready. Melissa. No, there's still more. Both teenagers looked at each other and blushed slightly. They didn't say a word, but they knew they had to do something. Melissa lifts the boy and sits him on the bed. While she holds him, Momo takes off his shirt. They both had a blush on their cheeks when they saw the boy's torso, but they still had to clean the sweat, so they got to work. One kept Izuku stable and the other dried him. When she finished cleaning his torso, the brunette gets up and looks for a shirt in the closet, but when she opened it, all the hero things that previously decorated the room fell out. They both remained silent. They didn't say a word, but the expression on their faces was one of total anger. Ayato Yaoyorozu was going to pay for it. The brunette takes out the shirt and with Melissa's help they put it on the protagonist, but there was still one part missing. Momo. I think there's a limit to this, blushes. Melissa. You're right, but if we don't do it, he'll catch a cold. The blonde's blush grew even more intense after saying what she said. The brunette blushed even more upon hearing what her friend had said. Momo. BB, but we're not married. Melissa. They both remained silent, their blushes still on their faces. The blonde was the first to act and began to undress the green-haired man. Momo. Wait a second. We should cover our eyes. Melissa. No, we wouldn't do it right like that. Momo. But. Melissa. Momo, if you don't think you can do it, you can go to the kitchen and make something to eat while I do. I'll finish cleaning it, and then I'll help you. Momo. No, I didn't say I wasn't going to do it. The black-haired girl helps her friend and they both undress what's left of the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy fell to the ground after Hanako pushed him. She had been attacked by her friends. The green-haired boy got angry, so he quickly got up and attacked the man. The boy grabbed dirt from the ground and threw it in his eyes to start hitting him. It was a tough fight, but he managed to defeat him and knock him unconscious. The boy was completely scared and started checking the girl's wounds. He ripped her shirt open again and started to work on the wound. Hanako. Remember, as I teach you. Izuku. That's what I do. The boy's tears began to stream down his face. Both of his friends had fainted. The only thing left was to find the way out of the forest so he could treat them, so Izuku began to carry them as best he could and began walking with them to the forest exit. He spent hours carrying them. He was exhausted from having to carry them for so long, but he had managed it. The three of them had left the forest. When he arrived, he saw a helicopter, so he boarded it with his friends. Ayato. Well done Izuku, you did it. The man gives a signal to the pilot and the plane begins to climb back to the city. Ayato. Although I must congratulate you Izuku, I didn't expect you to be able to do it with deadlifts. Izuku. What does it refer to? Lord Yaoyorozu. They won. Before Izuku could finish what he was about to say, Ayato approached the boys and threw their bodies out of the helicopter. The green-haired man was shocked and surprised by the man's actions. Ayato. If they couldn't pass the conscious test, they don't deserve to work with us. Joe, send money to their parents and tell them they died in an accident, or whatever, come up with something creative. The green-haired boy didn't know how to react, he just stared in terror at the place where they'd been thrown. When he returned home, the boy was still in shock. All he wanted to do was tell his mother that he didn't want to work there anymore. Upon entering the house, he saw his mother cooking lunch. Inko. Izuku, you're back. The mother went to her son and hugged him. Inko. Glad you came back safe and sound. Now tell me, how did it go? Did you have fun on your school trip? I made you katsudon. The boy's mother was happy and excited, but on the other side, Izuku didn't know how to respond. He was still in shock from what had happened and all he wanted was to stop working with Mr. Yaoyorozu. Since he was slow to respond, his mother stopped being excited and started to worry about her son. Inko. Are you okay, Izuku? Didn't you enjoy the ride? The boy, seeing his mother start to worry and stop being happy, was reminded of the times his mother was always working and worried about him fighting at school. He couldn't take that happiness away from his mother. Izuku. No, not at all. I'm fine smiling. The green-haired boy was breathing heavily as sweat began to run down his face. The green-haired boy had had a nightmare. His heart was pounding as he struggled to catch his breath, trying to separate reality from the darkness of his dreams. His hands were shaking, and looking at them only scared him. The blood on his hands scared him. He felt the blood of his two friends on his hands. Izuku. Shit, whispering. The green-haired boy began to look around and saw that he was in his room and that he had a needle in his arm connected to an IV. In his attempt to calm down, he tried to remember what happened before he fainted, but he couldn't. He got out of bed and removed the IV to leave the room and continue training, but as he passed through the kitchen, he heard a scream. Momo. Izuku, what are you doing awake? You should be sleeping. The green-haired boy turns to where the scream came from and sees Momo, Melissa, and Joe in the kitchen. They were sitting at the kitchen table, and he sees that everyone had worried faces as they watched them. Izuku. I'm just going to train, don't worry so much. Melissa. You only slept for 2 hours. You need to get more sleep. Izuku. I really feel fine, I'm perfect. Fresh as a cucumber. Melissa. Then why are you so agitated? And you're sweating. And for God's sake, Izuku. Izuku. Because, I'm excited. It took so long to clean it up, and he was sweating again. They both stood up from the table and approached their friend. Not only was he sweating, but the fatigue was evident in his eyes. Momo. Izuku, eat something. Izuku. Thanks for worrying, but I'm not hungry. Momo. It's not a request, it's an order. The green-haired boy stares at the brunette for a moment, his worried look slowly changing to one of seriousness. It was the first time in his life, in all the time he'd been working with her, that she looked at him like that and gave him an order like that. Izuku just nodded, and before he could walk on his own, he felt the blonde and brunette grab him by the arms and drag him to the table. The green-haired boy sat down at the table, feeling Momo and Joe stare at him without taking their eyes off him, as if they would know every action he makes. Melissa served him his food and sat next to him. The green-haired boy took a bite of what had been made to him and felt calm for a moment. That feeling enchanted the green-haired boy, and he began to put bite after bite in his mouth. Melissa. Glad you liked it. Momo and I made it together. Momo. Yes, it cost us a bit, but it was delicious. The green-haired boy was silent as he devoured his plate. At that moment, it was just him and the plate for Izuku. There was no one else in the room. The blonde and the black-haired girl watched, worried, as their friend devoured his plate. Just thinking about how hungry he was causing them anguish. The green-haired boy hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, and it showed in the way he ate. It had only taken him a few minutes to devour his plate. The protagonist remained silent, staring at his empty plate. He was about to stand up, but the blonde stopped him. Melissa. Do you want more? There's still a lot left. Izuku. The green-haired man had a lost gaze on the plate of food, feeling like that small moment that the food had given him had disappeared. Momo. Izuku, do you want more? The green-haired boy felt a surge of electricity run through his body and looked up at the black-haired girl. He remained silent as he stared at her. Momo. Do you want more? The black-haired girl repeated the question. Everyone knew that Izuku wanted to eat more, but they needed to hear from him that he wanted more food. Izuku. Yes. The green-haired man spoke softly while nodding. Everyone at the table heard him, and the blonde stood up to serve him more. She served him another plate, and again the green-haired man slammed his plate clean. After he finished eating, he stared at his plate again, but then stood up and began washing his own. Melissa. I'll wash Izuku. The blonde quickly stood up from the table and slightly moved the green-haired man to push him away and take the plate from his hands. Melissa. You just sit down and rest a little. Izuku. Yo. Everyone paid attention to what he was going to say. He hadn't said anything while he was eating. Izuku. I'll go train. Momo. You've trained enough, you should rest. Izuku. But. The green-haired boy gradually lowers his voice until he falls silent, breathes deeply and looks at his friend. Izuku. If I don't train enough I won't be able to protect you, Momo. Momo. Not resting well also affects your performance, you have to sleep. Izuku. But I already took a 2-hour nap, get enough rest. Momo. Your eyes prove otherwise. After staying up all night training, you should get more rest. Izuku. Momo. Izuku, that's an order. The green-haired man takes a deep breath again. Izuku. Genre. Izuku. Momo, Your father gave me a few days off. I'm not working as your bodyguard until I return to UA, so I shouldn't have to follow your orders. Momo. But. The brunette turned to see the blonde who was looking at her, giving her a sign to be firm. Momo. Izuku, I'm your boss and you have to do what I tell you. Izuku. Then I think there is a confusion. You are not my boss is Mr. Ayato Yaoyorozu. Type. The brunette clenched her fists tightly as she bowed her head. The blonde approached the green-haired man's back and placed her hand on her friend's shoulder. Melissa. So you're leaving me no choice but to not let you through that door. The blonde activated OFA, full cowl while seriously looking at the protagonist. The brunette, who had her head bowed, regained her composure and raised her gaze to stare at her friend. Momo. We won't let you through that door, creating a taser gun. The green-haired boy was surprised and looked at his two friends. Before he could do anything, he heard someone's voice. Joe. Izuku. The head of security speaks for the first time in a long time. Joe, who had been on the sidelines, speaks out. Joe. As your superior, I order you to go and rest. Izuku. Huro. Joe. I don't care what Lord Yaoyorozu orders you to do. You follow my orders even if you're on your days off. So you'd better go get some rest. Izuku. His superior officer began to approach him. The blonde and the brunette distanced themselves and moved away from the green-haired man to give Joe some space. Joe. Didn't you hear me? Are you going to disobey me? Izuku. No. Joe. Take this and go rest. The security chief extends his hand with a small bag and he takes it and then goes to his room.
Momo. What did you give him? Joe. Calming. I noticed in the car that he's having trouble sleeping. Yaoyorozu clenched her fists tightly as she stared at the ground. Seeing her friend in this situation was upsetting her. She clenched her fists tighter and tighter, angrily shouting her father's name. Seeing this, Melissa grabbed the brunette's hand and began to calm her down. Melissa. Don't worry, Momo. We'll fix this. We're a team now, right? Momo. Yes, you're right. Melissa. We'll help Izuku in any way we can. The three of us will get through this. Melissa and Momo were always attentive to their friend, who was always looking for an opportunity to train. Training was the only way he could clear his mind, aside from taking painkillers to help him sleep. The days passed, and the time came for everyone to move to UA. The entire class was outside the facilities, chatting among themselves, though clearly, to no one's surprise, everyone was ignoring the protagonist, or almost everyone. His appearance seemed fine if it weren't for the fact that he had dark circles under his eyes. Mineta. Oye, Midoriya. The green-haired boy was surprised that someone was speaking to him, so he lowered his gaze a little and saw his purple-haired companion. Izuku. Is something wrong, Mineta? Mineta. Do you think All Might lives here too? Izuku. Even though he has retired, he is still our teacher. Mineta. Yes, but he can still live at home while he gives us classes. The green-haired man thinks for a moment, and as he puts his hand to his chin, it is noticeable that he was wearing a bracelet, an accessory that his companion did not miss. Mineta. Hey, your bracelet is awesome. Where did you buy it? Izuku. This one? It was given to me, I couldn't tell you. To tell the truth, that bracelet was more of a safety measure her friends had given her, alerting them when her heart rate rose or fell to a dangerous level. Soon, their homeroom teacher appeared and gave them a tour of the facilities, showing them where their rooms were, the common areas, and everything. After the tour, they decided to hold a room contest. The entire class had agreed except for one person, the green-haired boy, who was about to go practice, but someone stopped him. Momo. Izuku, wait, I think you should participate in this. Izuku. Is that an order? Momo. No, it's just for you to have fun for a while, don't you think? Melissa. Come on Izuku, it will be fun Izuku. I don't think so, I'll just ruin the atmosphere. Mineta. Come on man, don't say that, it'll be fun. Izuku. Mineta. Just think about it. Approaching him to whisper something, what better than snooping around the girl's room? The protagonist just sighed, unsure why he thought for a moment that something non-perverted would come out of his mouth, though he can't say that after the guy helped him at camp. The green-haired boy just looked at his friends, who wanted him to go. Izuku. Okay, Why not? His friends, upon hearing this, became happy and took him by the hands to take him with the rest of the class. As the three of them walked away, his purple-haired classmate watched him from afar. Mineta. How lucky some people are. The entire Class 1A was going to participate in the room contest, and the first person to show off was Izuku. Of all the people who could have started, it was his turn. No one wanted to go into his room, but when they saw Momo, Melissa, Mineta, Bakugo, Todoroki, and a few other classmates coming in, they decided to go in so they wouldn't be left with their curiosity. Upon entering the room, they saw nothing but an ordinary room. It had a bed, a desk, and on the wall where the desk was, there were several pictures of his parents and friends. Everyone thought his room would be different, but it was as normal as could be. Katsuki. And your All Might posters? You had too many when you were a kid. The green-haired boy remained silent for a moment, his entire class looking at him waiting for his answer. They had forgotten for a moment that he was All Might's #1 fan. Izuku. I didn't bring them. Katsuki. Yaveo. Everyone was about to leave the room and continue, but Kaminari approached the photos that the protagonist had and realized something, so he decided to ask. Kaminari. Don't you have any more photos with your dad? You only have 2, while you have like 10 with your mom. The whole class remained in complete silence waiting for Midoriya's answer. Several had noticed but decided not to interfere. Bakugo, Momo and Melissa wanted to kill the blonde after asking that. They were going to say something to change the subject, but the green-haired boy spoke up. Izuku. He's dead. The protagonist had said it in such a blunt manner and with an indifferent look that it surprised everyone with his response. Kaminari quickly bows his head before the green-haired man. Kaminari. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Izuku. It's okay, it happened a long time ago. Uraraka. We'd better continue to the next room. Everyone opted for their partner's suggestion and left the room. Bakugo, Momo, and Melissa looked at Izuku, who was looking his normal self. They hadn't expected that reaction from him at all. Continuing with the rooms, it was Yaoyorozu's turn. Due to her father's influence, Momo was on the same floor as the protagonist, as was Melissa, who, thanks to her uncle's influence, was on the same floor as both of them. They all entered the brunette's room and were surprised by how luxurious it was. They continued with the next one and it was Melissa's turn. Upon entering, they were all surprised to find a bed and a desk, but on the other half of the room, there were several machines that were for the support course. Mina. Why do you have those machines? Melissa. They are to repair and maintain my support equipment. Kirishima. Wouldn't it be better if the support course did that?
Melissa. No, seriously, an inventor doesn't leave his inventions in the hands of someone else.
They continued looking at each other's rooms, and when they finished, they began voting for the best choice. The winner of the vote was Sato, who won thanks to the cake he had baked.
After that contest, the green-haired boy leaves and goes to train. Momo and Melissa accompany him to watch him. It was already customary for the protagonist that both girls would watch him while he trained, so he didn't pay attention to it, nor was it as if he could stop them from doing so. The three of them headed to the training grounds, and it was empty, so Izuku began to train in silence. While Izuku trained, Melissa and Momo began to discuss something among themselves. Momo. How are we going to get the class to talk to Izuku again?
Melissa. We can't do anything, Momo. It's just a matter of time. Momo. Not even a party? The blonde just shook her head. Melissa. Have you ever had a fight with a friend? The brunette shook her head. Momo. My only friend is Izuku and no matter what I do he never gets mad at me. And that frustrates me sometimes. Sometimes I wish he would get mad at me too and be honest with what he feels. Melissa. And you've never mentioned it to him? Momo. I told him once but he told me that's a limit he can't cross, hugging her legs. Melissa. But how long ago did you tell him? Momo. At 12. The blonde lightly slaps her face and looks at her friend. Melissa. Don't you think Izuku could have changed his mind? I mean, it's been almost 4 years, and they were even more immature than they already are. Momo. Do you think so? Melissa. Of course Momo, it's been a long time since that. Momo. Then I think I'll tell him, after he gets better. Melissa. Yes, I think that's better, putting her hand on the brunette's shoulder. Momo. Why are you helping me with my relationship with Izuku? I mean, you like him too, and… Melissa. It's true, I like Izuku, but I also like helping people. I feel like if you get along better with him and he can be honest without having to bottle up his emotions, he'll be happier, and you'll both be happier. I'm not jealous, so I don't leave the person I like to have friends. The girl looks away for a moment and watches her friend train. Melissa. In a relationship there must be trust, and I know that Izuku is not one of those people who would cheat on their partner. Momo. You're right. Melissa. Besides, we're friends, Momo, aren't we? The black-haired girl couldn't help but smile upon hearing that. Momo. Yes, we are friends, Melissa. They both hugged each other for a few seconds. Melissa. On second thought, I think there is a way for the class to forgive Izuku. Momo. Really? Melissa. Yes, we could try, but it would be better if we talked about this in my room. Momo. And what will happen to Izuku? Melissa. He has the bracelet, let us know if anything happens, and remember that Joe told us that training was good for him. Momo. I know that training is good for him, but this is the first time we'll let him train alone. Melissa. So let's give him the painkillers now, and in a while he'll go to his room to rest. The black-haired girl thought about it and agreed to what her friend said. They both approached the green-haired boy, and Momo took a pill from her pocket and gave it to the protagonist. They both waited for the green-haired boy to take it, and when they saw that he did, they decided to leave. The green-haired boy continued training for a while, but because of the sedative, he decided to rest on the floor for a while. Izuku. Until when am I going to be like this, muttering? The green-haired boy stared at the training field for a bit, and without realizing it, someone shouted from the entrance of the training field. Najire. Hello, Izuku. Energetically the green-haired boy turned around and realized it was the blue-haired girl. He watched as his friend began to cheerfully run over to him and stopped dead in her tracks beside him. Najire. I said hello to you, right now you should say hello back. Izuku. The green-haired man was a little disconcerted by the painkillers. Izuku. Hello Najire. Hello Najire? That's all you're going to say after ignoring me for a week? How awful, and I was so worried about you. Izuku. Sorry Najire, I was a bit busy. Najire. Why are you so down? Or why are you so weird? Are you on drugs? Acting an exaggeration. Izuku. No, quickly shaking his hands, I'm not getting high. Najire. It's not what it seems, you should know that drugs are bad, very bad. Izuku. Najire. I really don't do drugs. The blue-haired girl started to laugh a little, but it took a while for the green-haired boy to realize that his friend was pulling his leg. The protagonist just let out a sigh. Najire. Now, seriously, you had me a bit worried, you didn't even answer my message. Izuku. I've really been busy, I haven't looked at my phone since what happened at camp.
Najire. Did they hurt you? That would be impossible after seeing you at the sports festival. Izuku. No, they didn't hurt me, not a scratch. Najire. So, did facing villains scare you? It might happen to most people. I mean, you're still a first year, but come to think of it, you lived through the USJ, so I don't think that's it. Izuku. I wasn't scared of the villains, it's just that. The blue-haired girl squatted down, getting closer to the protagonist and seeing him better up close. Najire. Hey, are you okay? Did you sleep well? Izuku. Of course I'm fine, I'm just a little tired after training. Najire. Izuku, it doesn't seem like that. Do you want to talk to me about it? You don't have to tell me everything, but at least trust me. The upperclassman holds the protagonist's hand. Midoriya stares at Hado, wondering whether to do it or not. Izuku. Can I trust you? I don't want anyone to know this. Najire. Of course Izuku, we'll make a pinky promise, so you know I'll be attuned with this. Izuku. Pinky promise. Najire. Yes, a pinky promise, no one breaks those promises, who in their right mind would want to swallow 1,000 needles? The green-haired man couldn't help but laugh. Najire. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Izuku. Sorry, okay let's do it. The two teens made a pinky promise. After doing so, they both stood up and decided to sit in the training grounds. Izuku just took a deep breath, not knowing where to start, but Nejire held his hand. Nejire. Everything will be okay, Izuku. Tell me whatever you want to tell me, I'm here for you. The protagonist let out a deep sigh and began to tell her from the beginning, from the death of his father and what he meant to his family, how he started working for the Yaoyorozu, everything that happened at the camp and that he was the one who killed the League of Villains. He told her about his nightmares, his feelings of guilt, his regrets, everything. He even told her about his frustrated dream of being a hero. He let out everything he felt and the blue-haired girl remained silent the entire time and only limited herself to rubbing Midoriya's back so he could vent about what he wanted. Izuku. Now I have to take a sedative to sleep or else I'll see Toga in my dreams. I really wish things hadn't ended like this. I wish I could have been an ordinary kid and not turned into this, pointing to himself. The green-haired boy felt like shit. He didn't want to look at Nejire's face for fear of seeing the disappointment on her face. He didn't want to have to separate from Nejire like he had to with the rest of his classmates. In a very short time, Nejire had become a close friend who always brought a smile to his face, and the thought that could end now scared him. The green-haired boy just stared at the ground, waiting for any words from his friend, but all he could feel was a warm, strong hug. Nejire. It's not your fault. Izuku. This is, Nejire. No, it's not your fault. The green-haired man wasn't understanding anything. Nejire. It's okay, Izuku, you've endured enough. The protagonist was shocked by the Hado's words and actions. He hadn't expected them at all, and they had taken him by surprise. For a second, just for a second, the green-haired man's mask fell off, and Nejire noticed. For a moment, the girl saw her friend's mask fall off. His face held a world of conflicting emotions. For just that second, and when the mask rose back up the next second, she understood everything. No one could bear the weight of all those conflicting feelings all the time, so she buried them. Izuku. Thank you for listening to me, Nejire. The blue-haired girl breaks away from the hug and looks her friend in the eyes. Nejire. Do you want to eat something? I have leftovers from dinner in my room. I think it'll do you good. Izuku. It's okay, Nejire, thanks for the gesture. Both teenagers stand up and head to the blue-haired girl's room. They both walked in comfortable silence, and luckily for them, to avoid misunderstandings, all of Nejire's classmates were sleeping, and they managed to reach the student's room without any interruptions. Izuku asks his friend for permission to use the bathroom, and she readily lets him use it. The protagonist begins to look at himself in the mirror and thinks for a moment about everything that had happened to him. The sedative keeps him relaxed, and not thinking too much makes it easier for him to express his feelings. The protagonist finally decided to leave the bathroom. Upon exiting, he could see the plate of food Nejire had heated for him on the counter. For a moment, he remembered when his mother used to cook for him after returning from those tests Ayato had put him through. For a moment, he remembered when Melissa and Momo had cooked for him for the first time, and how ungrateful he had been at that moment. Suddenly, all the armor he had put on to survive the weight of his actions crumbled. A lump formed in his throat and his vision blurred. Slowly, he lifted the spoon and took a bite of the homemade food. As he did so, he gave in, giving in to the weight of it all. Tears spilled freely, crying silently as he ate the food Nejire had prepared for him. Within a few minutes, Izuku finished the plate of food and began wiping away his tears. Izuku. Thank you, really thank you, Nejire. The blue-haired girl who had been on his side the whole time, wraps her arms around the green-haired boy's head and pulls his head to her abdomen. Nejire. Calm down, everything will be okay. Do you like it? Izuku. Yes, I loved it. Without realizing it, the green-haired boy broke away from his friend's embrace and approached Nejire's face, his eyes searching hers with an intensity she couldn't ignore. He gently cupped Nejire's face in his hands and leaned in to capture her lips in a soft but passionate kiss. The blue-haired girl was surprised by the boy's unexpected gesture, but she soon let herself go and began to kiss back. When they broke away from the kiss, they were both breathing heavily. Izuku. Yo. Before he could continue, Nejire began kissing him. Passion began to burn between them as they lost themselves in the heat of their kisses. Izuku stood up from his chair while continuing to kiss Najire. They both began walking to the bed and let themselves fall onto it. The kisses became deeper and more urgent, clothes began to fall to the floor, each caress and whisper fueling the flame of desire that burned between them. A glimmer of dawn filtered through the half-open curtains, softly illuminating the room. With a sleepy sigh, Izuku slowly opened his eyes, feeling momentarily confused when he realized he wasn't in his own bed. He realized he felt a certain weight on his torso and looked down to see Najire sleeping peacefully on his chest. Memories began to invade Izuku's mind. He remembered everything they had done yesterday perfectly, and a blush appeared on both of his cheeks. He turned his gaze to the nightstand and realized it was 7 in the morning. Izuku. What have I done? Whispering to himself. Although the green-haired boy's noise was minimal, it was enough for Najire to hear it and wake up. The blue-haired girl began to open her eyes slowly while yawning. The first thing she saw was her friend. Najire. Good morning, Izuku. The young woman closed her eyes again and began to snuggle up to the boy. The green-haired boy was surprised for a moment, but Najire only just realized what was happening and woke up suddenly. Najire. You. The green-haired man, upon seeing the young woman, looked away a little and blushed. Izuku. Najire, you are the one who. The green-haired man started pointing, and the young woman, noticing, grabbed part of the blanket and covered herself with it. Najire's cheeks were completely red. Najire. You have to take responsibility. Izuku. Responsibility for what? Najire. You saw me naked. You have to take responsibility. Izuku. What are you talking about? You're not pregnant for you to say that. The green-haired man thought about the last thing he said and analyzed it for a moment to get nervous. Izuku. Or are you? Najire. I don't know. Do I look pregnant? Nervous. The blue-haired girl dropped the blanket while checking her belly and touching it. The green-haired boy blushed again and looked away. The blue-haired girl realized what she had done and covered herself again. Najire. You. What are you ashamed of? You've already seen everything. Embarrassed. Izuku. Like that. The green-haired boy blushed and started to get nervous, so he laid his head back on the pillow and covered his face with his hands. Both teenagers remained silent, thinking for a moment and carefully analyzing what they had done. They remained silent for a long time until the blue-haired girl broke the silence. Najire. So we really did it. Izuku. Yes, and we don't use protection. Najire. What will we do if I get pregnant? We're too young to be parents. Izuku. If you get pregnant, we'll find a solution. Najire. If it does happen, will you take responsibility? I mean, will we get married? Izuku. Of course, there will be no doubt about that, Najire. The green-haired man looked her in the eyes and could tell he wasn't lying and there was no doubt in his words. Hearing this, the blue-haired woman relaxed further and lay down on the green-haired man's chest. Izuku. What are you doing? Nervous. Najire. Does it bother you? Izuku. No, it doesn't bother me. The green-haired boy starts petting her hair. Najire. Izuku. Dime. Najire. That was my first time. The green-haired boy looked at her in surprise and then remembered that Najire had never had a boyfriend. The protagonist lets out a soft sigh. Izuku. It's the same for me. Najire. That's great. I don't know why, but that makes me a little happy. The teenager raises her gaze to see Izuku's face and begins to play with his curls. Najire. So, are we a couple now? The green-haired man was surprised by the question. He didn't know how to answer. Izuku. I don't know, Najire. I'm not sure. Najire. Huh, why? I mean, we did everything. We jumped from step 3 to the last step almost. Izuku. That's why I feel like we're going too fast. Najire. Do you think what we did was a mistake? Izuku. No, not at all, he quickly denied. In fact, I quite liked it. The green-haired boy blushed as he said the last part and looked away slightly. The blue-haired girl became happy upon hearing that and had a big smile. Najire. I think the same. I don't regret anything we did and I liked it too. The two teens looked at each other and smiled. The green-haired boy hugged the blue-haired girl. She began to feel the comforting warmth of his embrace around her and began to snuggle into him. The teens stayed cuddled in bed until the green-haired boy decided to return to his class dorm, so he broke away from her embrace and began to get dressed. Najire, can't you stay a little longer? Izuku, I think it would be troublesome if one of your classmates saw me hanging around here. Najire, but it's still too early. The blue-haired girl began to crawl in bed with the blanket until she reached the nightstand to check the time. Najire, it's 10 in the morning. Izuku, what, but it was 7 o'clock just now. Najire, you have to get out the window. Izuku, what are you talking about? We're on the 3rd floor. Both teenagers became nervous. Najire, what if you stay here until nightfall? Izuku, I couldn't. Momo and Melissa-chan would start looking for me. Both teenagers didn't know what to do. The blue-haired girl got out of bed to get dressed, but something happened. Najire, Izuku, I can't stand. My legs are shaking. The green-haired boy turned to look at her, but blushed and looked away. Izuku, then don't get up. Get some more rest. Najire, I can't do that. Izuku, why? Do you have to do something now? Najire, I'm just hungry. The green-haired boy, upon hearing the blue-haired girl's response, remained silent for a moment, but instantly a laugh escaped him. Najire, what are you laughing at? Izuku, you're welcome, it's just that, let me help you. The green-haired man helps his friend sit on the bed. Izuku, where are your clothes? Najire, but I have to bathe first. Izuku, you want to take a bath. But you can't even stand up. Najire, yes I can, it's just that. I'm taking my time. Izuku, yes, take as long as you want laughing. The blue-haired girl puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms. Izuku, you bathe longer, let's go have breakfast first before it gets any late. The blue-haired girl didn't say anything else and, with the protagonist's help, managed to get dressed. Now there was still one problem. How they were going to leave without the others finding out. Najire texted her friend Yuya to find out if there were anyone in the cafeteria. Luckily for both of them, the third-year class had planned to go to the mall in the morning and had recently left. Her classmates had knocked on her room door at 9 o'clock, but since they didn't hear anything, they thought she was still sleeping and left without her. Both young people, upon hearing this, were delighted and decided to leave, but not before the protagonist tidied up his friend's room. They both left the room, not really hearing anything. The blue-haired girl leaned on the boy as she walked. Izuku. Najire. Dime. Izuku. Before we go, we could go to my class's dorms. Najire. Huh, I can barely walk and you want to take me there. Izuku. I feel like I should apologize to Momo and Melissa-chan for how I behaved towards them. If you want. Najire. No problem, let's go there then. Izuku. Thank you. Najire. Although it would be better if you carried me. Izuku. Do you want me to give you a piggyback ride? Najire. I wasn't thinking that, but I don't dislike that idea either. The green-haired boy squats down with his back to Najire. The green-haired boy starts carrying Najire on his back and they head towards the Class 1A dorms. Najire. Now that I think about it, couldn't they misinterpret it if your classmates see me like this? Izuku. I don't think so, they ignore me so they wouldn't care. Najire. Well, you're kind of right. Someday they'll get over it, you'll see. Izuku. Well, I don't blame them either. I asked for that so there's not much I can do. Najire. Of course you can do something, don't give up. Izuku. And this is. Najire. Remember that they are your companions and friends, just give them time to see that you care about them. Izuku. Maybe, all that's left is to move on. The blue-haired girl begins to rub her cheek on the green-haired boy's back. Najire. If you feel bad at any time, remember that you can always come to me and I will listen to everything you want to tell me. Izuku. Thank you, I really appreciate it, Najire. Najire. Although we won't do that again, or maybe we will. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. The blue-haired girl was embarrassed by the last thing she said and hid her face in the green-haired boy's neck. The green-haired boy just laughed a little as he walked forward. Izuku. Najire, don't put your head there, you're tickling me, holding back laughter. The blue-haired girl began rubbing her hair against the green-haired boy's neck. The protagonist couldn't stand it any longer and began to laugh. They both stopped when they saw a second-year student walking past them. When the student was far away from them, they burst out laughing and continued. Some time had passed, and the protagonist finally arrived at his class's dorm. He was in the dining room and saw several of his classmates there. Several of them looked at him for a second and continued on with their work. The green-haired boy approached an armchair and left his friend there. Izuku, wait for me here, I'll be right back. The blue-haired girl simply nodded, and the protagonist headed to her friend's room. Upon reaching the floor where they were both, he decided he would apologize to Melissa first. The green-haired boy took a deep breath to calm himself and quickly knocked on the blonde's bedroom door. Izuku heard footsteps approaching the door, and when he opened it, he saw his well-dressed American friend. Izuku. Good morning, Melissa-chan. Melissa. Good morning, Izuku. The blonde stood there processing for a moment. Melissa. Izuku. The blonde was surprised. It was the first time in several days that her friend knocked on her room door. Normally she and Momo go to his room to look for him and check that he was okay. Izuku. Can we talk for a moment? Melissa. Talk for a moment. Yes, come in. The blonde got excited. After so much time the green-haired man wants to talk to her. The green-haired boy was about to enter, but he sees that Momo started to peek inside the blonde's room. Izuku. Momo. Melissa. Oh yeah, Momo is here with me, if you want we can talk outside. Izuku. No, it's okay. I wanted to talk to her anyway. The green-haired boy enters the room and stares at his two friends, who weren't quite understanding what was happening. The green-haired boy, who had entered with great confidence, began to feel a little nervous as he stood face to face with the two young women. He had planned to do it one by one, but it didn't happen as expected. Izuku. Momo, Melissa-chan. The green-haired boy had a lump in his throat as he struggled to find the right words. The two teenagers looked at him, worried and somewhat anticipating what he was trying to say. It was the first time in days that he had taken the initiative to speak to them. Izuku. I want to start by saying how grateful I am for what you've been doing and how much you mean to me. The green-haired man lowers his head. Izuku. You both were there for me when I wasn't in my right mind. You looked after me and supported me even though I didn't treat you the best way. I had too many things to think about back home and I had to solve them on my own. I can't express how much I appreciate everything you've done for me and I realize that I haven't been the friend you deserve. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Before the boy could continue, he feels a touch on his hand and his head is lifted. Looking at his friends, he realizes they are both crying. Momo was sitting on the bed with her hands on her chest, and Melissa was at his side, holding the protagonist's hand. Melissa. Lift your head. We've told you before, we're here for you, no matter what. Tears of happiness ran down the girl's cheeks. Momo. You can lean on us whenever you want, we're with you through thick and thin. The protagonist is shocked by his friend's words, and tears begin to fall. The blonde wraps her arms around him, and they share a warm hug. The boy extends his other arm, and the brunette joins in. Izuku. I feel like I should tell you what happened. Momo. No need, Izuku. Izuku. You guys deserve an explanation, it's the least I can do. The protagonist takes a deep breath and tells them exactly what really happened at the camp, how he felt, and the guilt he feels about it, but now he lives with it. He told them everything they wanted to know, how he could barely look Melissa in the face after she ended up dying in the hospital because of him. It cost them everything he'd been through, up until he killed the League of Villains, but that wasn't a problem anymore, he understood everything. He just had to move on and live with what he'd done and become. Melissa. Izuku, all that is not your fault. Izuku. If it is Melissa-chan, I could have intervened but I decided not to. Melissa. But, Izuku. Melissa-chan, I promised your father that I would take care of you and I failed him. I have failed you, but this will not happen again. I don't expect you to forgive me and I will understand, but I swear that my words are not empty, so I will also show you with my actions. Melissa. I don't blame you. I understand you, and besides I already told you everything on the train. I know the dangers of being a hero. Izuku. How nice to hear it. The boy wrapped his arms around the blonde and gave her a warm hug. Tears appeared again on the girl's face as she clung to the embrace. Izuku. Melissa-chan, is that appointment we have pending still available? The blonde said nothing and just nodded with her head that was pressed against her friend's torso. Izuku. What do you think if we do it tonight? Do you like that idea? Melissa. You. The green-haired man separates from the hug and with his sleeve begins to wipe the girl's tears. Melissa. I can do it alone. The green-haired boy ignored her and continued with what he was doing. The brunette was a little saddened to hear about the date and how the boy treated the blonde, but she also felt happy that her friend was feeling better, so she just smiled at the situation. Without realizing it, the brunette felt arms wrap around her. Izuku. I also want to apologize to you, Momo. Momo. Why? You already apologized before. Izuku. But it's not enough. Momo. Don't worry about it. The brunette tightens the hug and hides her face in his torso. Momo. I should apologize. I shouldn't have forced you to go save Bakugo. Izuku. Forced? When did you force me? It was my decision to go there. Momo. But I'm sorry. The boy starts petting her hair. Izuku. It was my decision to go, don't blame yourself for that. The girl began to cry on her bodyguard's chest. The boy simply stroked her hair to calm her down. After a few seconds, the girl calmed down, but she didn't let go of the hug. Izuku. I failed in my mission to protect you, but that won't happen again. I won't let it happen. I won't fail to protect you again. The green-haired boy turns to look at Melissa while still hugging the black-haired girl. Izuku. Protecting both of you. I can't call myself a man if I ignore the promise I made with your father. The black-haired girl, upon hearing what he said, began to hug him more tightly, while Melissa approached him and began to caress his hair. Melissa. But I already told you that I don't need protection, I decided to become a heroine. The boy was going to answer, but he felt that his childhood friend wanted to say something. Momo. Izuku, would you accept a whim of mine? The green-haired boy thought about it for a moment, remembering what he'd said after the camp. The boy just let out a small sigh and smiled. Izuku. It depends on what you're going to ask me, as long as you don't put yourself in danger, everything's fine. The black-haired girl couldn't find the words, she felt a lump in her throat, but she began to feel the warmth emanating from the green-haired boy's hug and how he wrapped her around her. Momo. Can you be more honest with me? I mean, The brunette takes a deep breath and says what she wants to say. Momo. I want you to open up to me more, to tell me how you feel, to tell me if something bothers you, to not hide everything just because you work for me. We're friends. Friends are supposed to be able to open up and tell each other anything, but it seems like you can't open up to me. The green-haired man was caught off guard by the girl's request. He remembers a few years ago she had asked him the same thing, but he refused. He knew he couldn't cross the boundaries he set himself, since the reason for that was etched in his mind, but he still began to consider it. The protagonist had remained silent as he hugged the brunette. She began to get nervous at the silence. Momo. Izuku. I mean, it's just a request. If you don't want to do it, I understand. Izuku. I will. I'll open up more to you, Momo. The black-haired girl couldn't help but hide her happiness and hug the green-haired boy tightly, causing the protagonist to lose his balance and both of them to fall to the ground. Melissa. Be more careful, you can hurt yourself. The blonde smiled at the progress her friend had made. Izuku. Sorry. The brunette was happy as she hugged her friend. They both stood up from the ground and laughed a little. Izuku. How about we go for breakfast? They both happily agreed and left the room, but Melissa asked him if he was going to dress that way. The green-haired boy didn't understand what she meant until he realized he was wearing yesterday's clothes, so he quickly went to his room and changed his shirt. He quickly left, and the three of them went down to the dormitory's dining room. The two teenagers were heading for the dormitory doors but noticed that the green-haired boy had strayed towards the blue-haired girl. They both approached where their friend had gone. Izuku. Najire. I invited Melissa-chan and Momo, I hope you don't mind. The three girls were surprised by this. They all remembered each other since they met at the hospital during the sports festival and even shared ice cream. Najire. No, I have no problem. Izuku. That's good. The green-haired boy crouches down in front of the teenager and carries her on his back. Momo and Melissa, a little jealous, confront the green-haired boy. Momo. Wait, what does this mean? Izuku. What thing? Melissa. Why are you carrying Hato? The blue-haired girl was going to answer but blushed a little and hid her face behind the protagonist's back. Izuku. Najire can't walk so I'm helping her. Melissa. I see. Momo. Hato, if you want I can create a wheelchair for you, is that okay with you? Izuku. No need, I don't mind carrying it. They all started their walk to the nearest cafe, chatting quietly until they reached the place. Momo helped Izuku put Najire on the chair and the four of them sat down. The four of them had a good time, although Melissa noticed a certain connection Izuku had with the blue-haired girl. They finished breakfast and were about to return to UA, but Melissa had another plan. Melissa. You guys come back, I have to go get something I left at your house, Izuku. Izuku. Okay, see you later. Momo. Take care, Melissa. Najire. Goodbye, Melissa. Take care, Izuku. See you tonight for the date. The blonde starts to walk away, while the blue-haired girl is surprised to hear about the date and looks at the green-haired boy who was smiling at the blonde. The protagonist felt a look and turned to see Najire, who was obviously a little upset. Najire. What do you mean, a date? Najire's tone of voice was filled with annoyance. Melissa overheard what the blue-haired girl was saying, so she stopped dead in her tracks. Izuku. Tonight I'll have a date with Melissa-chan. Najire. Are you going on a date with Melissa? Annoyed. Melissa. Yes, that's right, she's going on a date with me. Any problem with that? Najire. Of course there's a problem with that, how dare you go on a date with her? The blue-haired girl looked annoyed at the green-haired boy, after everything they did last night and he made a date with another woman. Melissa. Excuse me, what's wrong? Najire. What's wrong with me? Angry what's happening is. Izuku. Najire, please calm down. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired girl lightly hit the green-haired boy on the head. She was trying to contain herself, but he was making it difficult for her. Momo. Hey, don't hit him. The blue-haired girl looks at the black-haired girl and hits the green-haired boy on the head again, challenging the brunette. The blue-haired girl continued to look defiantly at the black-haired girl and was about to hit the green-haired boy again, but her arm was stopped by the blonde. Melissa. Enough. Najire. Let go of my arm seriously. Melissa. Or what else? Izuku. Stop it, this is going too far. The green-haired man stepped back, causing the blonde to release the blue-haired woman's arm. Najire looked helplessly at the green-haired man, who was about to hit her in the head again, but stopped. The blue-haired woman was annoyed with him. Najire. It's an idiot. The blue-haired girl was angry with him, but she stopped herself from hitting him and getting angry with the rest. Melissa. Hey, you still haven't answered me, is there a problem with Izuku going out with me? The blue-haired girl looked angrily at the blonde, but for a second she swallowed her anger. Najire. No. None, forcing her smile. The blonde saw her reaction and looked away angrily. Najire had angered her too. Najire. No problem, because Izuku and I will also have a date tomorrow, right, Izuku? The blonde frowned and glared at the blue-haired girl. The green-haired boy was taken aback and looked at the third-year student in confusion. Izuku. What? Oh yes. Najire. Come on, don't play dumb. Smiling. Don't you remember you proposed to me this morning? After the, or do I have to remind you and tell your friends at the same time? Izuku. No need, I just remembered, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Melissa. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? The blonde looked angrily at Najire. Najire. I don't know what you're talking about, is there a problem with Izuku going out with me? The blue-haired girl smiled mockingly at the blonde, seeing that expression on the teenager's face was driving her crazy. Melissa. No. None, smiling. The blonde forced her smile, but inside she was totally angry with the blue-haired girl. Melissa. I have to go, bye. The blonde left the room annoyed. While all this was happening, the brunette could only watch helplessly. She couldn't ask the green-haired man out like the rest of them did, since her relationship with Izuku had just taken things to the next level. She just clenched her fists as she watched the whole scene unfold. Momo, Izuku, and Nejire were silent as they walked back to UA. They had just gotten back and were in the dining hall of Class 1A. The green-haired boy said goodbye to the black-haired girl since he had to drop the blue-haired girl off at her room. The black-haired girl understood and let her friend drop her off. On the way, Nejire was silent until they reached the third-year dorms. There was no sign that they had returned from what Nejire said. Nejire, why are you going on a date with her? There was a certain tone of annoyance in the girl's voice. Izuku, we had planned it before the final exams, but for various reasons it ended up being delayed until now. Nejire, so you didn't do it on purpose? Izuku, what do you mean by on purpose? Nejire, I mean, we slept together and you damn idiot is planning a date with another girl. Izuku, of course it wasn't on purpose Nejire, I don't want to hurt any of you. The blue-haired girl noticed that the green-haired boy didn't seem to be lying, but she still gave him a small blow to the head. Izuku. And that, Nejire. For being a damn Don Juan pouting. Izuku. Please Nejire, don't continue with that again. Nejire. But that's what you are, fool Izuku. The blue-haired girl lightly hit him on the head. After a while, the blue-haired girl stopped and rested her head on the protagonist's shoulder. Nejire. Have you already planned where to take me on the date? Izuku. It will be a surprise. Nejire. You still don't know, right? Izuku. No, I actually already have a plan for where to take you, but it will be a surprise. The blue-haired girl smiled slightly. After a few minutes, the green-haired boy arrived at Nejire's room. He was about to ask his friend for the key so he could leave it inside, but the girl stood up and started walking normally. The green-haired boy was surprised. Izuku. Since when can you walk? Nejire. Since I was 1 year old, I think. The green-haired boy let out a small laugh. He had completely fallen for Nejire's strategy. He said goodbye to Nejire before leaving. The teenager was about to leave, but... Nejire. Wait. The green-haired boy stops and turns to look at the young woman, but when he turns around, Nejire gives him a tender kiss. Nejire. If you're going to say goodbye, do it right. The green-haired boy was surprised by the young woman's actions. The girl was a little blushing as she stood at the door of her room. Nejire. See you tomorrow. The blue-haired girl closes the door to her room. Izuku. Yes, see you, tomorrow. The green-haired boy begins to leave the third-year dorms and heads toward his class. It takes a few minutes, but when he reaches the dining hall, he sees Momo there. Izuku. Momo, I thought you were going to go to your room. Momo. I was waiting for you. The green-haired man is surprised. Izuku. Were you waiting for me? Why? Momo. About Hato and Melissa, is everything okay with them? The green-haired man is surprised by the question. Izuku. Of course everything is fine, was that all? Momo. Yes, that was it, only. Izuku. Then come on, I'll walk you to your room, or do you want to go somewhere else? Momo. No, the room is fine. Izuku. It's okay. The green-haired boy and Momo begin to climb the stairs in silence until they reach the brunette's room. When they reach the room, the green-haired boy is about to leave to take a shower, but the brunette invites him to come in for a while, so he accepts. Izuku. Don't you think the room is too tight for you? Momo. Yes, a little bit, actually. I didn't know the rooms were so small. Izuku. Yeah, it's probably my fault. Your dad should have sent me the building plans, but I didn't pay attention to the size of the rooms. Momo. It's not that bad, I still have space laughing. The truth is that the bed took up most of the space. Izuku. If you want, I can help you with the furniture in a while. We could take out that bed and buy another one, what do you think? Momo. I thought it was great, but I don't want to be a bother. I mean, don't you have your date with Melissa today? Izuku. Yes, but it's at night. I have time to help you, although you should give me time to get ready. Momo. 2. Izuku's understanding. Izuku. Dime. Momo. Are you really being honest with me? When I asked if everything was okay with Melissa and Najire, you said yes, but I felt like it wasn't true. I want to know if you said that because you were feeling pressured or just to spare me from feeling bad, or if you really feel like you want that. Izuku. Mom. The green-haired man spends a few seconds thinking about what to say to him. Izuku. Do you remember when I was 11 when I had to go away for a week? Momo. Of course I remember that. It was so sudden that you failed a test for not showing up. You ended up getting scolded for going on vacation during school. Izuku. The truth is that trip wasn't a vacation, your dad made it seem like it was a vacation. The black-haired girl is surprised. Momo. What do you mean? The green-haired man sits on the brunette's bed and so does she. Izuku. Your father organized a training trip for me that was going to last a few days, but it wasn't like they had told my mother and me. That day your father, Joe and I went by helicopter to where the supposed trip was going to be, but we stopped in the middle of the way. We were flying over a large forest and when I asked what was happening your father threw me out of the helicopter. Momo. What did he do? He could have killed you. Izuku. Yes, but we weren't that high, the tree branches stopped my fall. Momo. But still, why didn't you say anything? How could your mother have allowed that? Izuku. My mother doesn't know. Momo. But, Izuku. Let me finish the story first, then ask me whatever you want. I'll be honest with you about everything from now on, so let me finish this. The brunette just nodded. The protagonist, seeing the brunette's gesture, continued with his story. Izuku. Well, after your father threw me out of the helicopter I didn't understand anything. I thought it had been an accident but then I began to see how the helicopter was moving away. I spent a whole week surviving with what I found, surviving the animals that attacked me, but I made it. After being in that damn forest for a whole week I managed to get out, but I fainted. As soon as I opened my eyes I saw that I was in a helicopter and your father and Joe were with me. I was about to complain to them but your father told me that I had failed the test, that I should have done it in 3 days, not 7. Since I didn't meet your father's expectations, he made me train my gift until I reached my limit and fainted from blood loss. Momo. Oh my god. Izuku. Since that day, I tried hard to live up to his expectations and set boundaries between you and me so I wouldn't get distracted, and also because your father scared me a little back then. That was my first vacation trip, but I had many more until we started studying here and that's when they just ended. The black-haired girl grabs the green-haired boy's hand. Momo. Sorry, I didn't know what my father did to you. The black-haired girl was discovering more and more things about her father that made her angry. How is it possible that he would do that to an 11-year-old boy? Izuku. You don't have to apologize, it wasn't your fault and I don't hold a grudge against your father either. Momo. Why, after everything he did to you? Izuku. Momo. He saved my family, it's impossible for me to hate him. The brunette was perplexed by the protagonist's statement. How could he not realize his father was hurting him? He wasn't helping him, he was creating a loyal dog. Momo. Izuku, you will be mine one day. Izuku. Of course I know Momo, but that will take years. Momo. I promise I'll do everything I can to make you mine as soon as possible. I won't let you remain my father's. Just be a little patient. I promise I'll keep you away from him. Izuku. The brunette grabs both cheeks of the green-haired man and looks into his eyes. Her black eyes, which seemed to contain a universe of mystery and depth, pierced the protagonist's emerald ones. Izuku felt trapped in the girl's gaze, as if he were being absorbed by the radiance of her eyes. Momo. For that, I need you to be completely honest with me, to open up to me. I need you to not feel this as if it were a responsibility, but rather feel it because you truly want to. So, Izuku, what do you think of me? The green-haired man remained silent for a moment, contemplating his friend's eyes, as if hypnotized by her aura. Izuku. I feel that just as you have great virtues, you have flaws. To me you are a great person who cares about others and tries to help them. You are a sincere person and you are my best friend who I can always count on. But you also have several flaws, because for being one of the most intelligent people I know you are a big fool. You are also stubborn and sometimes I wish you would pay more attention to me when it comes to your safety. But even so, with all those flaws, to me you are perfect just the way you are." The brunette was speechless and hugged her friend, who hugged her back. The warm embrace made them both feel good about finally being able to be honest with each other. The brunette longed for this moment, where both teenagers could finally open up to each other, so she decided to take a step forward. "Momo. Izuku, I like you, Izuku." "Momo. I felt like I had to tell you. I don't expect you to reciprocate yet, but I just felt like I had to let it out. At first I just considered you a friend, but in the last year I realized that I didn't see you that way, but rather I saw you with other kinds of eyes." The green-haired man remained silent for a few seconds while he looked at the black-haired woman's face with complete tranquility. "Izuku. I already knew it. After the sports festival I realized that you liked me." The black-haired girl was surprised but her expression didn't change. "Izuku. You know I can't reciprocate because of your father, right?" The black-haired girl just nods. "Izuku. Then why are you confessing to me?" "Momo. I just wanted to tell you, I wanted to get it out. Like I told you, I don't expect you to reciprocate, but I want to hear your answer, not now, and not tomorrow either." The green-haired man understands what she's talking about and smiles at her. Both teenagers remain silent. The protagonist felt he had to leave, but he had to ask his friend something first, but it would be very awkward to do so now. The black-haired woman notices her friend's discomfort. "Momo. Did I make you feel uncomfortable?" "Izuku. Not at all," shaking his hands. "It's just that." "Momo. It's okay, just say it. Remember that you're being honest with me." "Izuku. It's just, I wanted to ask your permission to go on a date with Melissa-chan and Najire. I mean, I won't be at UA during that time, so I wouldn't be on duty and—" The green-haired boy stopped when he saw how the black-haired girl had let out a laugh. "Momo. It's okay, don't worry about it." "Izuku. Are you sure? You won't be able to go out at night?" "Momo. Okay, but on one condition." "Izuku. Which one?" "Momo. Have a date with me." The green-haired man remained silent for a few seconds and when he was about to answer he was interrupted by his friend. "Momo. I was just teasing you, I'm not going to blackmail you into going on a date with me." Laughing. "Of course you can go." "Izuku. Thanks Momo." "Momo. But remember, one day I'm going to earn a place in your heart." Our protagonist was outside the UA dorms, waiting at the entrance. It was already nighttime, and no one else was near him. "Melissa. Sorry to keep you waiting." The green-haired man turns around and sees the blonde. It was obvious she'd been waiting for this. She looked impeccable. It was obvious the girl had taken her time getting ready. She was absolutely gorgeous. The protagonist, looking at her, is stunned to see his friend like that. He'd never seen her like that before. "Melissa. Izuku. Izuku. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just that, you look very beautiful tonight, Melissa-chan." The blonde blushed slightly. "Melissa. Thank you, you look nice too." The green-haired man smiled and approached the blonde. "Izuku. Thanks, shall we go?" "Melissa. Safe." The green-haired man and the blonde started walking. "Melissa. By the way, where are we going?" "Izuku. It's a surprise." "Melissa. And you don't want to give me a hint?" "Izuku. You're going to like it." "Melissa. Oh come on, is that the clue?" "Izuku. You'll guess it very easily if I give you a clue." Curiosity filled the teenager's mind. She tried to guess the location, but she couldn't even come close to where the green-haired man would take her. After a while, they arrived at the spot, and the blonde became excited when she saw it. "Melissa. A fair, excited. I've been wanting to come to one for a while." "Izuku. Glad you like it, shall we go in?" The green-haired man offered his hand to his friend, who gladly took it, and they began to make their way inside. The bustle of the crowd, the colorful lights, and the enticing aroma of the food stalls created a vibrant and energetic atmosphere. As they looked at the different stalls, one caught the blonde's eye. The stalls sold hats, headbands, stuffed animals, and various other items. "Izuku. Do you like any of them?" The green-haired boy pointed to some animal ear headbands, since the blonde seemed to be eyeing those accessories a lot. The girl nodded as she decided which one to wear. Izuku. Come on, choose whichever you want, I'll treat you. Melissa. So, these. The man at the stand grabs the 2 headbands the blonde pointed out to him. Izuku. 2. Why 2? Melissa. So we can go to the game smiling. The green-haired man let out a small laugh. Izuku. Okay, let's go to the game. The green-haired man paid for the headbands. The blonde grabbed one of the headbands and approached the green-haired man. Melissa. Can you put it on for me? Izuku. Of course. The green-haired boy grabs a headband and places it on the blonde's headband. The headbands were cat ears. Melissa. How do I look? Izuku. You look cute, the white color makes you look adorable. The green-haired man caressed her cheek as he said this. The blonde blushed slightly. Melissa. Let me help you too. The teenager takes the other headband and places it on the green-haired boy's head. She is surprised at how it looks on the protagonist. Melissa. You look wonderful. Izuku. Do you think so? Melissa. Yes, you look very cute. The green-haired boy laughed nervously at the compliments. They continued strolling through the stalls and started playing classic games, competing against each other in ring toss and target shooting. They both laughed and joked as they tried to win prizes, but it seemed like that would never happen because they were both terrible at it. After losing so much, they decided to go to the rides, where they got on the roller coaster. The 2 young men laughed and shouted excitedly on the roller coaster. After getting off the roller coaster, they got hungry, so they decided to explore the concession stands. The teenagers shared cotton candy and popcorn while chatting and laughing, enjoying each other's company. Melissa. Izuku, let's go to that one. The blonde pointed out a place where you have to shoot down some ducks with a water gun. Izuku. Okay, let's go. They both approached the stand, and Melissa was the first to try. She lost, and the boy tried too, but lost anyway. The protagonist turned to see the blonde, who had her eyes glued to a panda stuffed animal, but she grabbed her hand to go to another stand. The green-haired boy stopped her and told her he was going to try one more time. So the green-haired boy took a deep breath and, with the help of his gift, directed the water shots at the ducks. The green-haired boy and the blonde were excited since it was the first time they had won. Owner. Choose your prize, you can choose any. The green-haired boy discreetly glanced at the blonde, who was excitedly looking at the panda plush, so he smiled and pointed at it. The stall owner passed the plush to him. Izuku. Here, I'll give it to you. Melissa. Are you sure? We've been trying to beat a spot for hours. Izuku. Of course, keep it. Melissa. Thank you. Melissa was happy for the gift the green-haired man gave her and hugged him. The green-haired man reciprocated the hug, and they continued walking through the fair until they reached the last attraction left, the Ferris wheel. They both waited in line for a bit, and after a while, they were able to get on. They both sat next to each other. As the ride slowly intensified, the blonde decided to make her move and got up from her seat to sit on the green-haired man's lap, looking him in the eye. Izuku. Melissa-chan, what are you doing? They both had a slight blush on their cheeks, but it was getting worse as the teenager started to sway her hips a little. Izuku. Melissa-chan, what are you really doing? We're in public. Melissa. I don't see anyone. Izuku. I mean we're outdoors. Melissa. So we can do this in private. Izuku. I don't mean that, I mean. The green-haired man remained silent for a second. Izuku. I think we should stop. Melissa. Are you sure? Your friend downstairs seems to think differently. The green-haired man got a little nervous and started to stumble while speaking, but he stopped when he felt Melissa's lips on his mouth. At first, he was surprised, but he began to reciprocate the kiss, which became more and more intense. When they parted, they were breathing a little raggedly. Melissa leaned her face closer and placed her forehead against the green-haired man's. Melissa. You, Izuku. Yo, Melissa. What's your relationship with her? With Hado. The question took the boy by surprise. Izuku. We're friends, of course. The green-haired man looks away, but the blonde attracts his chin and they return to the same position as before. Melissa. You're lying. I'm not stupid, Izuku. Izuku. We're really just friends, Melissa-chan, or so I think. Melissa. So you sleep with your friends? The green-haired man looked surprised. Melissa. I told you, I'm not stupid. Your clothes, the way that Hato acted in the cafeteria, and let's not even mention that she couldn't walk. Izuku. Well, it's that. Melissa. Also, why did you invite Hato first when we were in front of you? It seemed like you had been together earlier. The teenager didn't want to admit it, but she felt a little jealous all day. She wasn't the jealous type, as she'd said before, but when she faced the situation herself, she realized she was a little jealous. Or maybe she didn't like the idea of him being with her, Hato Najire. Melissa. So be honest, Izuku. What is your relationship with Hato? Izuku. I don't know, we just got carried away in the moment, but we're friends, close friends. The girl kisses the green-haired boy again, each time the kisses become more and more aggressive. Melissa. Who do you prefer between the two, breathing heavily? The protagonist avoids his gaze again. Melissa cups his cheeks and they stare at each other. The green-haired man's face showed a hint of distress. Melissa. Okay, don't answer, but take charge. The blonde started to kiss the green-haired man again, but he broke away for a second. Izuku. Take care of what? Panting. Melissa. From my jealousy. They both started kissing again, each time becoming more intense and aggressive on the girl's part. She kissed him as if she were marking his territory. It seemed like they were doing this for an eternity, and they didn't realize the game was over. Worker. Cough cough. The teenagers weren't paying attention to their surroundings and were in their own world. The worker coughed loudly again, and the green-haired boy noticed and broke away from the kiss. Melissa. What's wrong? Gasping for air. Worker. Your shift is over. Both teens blushed and separated. They were both a little embarrassed and left the ride. The worker approached the green-haired boy and pointed out that his friend was wide awake. The protagonist said nothing and tried to cover his face with his hands as he exited the ride. The teens could feel the stares of the people waiting in line. It seemed as if everyone had noticed something. They heard laughter and the occasional comment from the women. The two of them began walking in silence, leaving the fair. They began walking aimlessly until the blonde swerved and dragged the green-haired man into an alley. The teenager cornered him against the wall and kissed him. Melissa. Your friend looks like he's about to explode. Izuku. I can't control it. Melissa. Let me help you with that. The blonde lowered her hand and began to rub the bulge in his pants. The teenagers weren't in their right minds, they were too horny, but the green-haired man wasn't yet a slave to his lust. Izuku. We're outside, we shouldn't do that. Melissa. But it must be hurting you. I have to take care of it. The blonde was going to continue groping her, but the green-haired man now cornered the blonde against the wall and began kissing her intensely. The protagonist pulled away for a moment and began whispering in the blonde's ear. Izuku. I'm fine. The protagonist gives the girl a small nibble on her ear, causing her to let out a small moan. The blonde is embarrassed by the noise, and she takes control again and corners the protagonist. Melissa. It's my turn. In an act of revenge, the girl approaches her friend and gives him a small bite on the ear, but the green-haired man holds back the sound. Melissa, not hearing any sound from the protagonist, begins to go down and kiss his neck. The blonde didn't hear any noise, so she began to intensify and begins to kiss his lips again. The girl wraps her arms around his neck while kissing him intensely. The green-haired man holds Melissa's hips and the girl jumps slightly and wraps her legs around the boy's hips. While they were kissing passionately, the blonde began to give him small bites on the lips. The protagonist wasn't expecting it and let out a moan. The girl, hearing the noise that came out of her friend, smiled with a triumphant smile. She finally managed to get a moan out of her friend and also left a hickey on his neck, a mark that showed that he now belonged to someone. Melissa. It's getting late. Let's go back to the dorms. Izuku. Agitated. The boy puts the girl down and they start walking back to UA hand in hand. The teenager was in a very good mood, marking her territory, and that feeling of dominance she felt in the alley made her feel good. Although for the green-haired boy, he was still agitated after what happened, trying to hide it, but he was too horny. As soon as they arrived at the dorms, the green-haired boy tried to find a way to hide his little friend. The blonde noticed and gave a mischievous smile. The teenager passed him her bag containing the stuffed animal they won at the fair. "Melissa, take it from me, maybe it will help you." The green-haired boy didn't say a word and began carrying his bag, trying to hide the bulge in his pants. The two walked past the cafeteria, where, as fate would have it, most of the class was hanging out. The two teenagers passed by in silence and began climbing the stairs until they reached Melissa's bedroom door. "Melissa, it was an amazing night, thanks Izuku." "Izuku? Yes, it has been." The green-haired man passes his bag to his friend. The blonde notices that the protagonist is still hard and looks at him with a mischievous smile at what he's accomplished. "Melissa, do you want to come in?" The green-haired man said nothing and remained silent, but began to nod slightly. "Izuku. Yes." "Melissa. What's up? I can't hear you." "Izuku. Yes, I want to pass." The blonde smiled. "Melissa. I have to get up early tomorrow, so let's leave it for the next appointment." The blonde gave the green-haired boy a small, tender kiss. "Melissa. Good night, Izuku." "Izuku. Yes, good night, Melissa-chan." The blonde closes the door and the green-haired man stands still for a few seconds without moving until he lets out a small sigh and heads to his room. "Izuku. I have to take a cold shower." The protagonist opens the door to his room and enters. The room is dark, so he closes the door and turns on the light. When he turns on the light, he is surprised by what he sees. Izuku. Najire. The blue-haired girl was sitting on her bed while wearing pajamas. Najire. "Hello Izuku, until you finally arrive." "Izuku. You, how did you get in?" Najire. "By the window. If you want some advice, you shouldn't leave it open, people can come in without you knowing." Izuku. "Yes, but, you. What are you doing here?" Najire. "I was bored and thought I'd surprise you, so." "Surprise?" Izuku. "Were you with the lights off this whole time?" Najire. "Of course not. I turned them off when I heard you and her coming up the stairs." Izuku. "I see, next time don't come in through the window, I have an extra set of keys if you want them." Najire. So now thinking about the future laughing. Izuku. "That's not what I meant. I mean, going in through windows is dangerous and I trust you, so I don't mind you having the keys to my room." Najire. "Doesn't it bother you?" Izuku. "No, of course not. The keys are in my desk drawer." Najire. "And does your little friend downstairs bother you?" The green-haired man was embarrassed and covered it with both hands. Najire. "Oh come on, as if I hadn't seen it." Izuku. I'll be right back, I'm going to take a shower." Najire. "Wait." The green-haired boy stood still as the teenager approached him. The girl circled the pair, then hugged him from behind and groped her friend. Najire. "You look so cute with those cat ears," smiling playfully. The blue-haired girl began to unbutton his pants. Najire. "It shouldn't hurt like this." Izuku. Najire. "We can't do this again, we have no protection." Najire. "Yes, we have them, they are on the nightstand." The green-haired man was surprised since he had never bought some. Izuku. "I promise you for everything that I don't know how they got there." Najire. "I know, I brought them, I bought them today at the pharmacy." Izuku. "I didn't know you were so perverted, Najire." Najire. "You make me like this, take charge." The blue-haired girl lightly bites his ear. Izuku. "Of course." Meanwhile, elsewhere, two people were chatting outside the dorms. They were none other than Melissa and Momo, who had met up immediately after the green-haired man entered their room. Momo. "Why did you ask me to talk at this time?" Melissa. "I want us to continue the truce." Momo. But if Izuku's already better, there's no point in that truce." Melissa. "Oh come on, don't tell me you didn't notice Izuku and Hado." Momo. "I don't know what you're talking about." Melissa. "Momo, you know what's going on between them. If we don't do something, Hado and Izuku will start dating." The black-haired girl remained silent for a moment, as if she were thinking and analyzing what her friend was saying. Momo. "And what do you propose?" Melissa. "Let's share Izuku." Hado can't be part of this equation, we don't know her at all. The black-haired girl was surprised by what her friend proposed to her. Momo. What do you mean by sharing it? Melissa. That we both go out with him. The dazzling light of dawn filtered through the curtains of the room, illuminating it softly. Midoriya stood up, and with a sleepy yawn, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. The teenager was sleeping, cuddling with his blue-haired friend. Izuku. Najire, are you awake? The teenager moved a little and turned around to hug the green-haired man head-on. Najire. 5 more minutes. The blue-haired girl began to curl up in the protagonist's arms. The green-haired man stroked her hair and tried to get up without waking her. When he managed to get up, he realized he had gotten up early on a Sunday, so he got dressed and left the room to go to the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, he takes out a couple of ingredients and begins to cook breakfast. He was completely alone. No one else was up at that hour. A few minutes later, he begins to hear someone arriving, and out of the corner of his eye, he realizes it's Uraraka. He begins to plate breakfast on 4 plates, and when he turns to pick up the plates, his gaze meets hers. They both stare at each other for a few seconds before continuing with their own work. The protagonist finishes plating and eats one before starting to clean the dishes. When he finishes washing, he realizes the brunette was watching him, and when he turns to look at her, she looks away. The green-haired man lets out a sigh and grabs the 3 plates to start heading back to the dorms, but just as he is about to leave, he stops at the brunette's table and sets down a plate. Izuku. Uraraka. 10. The protagonist looks at his partner, who was trying not to look at his face. Uraraka. What is going on? Izuku. I wasn't in the best state when I told you and the rest of the class that I didn't care about you, and that if necessary I would sacrifice you, and that I didn't consider you my classmates. Uraraka. What are you trying to get at with all this? Izuku. I wanted to apologize. Not everything I said was true. To tell you the truth, I do consider you a friend. Well, I considered you a friend. I hurt you, like the rest of the class, and I don't expect you to forgive me for what I'm saying. I just wanted you to know. The protagonist grabs the plates and starts to leave, but stops when he hears the chestnut's voice and turns to look at him. Uraraka. Midoriya. The brunette was no longer avoiding the gaze, she was looking into the eyes of the one who was once her friend. Uraraka. When I was fighting with Toga and I saw you pass by, I was happy at first. I thought you would help me defeat her so we could rescue the rest of our companions, but when I saw that you completely ignored me and continued on your way, I thought you hadn't seen me. I wished it were like that. Then, at the hospital, when you told us everything, I realized that you had seen me, but you ignored me to save Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Uraraka. I don't blame you for it, you only wanted to rescue her and I try to understand, since as you said, you work for her as her bodyguard, but what hurt me the most was when you told me that I wasn't your friend. Everything we went through, all the fun we had, did all of that mean nothing to you? If you're telling me that wasn't true, then why did you say it? Why did you say that you didn't care about us? Are you only saying this because you feel guilty or because everyone is ignoring you? Are you really saying this, or are you just saying it to feel good about yourself? If you want to feel good about yourself, then I'll forgive you, but don't talk to me again. Tears began to run down the brunette's face. Izuku. Uraraka. I'm not doing this to feel better about myself. What I did will always haunt me, and I know I failed you and the entire class. What we went through together does mean something to me. I truly considered you a friend, and I know I hurt you, and I'll have to live with that along with everything I've done wrong in my life. I said all of that in the hospital because I wasn't well and I wanted to stay sane with the only thing I could hold on to in the situation, and I didn't think very carefully about how that would hurt those around me. Like I told you, I don't expect you to forgive me. The green-haired man starts to continue walking, but the brunette hadn't finished speaking. Uraraka. Midoriya. Even though I'm the one who's walking away, you're the one who's leaving. Izuku. I don't expect you to forgive me for my words, but for my actions. Have a nice day, Uraraka. Enjoy breakfast. The green-haired boy leaves and heads back to the dorms. As he goes up the stairs, he checks the time and is just in time, as it was the exact time Yaoyorozu was getting up. The protagonist approaches the girl's door and knocks lightly. Type. Izuku. Izuku. Good morning, Momo. I brought you breakfast. Handing her a plate. The black-haired girl is happy and accepts the plate with pleasure. Momo. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku. And I served you a double portion, just the way you like it, laughing slightly. The black-haired girl was a little embarrassed. Momo. It's because of my gift, you know it's because of my gift. Izuku. I know, it's just that I missed this. I missed being able to bother you. The brunette puffs out her cheeks and makes a cute pout. Izuku. Yeah, that's what I expected, laughing. The green-haired boy started to laugh a little. The black-haired girl, seeing how her friend smiled and laughed with happiness, couldn't help but smile. Momo. Silly Izuku. Wanna hang out? Izuku. No thanks, I'm busy now, maybe longer, after training. Momo. Yes, of course. Izuku. See you later, Momo. Momo. Yes, see you later. Izuku. The green-haired boy enters his room and sees that Najire was awake, but still lying in bed. Najire. Where did you go? Izuku. I went down too. Najire. Come lie down with me for a while longer. I'm cold. The blue-haired girl pouted and indicated to the green-haired boy that he should lie down with her for a while longer. Izuku. Your breakfast is going to get cold, leaving the plate on the desk. Najire. Did you make me breakfast? The teenager stood up in a very good mood and sat down on the desk chair. Izuku. Of course, I thought you were going to be hungry. Najire. And you're not going to eat with me? Izuku. I already had breakfast downstairs while you were sleeping. Najire. Here, eat a little. The girl handed him the chopsticks with food. Izuku. But I already had breakfast. Najire. Eat a little more, you're too skinny, now say ah. The boy didn't want to, but the teenager waved her chopsticks while she began to hum the little airplane. The young man just sighed and let the girl feed him. Najire. So you only do it if they make you a little airplane, smiling mockingly. Izuku. You're wrong, blushing. Najire. You don't have to be ashamed of that, I can do it to you as many times as you want. The blue-haired girl started laughing at the situation. The green-haired boy was embarrassed at first, but let it go and started joking about it. The two teenagers started chatting while the blue-haired girl ate breakfast. Time flew by, and Najire had to go back to her room. The green-haired boy opened the window to say goodbye to her, but she started to walk out the door. The green-haired boy was surprised and quickly started following her to stop her. The protagonist catches up with her and stops her arm. Izuku. What are you doing? They can see you. You have to leave through the window, like you came in. The blue-haired girl smiled tenderly. Najire. No. The girl continued walking, while Izuku followed her to stop her. Izuku. Najire, the whole class should already be in the dining room, everyone is going to see you. Najire. That's the idea. The girl takes his hand and they start walking together. Izuku. It's in pajamas. Najire. We're in pajamas. The protagonist tried to convince her to stop, but she refused. As soon as they reached the cafeteria, they saw that most of the class was there. Everyone had surprised expressions. The unknown girl from yesterday was just leaving their dorms. The blue-haired girl and the green-haired boy continued walking until a boy with glasses stood in front of them. Iida. Excuse me, what are you doing here? A stranger can't be here. Najire. I'm not a stranger, I'm also a student at UA, and Izuku is coming with me. Iida. But, the blue-haired boy remains silent and glances at the green-haired boy. He doesn't say anything else and steps out of the way. The entire class watched Najire and Izuku walk hand in hand toward the exit of the dorms. Melissa. Now do you understand why I proposed it to you? Momo. Yes, Melissa. So what's your answer? The black-haired girl remained silent as she watched her friend walk hand in hand with Hato. Momo. I'm in. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy and the blue-haired girl were chatting on their way to the third-year dorms. Izuku. Najire, why did you do that? Now rumors are going to spread. Najire. I don't care about rumors. Izuku. What, really? Najire. Yes, I stopped caring a long time ago. The blue-haired girl changed her face to a worried one. Najire. Are you worried about the rumors? You should have stopped me. I didn't ask if you cared. We could do something to fix the misunderstanding. I mean, it's not much to explain. I don't know, we could. The blue-haired girl started to get nervous trying to solve this, but the green-haired boy started to laugh. Izuku. Don't worry, I don't care about the rumors either, I was just worried that they would affect you. The blue-haired girl sighed in relief and squeezed the green-haired boy's hand tighter, so that they wouldn't let go. Time passed, it was already nighttime, and the protagonist had dressed casually and comfortably. He sprayed on some perfume and left the room. When he reached the dining room, he saw Momo and Melissa chatting. They both noticed him, so they approached. Melissa. Oh Izuku, you look so handsome. Momo. You look very good. The green-haired man scratched the back of his neck. Izuku. Thanks girls smiling. Momo. We came up with a way for the class to forgive you. The green-haired man is surprised and tries to stay relaxed. Melissa. It won't be easy, as it will take time, but with this you will take a big step. Izuku. And what would it be? Momo. You have to stop being vice president. Izuku. I don't think that will solve anything. Melissa. Not only that, you have to resign and apologize completely. It won't be easy since no one will accept those apologies, or well, most of them, so you'll have to prove that you're truly sorry. Momo. Not with words, but with actions. The protagonist thinks about it for a bit and before he could answer he feels arms surrounding him from behind. Najire. Hola Izuku. Izuku. Hola Najire. The blue-haired girl kept her gaze on the blonde and the black-haired girl in front of them. Najire. Are we leaving now? To our date. Izuku. Yes, of course, bye girls. Melissa. Goodbye, Izuku. Momo. Goodbye, Najire. Bye-bye smiling. The blue-haired girl breaks away from the hug and takes his hand. Both young men leave the dorms, while the blonde and the brunette watch them leave. Melissa. Momo. Momo. Yes, Melissa. Start getting ready. Momo. What do you mean? Melissa. Today you have to move forward with Izuku. Outside the dorms, the green-haired boy and the light blue-haired girl were walking down the street. The protagonist could see the girl's appearance, and she looked beautiful in the boy's eyes. Izuku. Najire, it's impressionate. The girl blushed a little.
Najire. Thanks, you look nice too. We make a cute couple, don't you think? Izuku. Yeah, I guess so. The girl smiled at the answers and then looked at the scar on her arm. Najire. You know, I've been wanting to ask you about that scar for a while, what happened to you? The green-haired man lets go of the girl's hand and raises his arm. Izuku. About this one? The teenager nods energetically. Izuku. I can't tell you. Najire. What, why not? The girl puffs out her cheeks and looks annoyed at the boy. Izuku. It's someone else's secret, I can't tell you, laughing at the girl's attitude. Najire. What if I give you a candy? The boy just laughs and shakes his head. Najire. And for 2 sweets? Izuku. I can't tell you, I'm a grave. Najire. Oh come on, how is it possible that someone else's secret left your arm like that? Was it Yaoyorozu's father? Izuku. Not at all, it has nothing to do with the Yaoyorozu. The girl puffed out her cheeks and took the green-haired man's hand to continue walking. Najire. Will you tell me someday? Izuku. Maybe I'll tell you when All Might dies. Najire. What? That's too far away. Izuku. I said maybe I can't tell you either, laughing. Najire. Tonto. Izuku Tonto. The 2 teenagers continued talking and fooling around until they reached an arcade. The blue-haired girl got excited, and they quickly entered. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded by bright lights and the cheerful sound of arcade machines. The colors and upbeat music created an atmosphere of fun and excitement. The 2 teenagers began playing and having fun on various machines. The girl was super competitive at these games and always tried to beat Midoriya. After a couple of rounds of friendly competition, some little boys approached the couple and challenged them to a game of foosball. The protagonist saw the children and they looked very young, so he was going to reject them. Izuku. No, Gra. Najire. Of course, you two against us two, grabbing the protagonist's arm. Boy 1. Okay, whoever loses gets to buy the winners some chips. Najire. Done. The blue-haired girl shakes hands with the boy who seemed to be the oldest. The children sat on her side, and the teenagers on theirs. The green-haired boy begins to whisper to the girl. Izuku. Hey, they're little kids. Najire. What's wrong? Izuku. The green-haired man looked silently at the girl who looked at him confused. Izuku. Just, let's hold back and not play around. Najire. Yes, of course. Boy 1. Stop talking and play more foosball. Child 2. Yes, later we don't want an excuse for beating them. Najire. Of course, whoever reaches 7 wins. Child 1. Goes. The protagonist was in charge of defense and goalkeeping, while the blue-haired girl was in charge of the midfield and forwards. The children placed the ball on the table and began to play, but as soon as the ball landed on the table, it was a point for the children. Child 1. Very easy. Child 2. Those potatoes will be the easiest we can get. Laughing. The girl's vein was raised by the comments, while the green-haired man was normal. Izuku. Well done. Keep it up, encouraging them. The blue-haired girl turns to look at the green-haired boy in annoyance and puffs out her cheeks to continue playing. Najire took the ball and placed it on the table. They were playing normally until the ball went into the teenager's defense, and the boy tried to score. The green-haired boy wasn't taking the game seriously, and that's why they ended up getting another point. Boy 1. Hey, you're so bad. Laughing. How can you be worse than that girl? Child 2. Yes, it gets better. The blue-haired girl was annoyed and glared at the green-haired boy. The protagonist no longer had the same expression as before. He was also annoyed, so he turned to look at the girl. A boy's going to beat me. Izuku. Najire. See, Izuku. Forget what I told you, let's play seriously. Najire. Ya era hora. The girl's annoyed expression faded, and she began to smile. The girl threw the ball onto the table, and as soon as it landed, she scored a goal. The children were surprised. Boy 1. It was luck. Smiling. Boy 2. Yes, brother, it was luck. Laughing. The children tossed the ball to the table, and as soon as the teenager touched it, she scored another goal. The children were surprised and nervous, as they had been quickly tied. Izuku. 2-2. The children dropped the ball on the table and luckily managed to get it past the teenager's defense. The youngest child was about to score, but the main character blocked him with the goalkeeper and ended up scoring a goal from the defense. Boy 1. But what? Surprised Najire. Keep playing and throw the ball. The children continued serving, but as soon as the aspiring heroes touched it, they scored a goal. The match didn't last long, and the children ultimately lost. The teenagers euphorically celebrated the victory, while the children couldn't believe their eyes. Najire. Now pay. Child 1. But we are children. Najire. I'm not interested. Now pay for the potatoes. Child 2. But Izuku. Bets must be fulfilled, so now pay up. Both children looked at each other sadly. The youngest was about to cry, but by chance, they were told that the arcade was closing in 5 minutes. Boy 1. Did you hear that? We can't buy them now, so. Najire. What are you talking about? You have 5 minutes to go buy them, now go buy them. Child 2. But the boy, who appeared to be the youngest, began to sob, while the older boy went to buy the potatoes, but the kitchen had already closed. The green-haired boy told him they would charge him for the potatoes the next time they came, and left. As they left, the two teenagers held hands and began walking. Izuku. Do you think we went too far? No, for now, Izuku. But one started crying. Najire. I cry because I wanted to, we just beat them. Izuku. Well, yeah. Najire. We had to play like this from the beginning. Izuku. I guess so. Najire. Where do we go next? I heard a movie that came out this week is really good. Izuku. Let's go then, but will it be open? Najire. Of course, it's not too late either. The teenagers started walking until they reached a movie theater, but it was closed for renovations, so the girl let out a sigh of defeat. Izuku. It will be for next time. Consoling her, the blue-haired girl didn't want the date to end. They had classes tomorrow and it was getting late to go anywhere, so she came up with an idea. Najire. What if we go to the training camps? Izuku. Do you want to train at this time?
Najire. Nope, to talk. At this hour there shouldn't be anyone around so we can be alone.
Izuku. Okay, let's go. Najire. The girl started smiling, and they headed back to UA upon arriving. They walked past the training grounds and sat in the stands. Someone was watching them from the window when they arrived. Izuku. It's so quiet here. Najire. Yes, it's nice breathing a sigh of relief. No one will bother us here. Izuku. Bother? Bother with what? Najire. What do you think, silly? The teenager gives him a kiss on the cheek and looks at him playfully. Izuku. The girl kisses him on the other cheek and looks into his eyes again, then gently caresses his cheek. Izuku. What are you doing? Surprised someone might come. The girl looked at him playfully again and kissed him on the cheek, then gently grabbed his head and kissed him again in the same place. Najire. I don't mind if they see us doing this. The blue-haired girl begins to kiss the male protagonist passionately, who begins to reciprocate. The kiss became more intense, and the male protagonist's hands moved down to the girl's hips. The green-haired boy lost his balance and ended up lying on the steps. The girl was on top of him and smiled playfully before continuing the kiss. They both broke away for a moment, breathing heavily, trying to catch their breath. Najire. Izuku. Najire. Both teenagers stared into each other's eyes, neither of them wanting to stop looking at the other. Najire. What are we? Najire. What are we? The protagonist was surprised by the sudden question. Izuku. We're friends. Najire. I don't want to be your friend anymore. I want to be more than just a friend. The green-haired man knew what the girl was referring to. Izuku. I don't know Najire. Melissa-chan and Momo like me too. I don't want to hurt them. Najire. I don't care about them. I care about you. Izuku. But they're my friends. I don't want to hurt them. Najire. You're right. They're your friends, let them stay that way. But you and I can be something more. The teenager had the protagonist cornered against the stands, who began to think about what she was telling him. Izuku. Najire, you. Suddenly a sound came from the entrance of the training ground. Melissa. Cough cough. The blonde coughed loudly to get the two young men's attention. The green-haired man looked up to try and see her. The blue-haired woman looked annoyed. Najire. Come back later, we're busy. Melissa. I can't, this is urgent.
Izuku. What's urgent? Melissa. Momo is going out to shop at the convenience store.
Izuku. Thanks for letting me know, Melissa-chan. The green-haired man began to get up, carefully moving Najire, who was on top of him. Najire. Kuro. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, I won't be long. The green-haired boy got up from the stands and started approaching the blonde. Melissa. She's in the dining room. Izuku. Thank you. The green-haired boy quickly went to where his friend was. The blue-haired girl glared at the blonde, who only saw the blue-haired girl seriously. Najire. What do you think you're doing? I didn't interrupt your date with him. Melissa. Were you still on your date? Sorry, I didn't realize. The blue-haired girl began to get closer and closer to the blonde. Najire. Keep playing dumb. Do you think I didn't notice how you were watching us from the window when we came back from UA? The dining room windows don't hide you, in case you didn't know. Melissa. What's the matter? Can't you watch the sunset? Najire. Yes, of course, Melissa. Why are you acting like this? You're just a friend too. You should stay that way, or what did you say? Najire. So you were listening to us? Annoyed Melissa. Yes, I heard the most important thing. Najire. Are you jealous of my date? Melissa. You were jealous of mine first. Najire. Oh please, your date was a fiasco. Melissa. What are you talking about? Izuku loved it. Najire. He loved it so much that I had to calm him down. Melissa. What are you talking about? If you're going to say something, say it straight away. Annoyed. Najire. Izuku. Izuku was fantastic, tasting his lips. The green-haired boy has just arrived at the dining room and sees his friend sitting on the couch reading a book.
Izuku. I'm here. Momo, let's go. The black-haired girl looked at him confused. Momo. Where to? Izuku. Didn't you want to go shopping at the store? Melissa told me a few moments ago. Momo. Ah yes, let's go. The brunette understood what was happening, and the blonde gave her a chance to be alone with the green-haired boy. The two teenagers left UA and went to a nearby convenience store. Upon entering, the girl, unsure of what to buy, began browsing the aisles of the small shop. While the girl was searching for something to buy, the boy bought a candy bar and a chocolate bar. The boy paid for both items and ate the candy bar. Izuku. It's not as good as I thought. The teenager made a strange face, so the teenager noticed and approached him. Momo. What happened? Izuku. Nothing, it's just that I didn't like this sweet at all. The boy kept eating it since he ended up paying for it. The girl stared at the boy eating the candy even though she didn't like it, because no one could take away the strange faces he made. The teenager approached the green-haired boy, looking him in the eyes. The green-haired boy didn't understand what she was doing. They had been in the store for 5 minutes, and she still hadn't picked up anything to buy. Suddenly, Yaoyorozu leaned forward. Without warning, her lips met Midoriya's in a sudden and tender kiss. The protagonist was in shock. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as Izuku stood motionless, processing what had just happened. The brunette slowly broke away from the kiss, a slight blush spreading across her face. She wore a mischievous smile as her eyes searched for the protagonist. Momo. MMMH, it tastes like blueberry. Izuku. What are you doing? Nervous. Momo. I wanted to try your candy with a mischievous smile. Izuku. Your dad can see us. The green-haired man approached the windows of the establishment, looking to see if anyone was spying from anywhere. Momo. My dad is at home. Izuku. Not your dad, but his bodyguard's nervous, they're going to tell them. Momo. Izuku, you're the only bodyguard I have. The only ones who had threatened against me are, well, they're dead. Izuku. Huro. Momo. Relax, no one here can know what's going on. The girl approaches the boy's back and hugs him. Momo. You're the only one looking after me right now. There's no reason for my father to hire more bodyguards. Izuku. You're right, but... The protagonist turns around to look at the black-haired girl who was looking into his eyes while he was surrounded by her arms. Momo. Izuku, just let yourself go. The brunette kissed him again, and this time the green-haired man reciprocated. The kiss was soft and tender at first, but it grew increasingly intense and passionate. Their lips were in perfect sync, exploring and savoring every inch. When they finally broke apart, their foreheads touched gently, feeling each other's breath. Momo. You took my candy. Izuku. It was mine from the beginning. Do you want it back? Momo. Yes, Izuku. Come and take it from me. Both teenagers kiss passionately again until the black-haired girl finally manages to take the candy from the green-haired boy. Momo. It's mine now. The two teens were in a romantic mood until the cashier started coughing, so they realized they weren't in the right place for that. They separated and continued on. They were about to leave, but the green-haired boy told her he hadn't bought anything, so the girl grabbed a candy and bought it. The teens walked back to the dorms in silence, and upon reaching the classroom cafeteria, they saw Melissa and Najire with ice packs on their faces. Izuku. What happened? Who did this to them? Neither of them said anything. Momo. Are you okay? Neither of them responded anything. Uraraka. They were fighting each other, I had to separate them. The green-haired man was surprised and looked at both women, who simply avoided his gaze. The teenager gave a small sigh and looked at how both girls' faces were damaged and their heads were down to avoid seeing him. The protagonist approached the blonde and took her chin so he could get a better look at her face. Izuku. The good thing is that it didn't leave a mark. The green-haired boy looked closely at the girl's face while caressing her hair. The blonde was surprised and her eyes became crystalline at the green-haired boy's action. The blue-haired girl, upon hearing that the protagonist was worried about the blonde and not her, became sad as she looked at the ground. She just wanted to leave. Watery eyes were soon coming. At any moment she felt she would start to cry, but she felt a hand on her chin that gently pulled her gaze up. It was the protagonist who raised her gaze to examine her face. Izuku, your face will surely hurt tomorrow. At first glance, the blue-haired girl's face was more damaged than the blonde's. Izuku, why is your face so damaged? The protagonist carefully examined the blue-haired girl's face while wiping her eyes that were about to cry. Melissa. I. Embarrassed accidentally used my gift. Izuku. What, Najire? Yes, she's a cheater, the fight was without gifts. Melissa. I really didn't mean to. I accidentally took it, sorry Hado. Izuku. The good thing is that recovery girl's help is not necessary, it will heal on its own. The protagonist continued to look delicately at the blue-haired girl's face. Izuku. And what were they fighting for? Both girls remained silent and stared at each other for a few seconds. The brunette, who had been there, was about to say what happened, but before she could speak, the blonde spoke up. Melissa. You're welcome. Izuku. How so? Najire. It wasn't for nothing, it was just a silly girl thing, you wouldn't understand. Izuku. So it was just a stupid thing that got you into this. Both girls looked at each other, they had a knowing look. Najire. Melissa. See. The green-haired man just sighed, he wasn't going to get them both to tell each other what really happened. The brunette, who was going to tell what she saw, decided to remain silent when she saw that both girls decided nothing had happened. The green-haired man stopped examining the blue-haired woman's face and began searching for something in his pocket. Izuku. Here, I know you like chocolate so I brought you this. The green-haired man passes the chocolate he bought to the blue-haired woman. Najire. Thank you. Izuku. Melissa-chan, I didn't buy one for you, sorry, next time I promise to bring you one too. Melissa. Don't worry about it, thanks anyway. The blue-haired girl opened the chocolate and stared at it for a second before looking at the blonde. Najire. Hey, Shield. Do you want some chocolate? The blonde looked at her for a few seconds. Melissa. Okay, thanks Hado. The blue-haired girl breaks the chocolate in half and offers it to the blonde. Melissa. You can call me Melissa, if that suits you. Najire. And you can call me Najire, only if it suits you too, Melissa. Melissa. Of course, Najire. Izuku. It's good that you're all ready. I was thinking of cooking something, are you hungry? The blue-haired girl and the blonde nodded shyly while the black-haired girl excitedly approached the protagonist. Momo. Let me help you. Izuku. No, this time let me cook for everyone, as a thank you for what they've done for me. The green-haired boy smiled at the brunette, who only nodded and sat at the table to look at him from a distance while checking that the girls were okay. The brunette, who had witnessed part of the fight, was relieved that it had been resolved without further problems, so she was about to leave, but someone grabbed her arm to stop her. Izuku. Uraraka, you stay and eat something too. The brunette remained silent as she watched the protagonist's hand grab her arm. Izuku noticed this and quickly pulled his hand away. Uraraka. No thanks, I'm not hungry. The brunette turned around and was about to leave, but her stomach began to give her away. Everyone fell silent. Uraraka. Izuku. The offer still stands. The brunette didn't say anything else and sat down at the table with the other girls. The green-haired boy got to work, starting to cook under the gaze of the girls who kept glancing at him from the dining room. The 5 young men had a lovely dinner on their last day before returning to school. Dream. Izuku sat at the head of a dining table, surrounded by a dark and silent atmosphere. There was no light, only a lamp illuminating the green-haired boy next to part of the table. The table was covered with a white tablecloth, adorned with elegant plates and cutlery. The protagonist felt a feeling of unease, and as he looked around the lonely surroundings, he suddenly felt arms hugging him from behind. The protagonist already knew who it was, he didn't need to turn around to know who it was. This wasn't the first time he'd had this dream, but it had been a few days since he'd had it. Izuku. Toga Himiko. Toga. Did you miss me? Izuku. Toga. How bad, I did miss you, my favorite assassin. The blonde rests her head on the teenager's shoulder and begins to play with his hair. Toga. It's been a while since you came to see me. I felt so lonely without you, you know I don't like being alone, remember? The green-haired man maintained a neutral expression. The blonde behind him began to crawl and sat on the protagonist's lap. The protagonist looked at her and saw that the girl was covered in blood, half of her body and face burned. Toga. Do you like how I look? It's your favorite. Just like you left me last time. Izuku. The green-haired man remained silent while the blonde grabbed the protagonist's chin with her hands so he could see her. Toga. Why are you so quiet? You should be more polite to visitors, murderer. The girl who was grabbing the boy's chin directs her gaze to the dining room table, where the light spread throughout the table and all the people that the protagonist had killed were there. The League of Villains had gathered once again. Each of the League members was in the way that Izuku had killed them. They all looked at them in silence, observing him closely with judgmental looks. A loud noise began to sound throughout the environment. It was the alarm that the protagonist had set and had just woken him from his sleep. The green-haired boy let out a long sigh and turned off the alarm that indicated it was 5 in the morning. The protagonist turned to look at his bed and realized he was alone, so he intuited that thanks to Najire he hadn't had that dream for a few days. The boy got up and started his new routine. He exercised for an hour, which consisted of running only. After that, he showered and got ready to start the day. The boy took advantage of the opportunity to make breakfast for himself and his friends, so at 7, the three of them were having breakfast in the dormitory's dining room and then went to class and stayed there chatting. They were the first to arrive, and after a while, their classmates and finally their teacher began to arrive. Before the teacher started the class, the green-haired boy asked for a little time to say a few words, so the sensei agreed and the protagonist stood up in front of everyone. Izuku. I resign from being the class vice president. I'm not fit for the position. A vice president should be someone you trust. Clearly I'm not that one. Nobody said anything. Everyone was silent. Izuku. Also, I wanted to apologize to everyone for my behavior at the hospital and also for what happened at camp. I don't expect you to forgive me, and if you want to hate me, I'm here and I'll be here for the next 3 years. I just ask that you give me a chance to show you that I'm truly sorry. Without anything else to say, the protagonist returns to his post. Everything was silent until a burst of applause was heard, disconcerting everyone. Mineta had started clapping. The green-haired man just laughed and returned to his seat. Aizawa. Fine. I don't care who the next vice president will be, but do it quickly, you have 5 minutes. The class began to organize and by decision of everyone, it was decided that she would be one of those who went to rescue Bakugo, since they were the only ones who tried to do something and the others remained silent, knowing what they were going to do. The vote was between Iida, Kirishima, Melissa and Todoroki. At the end of the voting Melissa wins, who was fighting with Kirishima. But the blonde ended up winning since the others considered that the experience she would be good. Basically they voted her because she was old. The day continued as normal. A few awkward glances passed between the green-haired boy and some of his classmates, but he accepted it. The only strange thing that happened was when his classmate Aoyama approached him and thanked him. He didn't understand what he meant, but it was clear his classmate was grateful. In the last class, everyone was practicing a special move for their provisional licenses. Only there was a problem for our protagonist. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, what do you think? Aizawa. What do you mean? Practice with the rest. Izuku. I already have several special movements. Aizawa. Really? Izuku. Yes, Aizawa. And do they have names? Izuku. No, I think shouting the name of the ability will only alert the villains. The black-haired man sighed heavily. Aizawa. I don't deny that, but we are heroes Midoriya, we must inspire people. Izuku. Yo. The green-haired man remained silent for a moment. Aizawa. Go and help the rest of your classmates, that will do you good. Izuku. Entry, sensei. Aizawa. And start thinking of names for your special attacks. The green-haired boy began to walk towards his companions who seemed to need help. He approached Shoji who seemed complicated. Izuku. Do you need help? Shoji. No, not at all. The green-haired man understood this and continued to support his companions as much as he could. Several had rejected him, but others accepted his help. Iida. Midoriya, I need your help. The green-haired man approached his companion. Izuku. Okay, how can I help you? Iida. I need a partner to serve as an obstacle. Could you use your gift to create a difficult area to run? Izuku. Okay, but how will that help you create the special attack? Iida. It will help me use my gift in complex areas. Izuku. Get to the point, Iida. What do you want to tell me? Iida. I saw that no one accepted your help, so I tried to ask you to help you feel better. Izuku. No need, I don't mind rejection. Iida. You know, this morning when you said what happened at camp, I got a little angry. Izuku. Iida. But I remembered what really happened and I remembered how overwhelmed you were at first until Mineta helped you. It must have been hard for you too, right? Izuku. Iida. It's okay that you don't want to talk about it. At that time I got a little blinded and blamed you for no reason. You are also a student like us, even if you were a bodyguard, you are still our partner. Izuku. Thanks Iida. Iida. I'll leave you alone now. You have more important things to do. The green-haired man was about to leave, but thinking about it, he stayed. Izuku. Did you say to make you an obstacle course? Iida. Yes, but... The green-haired man placed his hands on the ground and tried to collect as much water from the dampness as possible, just like he had burst a pipe. He used the water and created a large ice field, along with wells and rises. He also made the area uneven and uneven. Izuku. Is this okay? Iida. Yes, that's perfect Midoriya, thank you. The green-haired man left after fixing the pipe with some ice. It would take a couple of hours for the ice to melt, but it's better than nothing. The green-haired man continued offering his help until someone else called him over. Kaminari. Midoriya. Izuku. I'm going. The green-haired man approached his companion. Kaminari. Could you help me? Izuku. Of course, what thing? Kaminari. I want to have better control of my gift, I can't control it without a support item. Izuku. And how can I help you? Kaminari. You have such great control over your gift, I thought you could help me with mine. The protagonist thinks for a bit. Izuku. Your electricity goes in any direction, right? Kaminari. Yes, and when I create strong electric shocks I get a short circuit. Izuku. You could concentrate your gift in a single point, release it in an area of your body, or you could constantly release a small charge of energy that would serve as armor. Kaminari. What do you mean by concentrating on a single point? I can't do that without a supporting article. Izuku. I mean this. The protagonist uses his partner's sweat to create water claws. Izuku. Concentrate your gift on your fists and constantly release energy from them. It would have to be at a small magnitude or else you would lose control and it would go out in all directions. For now it would serve you to attack at short distance, but with a little practice I think you could get to launch lightning from your fists. The blonde thought for a moment and put what his partner had told him to the test. He concentrated as much as he could, and electricity began to slowly flow out, surrounding his fists and forearms. Izuku. That's it, but try not to let the electricity reach your forearms. The blonde tried to concentrate his energy more, but that was as far as he could go. Kaminari. I can't concentrate anymore. Izuku. Then keep it up, with practice you'll get there. Kaminari. Thanks, Midoriya. I think I can use my quirk in ways I haven't thought of. You just gave me a great idea. Izuku. Let's put it to the test, Kaminari. The green-haired man gathers water, just like his arms, and freezes it on his forearms, to simulate a boxing glove. Izuku. Attack me with your new attack. Kaminari. As you command. The blonde boy uses his new attack and hits his partner on the ice breaks and he manages to hit his forearms. The green-haired boy felt an electric shock throughout his body. Kaminari. Midoriya. This is it. Izuku. Yes, of course, your attack doesn't have a very strong charge, but with several hits of this magnitude you could incapacitate the enemy. With a little practice, it could become a killing blow. Kaminari. Thanks, Midoriya. I'll train hard for the interim exam. Izuku. You're welcome Kaminari, keep trying. The green-haired man turns his back and begins to walk away. Kaminari. Midoriya. The green-haired boy turns back to the blonde boy. Izuku. Dime. Kaminari. You too, give it your all on the interim exams, give it your all together with the whole class. as classmates, because that's what we are, classmates, right? The green-haired man couldn't help but smile at what the blonde was referring to. Izuku. Of course, Kaminari. The green-haired man left his companion, continuing to offer his help to those who needed it. The week flew by, and Friday had arrived. Everyone had just finished training hard for their special attacks, and the end of class had arrived, so everyone was headed back to the dining hall to rest and chat among themselves. Izuku was returning to Momo and Melissa, but Najire was standing in the doorway, apparently waiting for them. Najire. Hello Izuku. Hello girls. Izuku, Melissa. Hola Najire. Momo. Hello Fairy. Najire. I need to talk to you in private. The green-haired boy looked at his friends for a moment and none of them seemed to not want to. Izuku. Of course, let's go to my room. Everyone headed to the protagonist's room. The blue-haired girl was serious, so the green-haired boy sensed it was something important. When they arrived at the room, the blue-haired girl was silent. Izuku. What's wrong with you? Najire. Yes, I think it's time. The green-haired man was surprised by the words. Izuku. Time for what? The blue-haired girl looked at both girls. It was the first time Izuku saw the girl that way. Najire. You have to choose one. The protagonist was surprised, while the girls became serious at the words and sided with Najire. Melissa. Najire is right, it's time for you to choose. The green-haired man remained silent as he looked at his friends' faces. They all had serious expressions, trying to hide their anxiety about whether or not they would be chosen. Melissa. Before you choose, I want to tell you that Momo and I are coming together, we are a 2-for-1. The green-haired boy is confused and surprised at the same time. Perhaps both girls wanted to go out with him at the same time. Najire. Hey, that's cheating. Momo. It's not cheating, it's called strategy. Najire. It's not fair to make alliances. Melissa. And who decided that? The blue-haired girl had gotten upset with both girls, and they started arguing. The argument escalated, and everyone looked to the green-haired boy for him to decide, but the protagonist was no longer there, he had left. Najire. He's gone. Melissa. Yes, because you started arguing. Najire. You started it. It's not fair what you did. Melissa. We don't see anything wrong with it. Najire. You. While the two of them were arguing, there was one who was silent, thinking about everything. The blonde noticed this and stopped arguing with Najire and looked at her. The blue-haired girl, seeing that the girl stopped arguing with her and looked at her friend, decided to talk to her. Najire. Yaoyorozu, you talk too. Don't you like Izuku? Melissa. Momo, don't be shy and say what you think. Momo. I think making him choose will only lead to guilt and loss. That choice would be cruel and painful for all of us, including Izuku. If he were to choose one, it would have to be because he made the initiative. Najire. So what do you suggest? The brunette looks at the blonde for a second and understands what she means. Melissa just lets out a sigh. Melissa. Share it. What do you say, Najire? The blue-haired girl is surprised. Najire. How indecent. The blonde just clicked her tongue. Melissa. You're not obligated to accept. Najire. I didn't say I didn't accept, but. Meanwhile, the protagonist had escaped and was at the exit of UA. He needed some time to think it over. Izuku. What do I do now? At the exit of the UA, Mineta was found eating ice cream. Izuku. Mineta, what are you doing eating ice cream so late? Mineta. I was hungry. The teenager just sighed and went on his way. Mineta. Hey Midoriya, do you look down? Is everything okay? The green-haired man thought about it for a moment. Izuku. If your friends confessed their love to you and asked you out, what would you do? Mineta. I wish I had those problems. The green-haired boy was silently waiting for his friend's response. The purple-haired boy, noticing his friend's serious look, tried to say something to relax him. Mineta. Midoriya, as the saying goes, when in doubt, choose the bustiest. The protagonist hits his head and decides to leave. He needed to walk for a while to think carefully about what he should do. Mineta. Hey Midoriya, wait, I was joking. The green-haired boy continued on his way while his friend ate his ice cream and watched the boy walk away. The protagonist began to walk aimlessly, trying to figure out who to choose. The decision was difficult because he didn't want to hurt any of them, but they couldn't continue like this either. He didn't want the girls to feel like he was playing with them. The last thing he wanted was for them to feel that way. He couldn't do that to them.
Izuku. What am I going to do? The boy was walking aimlessly down the street, trying to clear his mind. Various moments from his life began to flash through his head. The moments he spent with Momo, the countless hours they spent together studying, the moments they spent in their free time, training, caring for each other. They'd always been together since they were 10 years old. It was impossible not to develop feelings for her after all that time. The moments he spent with Melissa and the conversations he'd had with her on the phone before everything. The way she came to live with him and his mother and changed his life in a few months.
And the moments he spent with Najire, who, despite having known her for less than 2 months, gave his life a new lease on life. The way she appeared and turned him around 180 degrees when he was at his worst. Each of his friends helped him at his worst, and now he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to have to choose just one. I didn't want to hurt any of them, any of the three, but it wasn't right to date all of them. Society would reject it and it would affect them all.
Izuku. What if? Before he could finish what he was saying, he became distracted when he heard music playing. Along the way, a musician was playing his guitar while begging for money. The boy listened for a moment while he thought about what to do. The musician noticed the teenager's vague expression on his face. Musician. Hey kid, everything okay? Izuku. Yes, everything is fine. The green-haired man takes out some coins and puts them in the hat that was on the ground. Musician. Well, it doesn't seem like everything is okay. The protagonist remained thoughtful while watching the musician. Izuku. How much do you know about women? Musician. If I told you. I'm quite an expert on women. When I was your age, at least 3 a week. No, I'm lying, 4 a week. Izuku. And did you ever go out with any of them? Musician. With lots. I lived a full life, what can I tell you? Izuku. And have any of them been friends of yours? Musician. No Izuku. Why not? Musician. Oh boy, how can I tell you? When I was in school, I liked my friend. I had such a good time with her. Izuku. Then why didn't he go out with her? Musician. Out of fear. I was afraid that she would move away from me. But it wasn't always like that. One day I had gathered all the courage, the bravery and determination to confess my feelings to her. But she started dating another guy. I could never tell her how I felt about her. Izuku. Musician. And you? Have you fallen in love with a friend? Izuku. Yes, out of 3 in fact. Musician. Wow. Izuku. The 3 of them just declared their love to me, but I don't know who to choose. They're asking me to choose one. Musician. Then go out with the 3 of them. Izuku. Musician. My point is this, when it comes to love you have to take a chance, and forget about everything else because if you don't, you'll become a person who lives his whole life with regret. I know telling those girls you want to date all 3 of them at once will be a difficult conversation to have, but you have to do it. If you want to be happy. But that's just my opinion. Laughing, I don't know, I'm just a guy, handsome, who makes a living playing music on the street. The protagonist thinks for a moment about what he says. Izuku. Thank you. Musician. You're welcome, young man. Any contribution is welcome? The musician started to shake his hat, so the green-haired man puts another bill in. Musician. Thanks, young man, and good luck with your friends. The musician said goodbye to the young man and watched him leave while counting the money by eye. Musician. Oh Harrison, you are a genius. The protagonist's mind was already made up. He decided to return to UA to tell the girls his decision. It was already getting dark, but he arrived at UA and upon entering his classroom cafeteria, he saw the 3 girls talking. The 3 noticed his presence and were about to say something to him, but the green-haired boy approached them. Izuku. I already made a decision. The green-haired man gulped deeply as he felt the stares of his friends. Type. Izuku. Espera. Izuku. No, I can't make them wait anymore. Najire. No, really, wait a second Izuku. I have to be honest with you. The boy takes a deep breath and looks at the three girls, each of whom had a look of anguish and concern. So many thoughts were running through the girls' minds about the decision the boy might have made. Izuku. I don't want you to think I'm playing with you, that's the last thing I want you to feel. I don't want to hurt you. I just want you to be happy, to each one of you who helped me and took care of me when I needed it most. The green-haired man took a deep breath as he gathered the courage and bravery to say it. Izuku. I want to go out with all three of them, I can't choose just one. Melissa. Izuku. Izuku. I know, I'm a piece of shit for wanting to date three women, but I can't choose just one because all of you are special to me. I have feelings for all three of you. The protagonist closes his eyes, expecting blows, but all he receives is a hug. He is surprised and opens his eyes, realizing that the three women are hugging him. Izuku. What? Surprised Momo. As soon as you escaped, the three of us talked about it. Melissa. It would be cruel to make you choose. Najire. So we decided to share it with you. Izuku. Are you sure? Najire. Not so much, but we can try.
Melissa. Yes, we'll make an effort. If it doesn't work, we'll figure it out later.
Momo. But you must love all three of us equally. Izuku. Of course, don't doubt it. The protagonist reciprocates the hug. Everyone was happy, but there was still some awkwardness between the girls, which was normal. The protagonist noticed this feeling when Najire hugged Momo and Melissa, and vice versa. After a while, they went to the brunette's room, and along the way, a bit of tension could still be noticed, so the boy had to do something to make them get along better. Izuku. I think we should become closer. The girls find that comment strange. Najire. But we're already close, right? The blue-haired girl looked at the two women who affirmed what she said. Izuku. I meant that you were close to each other. Momo. Melissa and I are already close, aren't we? The blonde nodded at the black-haired girl's comment. Izuku. And with Najire. Momo. Well, with Hado. Izuku. That's what I meant. Melissa. And what do you propose to be closer? The green-haired man smiled at the question. Izuku. By exchanging secrets we can become closer. Najire. I don't know. I'm embarrassed. Izuku. No need to be embarrassed, I'll go first.
The boy sits on the floor, as do his girlfriends. They all had their ears open to hear the protagonist's secret. Izuku. The truth is, Momo slept with a stuffed animal until she was 14, and she still has it, and it's in her closet. When I helped her renovate her room, I saw it. The green-haired boy received a strong blow from the black-haired girl, who was completely red with embarrassment. Momo. Reveal your own secret. Why are you revealing mine? Embarrassed. Both girlfriends started laughing, while the protagonist rubbed his head. The brunette tried to hide her face with her hands. Najire. Well, then it's my turn. I stopped believing in Santa until I was 14. The blue-haired girl blushed as she avoided looking at the others. Melissa. Oh, what do you mean it doesn't exist? The blue-haired girl is surprised. Najire. I mean, if it exists, it's just that. The blue-haired girl became nervous as she tried to remedy what she said, but the blonde just smiled and laughed a little. Melissa. It was a joke. I stopped believing in him until I was 12. The blue-haired girl relaxed and also started to laugh a little, as did the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl who had already gotten over her embarrassment a bit. Momo. Now it's Izuku's turn, he has to tell a secret. Izuku. I can't think of any, let me think. Momo. Then tell the reason for your scar. The protagonist was going to say something, but the blue-haired girl spoke first. Najire. He told me it was someone else's secret, so I don't think we'll be able to find out. Melissa. It's actually my secret why he has a scar. Both women are surprised and look closely at the blonde. Melissa. Izuku. I couldn't tell anyone about this, because it's a secret between All Might, him and me. Now the two girls were curious to know why. Melissa. Where do I start? Thinking. Najire. From the beginning enthusiastic. Melissa. My gift doesn't really belong to me, I wasn't born with this gift, it was inherited and the person who inherited this gift to me was Izuku. Both girls were surprised and looked at the protagonist. Momo. What do you mean you transferred a gift to him? Najire. Are you a magician? Izuku. Yo no. Melissa. Wait, let me finish. Both girls looked back at the blonde. Melissa. This quirk was passed down through generations. Before Izuku had this quirk, one for all Might had it. All Might transferred it to Izuku, but he couldn't handle it, so they had to get someone else to wield it. That's how I got my quirk. Najire. And how did that cause Izuku's scar? Confused. Melissa. Because she couldn't stand it, she almost lost her arm trying to occupy the gift. Najire. What, Momo? Wait a minute, when did All Might give you the gift? The black-haired girl looked at the protagonist. Izuku. After the USJ attack, I discovered his secret and he considered me as a candidate for One for All. Najire and Momo began to satisfy their curiosity with more questions, which they then ended and continued sharing everyone's secrets. It was all laughter and conversation, and there was a good atmosphere among everyone, so Najire excitedly went to get something from her room. After a while, she returned with a backpack. Melissa. What do you have there? Curious. The blue-haired girl began to smile and laugh as she began to take a bottle out of her backpack. Najire. I bring sake. Everyone is surprised. Najire. We have to make a sisterhood pact between Melissa and Yaoyo, and Momo smiling. Izuku. Wait a minute, Momo is 16, she's still a minor and you pointing at Najire are 17, how did you get alcohol? Najire. I borrowed it from Yuyu, a friend, also. I'm turning 18 next month so this is valid. The blue-haired girl begins to take 3 glasses out of her backpack and puts them on the floor. Izuku. Wait, have you even taken it before? Najire. The green-haired man just let out a sigh. Izuku. And you, Melissa. Have you had any? You're the only one of legal age here. Melissa. No, never. The boy was a little worried, but when he saw that the reason was to get along better, he sighed. Izuku. Just have 1 glass, and don't serve Momo anything, let her drink water. Najire. Huh, but the oath isn't fun like that. Everyone should have a glass overflowing with sake and we toast, that's how it happened in One Piece. Momo. Had. Najire is right, Izuku. The green-haired man took a deep breath at what was going to happen, so he just turned around. Izuku. If I don't see anything, nothing will have happened. The 3 girls smile and take the hint, so Najire opens the bottle and pours it into the 3 glasses. Each girl grabs a glass. Najire. For a new friendship. Momo, Melissa. For a new friendship. They all toast and clink glasses together, then take a sip of sake. After drinking it, they all make strange faces. The blue-haired girl gets up from the floor and hugs the green-haired boy from behind. Najire. You can turn around now. The green-haired boy turned around without breaking the blue-haired girl's hug, looking at his other 2 girlfriends who kept a strange face. The green-haired boy tried to walk, but Najire made it difficult for him, so he turned around and took her by the waist to lift her and place her on the brunette's bed. He kissed her on the forehead and went to where Melissa and Momo were. The protagonist helped both girls stand up and placed them on the bed to kiss them both on the forehead. They were all sitting on Yaoyorozu's bed. Izuku. Are you okay? Najire. Yes, of course, it was just a small glass. Melissa. It wasn't that bad, it was soft. The green-haired man looked at the black-haired woman who was looking at him in silence. Izuku. Momo, is everything okay? Momo. Yes, I'm fine. Izuku. That's good, I have to get up early so I should go now. Melissa. Huh, but it's still early. Najire. Yes, stay a little longer. Izuku. I can't, I'm meeting someone tomorrow. Momo. With whom? Is it a girl? Everyone was looking at the protagonist. Izuku. No, he's a man. I'm going to meet with All Might, who had asked me to talk. The green-haired man was about to leave, but he was stopped. Najire. Wait, you can't just leave, you have to say goodbye. The blue-haired girl opened her arms. Najire. Kiss. The green-haired man went to his girlfriend and gave her a tender kiss, then another one on her forehead. The green-haired man turned to his side and went to Melissa and gave her a tender kiss and another one on her forehead. The green-haired man looked at the brunette and approached her to give her a tender kiss and another one on her forehead. The green-haired man left the room and wished everyone good night. Now in Yaoyorozu's room only the girls remained, who looked at each other. Najire. Do you want to play a game? Momo. Which one? The blue-haired girl gets up and takes a deck of cards out of her backpack. Melissa. Cards. Najire. Yes, they were in the backpack when I took out the bottle. Momo. What, didn't you put that in? Najire. Well no, it's not my backpack. Melissa. And who's it? Najire. Do you? The black-haired girl and the blonde laughed nervously at the blue-haired girl. Najire. It will be fun, whoever loses drinks. The protagonist was sleeping peacefully, but a noise woke him up. He woke up and checked the time on his cell phone. It was 2 in the morning, so he went back to bed to get some sleep, but the noise outside wouldn't let him. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open, and his girlfriends walked in, laughing as they entered the room. Melissa. Izuku, are you asleep? Najire. Hey, you're not sleeping. The two drunks approached Izuku's bed. The green-haired boy was covered by the blankets while pretending to be asleep, but Najire pulled the blanket off him and put it on like a cape while she started to giggle. Izuku. What do you think you're doing? It's too late. The blonde approached the green-haired man and whispered in his ear. Melissa. Something seems unfair to us. The green-haired man felt the blonde's breath for a moment and immediately noticed a strong smell of alcohol. Izuku. Are you drunk? How much did you drink? The green-haired boy stood up suddenly, as he saw the two girls laughing on his bed and the black-haired girl beside him laughing too. Melissa. I don't know, I lost count. Izuku. Najire. How many bottles did you bring? Najire. I don't know, a few, that backpack was Yuyu's. I just took it. Izuku. Girls. Melissa. Shish, you shouldn't raise your voice, you might wake people up. Najire. You know, we were just chatting, happily, and something seemed unfair to us. Izuku. What thing? Najire. You've done a lot of things with me and Melissa, with me more, but with Momo you haven't done anything at all. It's so unfair to little Momo. Izuku. What do you mean? Melissa. You and I have kissed a lot, you have also kissed Najire a lot, but with Momo. Momo never, she had to steal a kiss from you, right, Momo? Momo. That's right, it's very unfair, Izuku. Izuku. Are you drunk too, Momo? Momo. Just a little bit. Izuku. It's completely drunk. Momo. No, I'm not. The green-haired man was stupefied, now he is trying to reason with them. Izuku. Everyone, aren't you all a little drunk? You shouldn't have given Momo any more alcohol. It's better if we all relax and calm down. Najire. It's unfair and sad. Poor Momo. The girl completely ignored the green-haired man. Melissa. Yes, that's so unfair. Izuku. Girls. Najire. So we were talking and we came to a conclusion. Momo. Right here. We'll kiss right here. Najire and Melissa began to applaud euphorically, as if they were watching a love soap opera. Izuku. I think everyone should calm down and go to bed, let's do this in the morning, when everyone is. The green-haired boy tried to stand up to take each of them to their room, but Melissa grabbed the protagonist's shoulders and pushed them against the bed. Melissa. No Hoyas. Najire. Coward, you are a coward. The blue-haired girl threw herself at the green-haired boy to give him weight. Najire. We've already decided. Momo. Yes, let's kiss now. A kiss, kiss, kiss. The brunette approached the protagonist's face and they were face to face. Melissa shifted a little and leaned against the green-haired man's side, while Najire remained on top of him, so he couldn't escape. Momo. Do it like you did with the others. Najire. Yes, Basala. Melissa. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The green-haired man tried to free himself from both girls, but he couldn't. His mind was filled with Melissa and Najire's shouts of, kiss, kiss. The brunette leaned towards her boyfriend, but stopped and stared at him. Type. Izuku. The girl looked at him fondly while she waited for something. The boy didn't understand and looked at her silently. Type. Izuku. The girl looked at him tenderly, as if she'd been giving him puppy eyes while waiting for him to do something. The green-haired man had already understood. The girl wanted him to take the initiative. Izuku. Mom. The green-haired man leaned in and gave the girl a tender kiss. A few seconds later, they broke away, and the brunette looked into the green-haired man's eyes with a mischievous smile and a deep blush on her face. She kissed him again. He pulled away again and gently caressed her cheek before starting another kiss. This time, the kiss grew longer, more intense, and more passionate. When they finally broke away, their foreheads rested against each other. Melissa. Now it's my turn. The green-haired boy turned to look at the blonde on the other side of the bed, and they began to kiss. The brunette adjusted herself and leaned against the protagonist's side. The blonde began to kiss Izuku passionately, and they broke away to catch their breath. Melissa. Izuku. Yo. Izuku. Melissa-chan. Melissa. Najire. She fell asleep. The blue-haired girl started laughing at the incident. The green-haired boy turned to look at Momo, who was also very quiet, and noticed that she was also asleep. The protagonist lets out a breath. Izuku. Oh my god. Najire. I'm still awake, laughing. The blue-haired girl started to laugh at everything that was happening and decided to get up from on top of the green-haired boy and crawled as much as she could to lie on the protagonist's chest and hide her face there. Izuku. Najire. Najire. Najire is not in. Izuku. What? Najire. If you want to see Najire, you must say the password. Izuku. Any clues? Najire. Yes, a kiss, kiss kiss. The blue-haired girl raises her gaze and looks into the protagonist's eyes. The green-haired man joins his girlfriend's lips and they share a tender kiss. When they pull away, the blue-haired girl smiles and gives him another kiss. Izuku. Najire, you should get out of there. Najire. Izuku, I think there's something hard underneath you. Izuku. That's why you should move a little. The green-haired boy was trying to calm down, since the girl was pressing and moving his friend from below a little. Najire. Oh, I understand. Smiling playfully, let me help you. Izuku. No, not in this state. Najire. You calm down. I'm nervous. Let Najire take care of it. And finally, the girl fell asleep. The green-haired man let out a contented sigh and began to look around. On one side, he had Momo sleeping, on the other was Melissa, and on top of him was Najire. He never would have imagined this situation. He was cornered and couldn't move, although the situation he was in wasn't bad either. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.